Chapter 2197. If he treated the Shen immortal elders with such an attitude, then it was easy to imagine how Ancestor Lin treated the servants around him. Those servants were hundreds or thousands of times more miserable than these Shen immortal experts. The slightest dissatisfaction would result in a torrent of curses. If it was more serious, they would be punished in various ways. Since Ancestor Lin returned to the mysterious Heaven sect, 4 human immortal stage native servants who were responsible for serving Ancestor Lin had already lost their heads. From a psychological point of view, this was understandable. A dignified golden immortal expert who had crossed the tribulation should be the most respected one wherever he went, a big shot who countless people would bow their heads in worship. But now, he had suddenly become a bedridden and seriously injured person who could not even turn over a new leaf. No one could accept this calmly. In addition, Lin Zongxuan had always been a combat expert, so his mental state was a bit simple. He couldn't accept this fact in a short time. Even though Yang Chen had already refined an effective pill that would allow him to recover in 1,000 years, Lin Zongxuan still couldn't control his emotions. Under these circumstances, Ancestor Lin's bad temper was inevitable. If Lin Zongxuan could endure the loneliness, ignore everything else, focus on healing, and go into closed-door cultivation, then there wouldn't be a problem. But not long ago, Ancestor Lin was a great figure who gave orders. How could he bear to lose that feeling? As soon as his body could move, he couldn't wait to intervene in the affairs of the mysterious Heaven sect. It was as if Sect Master Wu, who had been managing the Taishanmen in the mortal world, didn't know anything, while he, an expert who only knew how to fight in the immortal world, was an expert in managing the sect. In any case, during this period of time, the mysterious Heaven sect could be said to be filled with anger and resentment. However, due to Ancestor Lin's seniority and his previous strength, even if they didn't look at Ancestor Lin's current strength, they still had to consider Ancestor Ju's influence. Thus, they had to pay enough respect to Ancestor Lin. And the result of paying respect was that as long as they didn't do what he wanted, they would immediately be scolded. Fortunately, Ancestor Lin's talent in scolding people was not outstanding. Over and over again, he would say things like "you are a pig" or "your brain is filled with paste." There was nothing new about it. Experts who had truly cultivated their mental state to perfection would treat Ancestor Lin's cursing as a trial of cultivation. They would wipe the spittle off their faces and do whatever they had to do. As for those cultivators who didn't know what to do, they could only bury their grievances and hatred deep in their hearts. Similarly, they also spat on their own, but they didn't dare to retort. However, they were obviously able to do something. The day after those Shen immortal experts were scolded, something happened. Although Ancestor Lin was a golden immortal expert and was a famous battle master in the immortal realm of the immortal, he was still immortal when he was recuperating. Even if of a golden of Lin was a golden immortal expert and a famous battle master in the world, he would of the Chen Lin would be to the of to be to, he would be. To even more immortal, he was to say. 2. Forget about a worldly immortal, even if it was the weakest golden core stage immortal, he would still be able to easily take the head of the 6 sons. The immortal who killed Lin Zongxuan knew that he had caused a huge disaster, so he did not think that he would be able to live. He directly committed suicide next to Lin Zongxuan's corpse. He left cleanly. By the time the profound Heaven sect disciples realized that something was wrong and rushed over, it was already too late. A dignified golden immortal expert from the lower realm of the immortal world was killed by a servant in his own sect. He didn't know if this was the biggest joke in the Black Heaven sect or the spiritual world, but this joke that didn't seem funny happened. Sect Master Wu was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. Whether that immortal did it because of himself or because he was instructed by someone else, they had to find out. Otherwise, the entire profound Heaven sect would become the laughingstock of the spiritual realm. All the cultivators who were scolded by Ancestor Lin were suspects. None of them escaped the strict investigation of the Law Enforcement Hall. As for where that immortal servant came from and who else was in his family, they all had to be investigated. What this servant was responsible for, what he did, and whether he was punished by Ancestor Lin, they all had to be investigated. Now, Sect Master Wu was about to burst into anger because if he wasn't angry, he would probably cry. What was this? Ancestor Lin didn't die in the battle with the Zhao clan's golden immortal expert. Who would have thought that after returning to the sect, obtaining effective pills and seeing hope of recovery, he would lose his life? Should it be said that Ancestor Lin's luck was bad or that he only had himself to blame? Previously, it wasn't that Sect Master Wu didn't notice that Lin Zhongxuan's domineering attitude was a little abnormal, but firstly, he was supported by Ancestor Zhu Sheng and Ancestor Lin Zhongxuan. Secondly, Ancestor Lin was several generations older than him. There were several times when he wanted to remind Sect Master Wu, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. In addition, he also understood that even if he said it, Ancestor Lin wouldn't listen to it. Indeed, it was because of his bad temper that Ancestor Lin ended up in this state. Saying that he brought this upon himself. But Lin Zhongxuan was Ancestor Lin. Sect Master Wu couldn't say such words, but no matter how he thought about it, it was reasonable. In fact, for Ancestor Lin's death, other than feeling angry, Sect Master Wu felt relaxed. Ancestor Zhu Sheng was now in the core of the trial ground. Ancestor Lin had died, and the entire Profound Heaven sect was truly under Sect Master Wu's control. Sect Master Wu hadn't enjoyed this feeling of being in sole control for a long time. Ever since he ascended from the mortal world, he had been waiting for it. It wasn't easy for him to get the chance, and there were still 2 retired emperors above him. Now, he could finally have some peace and quiet. Some words were really good. If you don't seek death, you won't die. This was not only talking about Ancestor Lin, but also those guys who relied on Ancestor Lin. They thought that as long as they hugged onto Ancestor Lin's thigh, they could do whatever they wanted in the sect. In their dreams, this was the time for Sect Master Wu to settle things with them. Only those who followed Ancestor Lin would have the chance to be scolded by him. Only those who were scolded by him would have the motive to bear grudges. This was the best reason to purge them. Sect Master Wu had already purged a group of Sect Master Li's trusted subordinates, and now it was the turn of this group of opportunists who couldn't see the situation clearly. At least 20 Xian immortal experts who relied on Lin Zhongxuan recently, as well as their trusted disciples, were investigated. The Law Enforcement Hall's Hall Master was Sect Master Wu's partner in the mortal world. How many years of friendship did they have? They were definitely trusted subordinates, so how could they not know what to do? Even if that servant made a mistake and was afraid of death, so he killed Ancestor Lin first, it would become the revenge of these Xian immortal experts after being scolded by Ancestor Lin. Chapter 2198. The Mysterious Heaven sect conducted a large-scale investigation because of Ancestor Lin's death. The news couldn't be hidden at all and directly spread throughout the spiritual realm. All the cultivators who knew the true identity of Ancestor Lin were dumbfounded when they heard the news. They couldn't believe it was true at all. That was a golden immortal who had crossed his tribulation in the lower realm of the immortal realm. How could he die in the hands of a native slave? How was this possible? However, everyone couldn't help but believe it. The news was released under the instruction of Sect Master Wu. The Mysterious Heaven sect's large-scale investigation was not fake. Sect Master Wu even personally sent the news to the sect masters of the major sect. At such a time when they were working together to fight against the Zhao family, they had lost a golden immortal who had crossed his tribulation. No matter what, they had to let their allies know. After knowing this was the truth, all the sensible people didn't know how to describe their feelings. This was probably the biggest accident that had happened in the spiritual realm in the past 1,000 years, right? Even inside the Mysterious Heaven sect, a golden immortal ancestor of the Mysterious Heaven sect was plotted against by a slave. The Mysterious Heaven sect was indeed becoming less and less like the number 1 Dao sect. In fact, the major sect were very dissatisfied with Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongxuan helping Sect Master Wu to ascend to the position of Sect Master. Cooperating with Sect Master Li, the situation against the Zhao family was good and they won again and again. However, with the intervention of these 2 ancestors, not to mention the matter of the Zhao family, the power of the Mysterious Heaven sect was weakened by at least 20%. There shouldn't have been a battle in the Zhao family's nest, but in the end, Lin Zhongxuan stubbornly went his own way. Not only did he lose himself, But the major sect had also completely lost control of the trial grounds. Except for the group of ancestors led by Zhu Sheng, all the experts of the sect were forced to withdraw from the trial grounds. As for what happened inside, they had no idea at all. Now, this surnamed Lin was courting death. He was seriously injured and yet he was still arrogant. The slave who served him couldn't bear it and killed him. The power sent by the immortal realm decreased a little. What was this? As for whether Lin Zongxuan really couldn't stand Lin Zongxuan's arrogance or if the other cultivators of the mysterious heaven sect had bribed the servant to do this, it was no longer important. The reality was that Sect Master Wu had started a new round of purging. After purging a group of Sect Master Li's confidants last time, some disobedient guys were also purged along the way. The higher-ups of the sect were all veterans in this kind of struggle. How could they not see through Sect Master Wu's tricks? If they were in Sect Master Wu's position, they would do the same. In any case, if a sect could unite and listen to a single command, it would be better than a chaotic mess of loose sand. He hoped that after Gate Master Wu's purge, he would be able to completely control the profound heaven sect and stop the internal strife and unite against the outside world. Since the previous Sect Master Li had already failed, the other sect did not need to think too much about it. After all, this was an internal affair of the Black Heaven sect. Other sects had no reason to intervene. At most, they would just exert some pressure. To be able to keep the life of Sect Master Li was already a good consideration for the mutual cooperation in the past. If it was Yang Chen, maybe everyone would come forward to protect him, because Chunyang Palace was always just a first-class sect and could not threaten the major sects. But the profound heaven sect couldn't. There was not so much personal affection between the sect. The news reached Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace, from the palace master to several core elders, were all calm on the surface. It was just a master who died. What was there to make a fuss about? Chunyang Palace now didn't know and shouldn't know the true identity of Lin Zongxuan, so there shouldn't be any special performance. But when there were only the head of the palace and the core elders, everyone laughed and drank to celebrate. The last time Chunyang Palace was destroyed, one of the culprits was this Lin Zongxuan. Yang Chen had already said that it wouldn't take long for Lin Zongxuan to die. Sure enough, it was only a few days before he heard the news of Lin Zongxuan's death. Although he didn't know how Yang Chen did it, when he heard that it was a servant of the Profound Heaven sect who killed Lin Zongxuan, and that the Profound Heaven sect was still investigating the internal affairs, the palace master knew that this matter had nothing to do with Chunyang Palace. Only their young palace master, who had created countless miracles, could kill such a powerful opponent without batting an eyelid. It had been experienced once in the mortal world. Chunyang Palace's mountain gate was blown up by the Taishanman's undercover agent, and in turn, Yang Chen let the Taishanman's mountain gate be blown up as well. This time was the same, but one of the culprits paid the price. Presumably, the next one would be Zhu Sheng, then Sect Master Wu, and then the entire Profound Heaven sect. Among the major sect, Lin Zongxuan's death directly overshadowed Yang Chen's family's entry into the Valley of No Return and became the most important thing to care about. Everyone must adjust the protection of all sides, and at the same time, they must learn the lesson of the Profound Heaven sect. At least when those important people were seriously injured, they must consider the reliability of the native slaves. Each sect had a master who was reborn by relying on the divine perching jade. They couldn't let the Profound Heaven sect's Lin Zongxuan's death repeat itself on the heads of the major sects. This was also the only change that Lin Zongxuan's death brought to the spiritual world, and it didn't even cause more waves. He didn't know if Lin Zongxuan knew it in the underworld. Would he feel that he, a big shot who could point the way in the Profound Heaven sect, died a little unjustly? Would he reflect on what he had done before? The investigation of the Profound Heaven sect had come to an end. Among the dozens of profound immortal experts who didn't see clearly, except for 2 guys who could escape unscathed, the rest were all suspected and imprisoned. All of their disciples were also captured. The atmosphere of the entire Profound Heaven sect changed, and no one dared to challenge the authority of Sect Master Wu. Because of the age of the slave, his family could no longer be found. After all, during the demonic calamity in the spiritual world, The demon beasts destroyed many places, and hundreds of millions of the spiritual world's natives died. The hometown of the slave happened to be in the area where the demon beasts were wreaking havoc, and not even a trace could be found. It was estimated that the slave dared to make a move because of this. After all, he had nothing to live for. Coupled with Lin Zhongshuan's attitude towards them, if it was sect Master Wu, he would also want to make a move. The only two guys who escaped unscathed were because they were smart enough. After relying on Lin Zhongshuan, they felt bad and secretly relied on sect Master Wu. At the same time, one of them was also one of the experts who left a divine sense imprint on Dao Junki. To track Yang Chen's family, they still had to rely on this guy. When the cultivators of the spiritual world were in a mess because of Lin Zhongshuan's death, no one knew that in the Mountain River geographical map, there was an area deliberately controlled by Yang Chen's third primordial spirit. A piece of jade flickered, and then the whole thing shattered. A faint figure flashed in the light. Chapter 2199. At first, the figure was very vague, but it soon became clear and gradually turned into a living person. The person that was transformed from the jade seemed to be very weak. He was lying on the ground and breathing rapidly, unable to get up for a while. However, this place had always been monitored by the third primordial spirit. The changes that happened here were immediately transmitted to Yang Chen's heart. The next moment, the person disappeared and appeared in front of Yang Chen. Looking at the weak appearance of this person, Yang Chen didn't say anything and fed him a spirit pill. After a while, the weak person seemed to be full of spirit and slowly sat up. It was just that for a while, he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know where he was and looked around blankly. Finally, he saw Yang Chen's face. The person seemed to be startled and then seemed to remember something. His face showed a complicated expression. "You're awake." The smile on Yang Chen's face looked unusually kind. He smiled at the person and said, "It's absolutely safe here. You don't have to worry about anything. Just rest in peace." As he spoke, Yang Chen handed over a few jade bottles and a jade slip and said, "This is the appearance pill that I promised you. After you recover, you can eat it. Whatever appearance you want to change, just think about it in your mind. These are some of the medicinal pills that you will need in the future for your cultivation." Yang Chen introduced one by one to the person: Nascent Formation Pill, Inner Sensing Pill, 7 Emotions Pill, 6 Desires Pill, 200-Year Pills, and 1 Millennium Pill. Of course, I don't recommend you to use the 100-Year Pill and Millennium Pill, just in case. When you have almost recovered, take this jade slip and go to the Chunyang Palace over there to be an apprentice. Yang Chen held the jade slip and carefully said, "Don't lose this jade slip. This is a token. Take this and the palace master of the Chunyang Palace will accept you as a direct disciple. In the future, you only need to cultivate in peace." Listening to these pills and jade slips, as well as the escape route that Yang Chen had arranged for him, this person felt very grateful. He stood up and walked to the front of Yang Chen. He knelt down with a thud and kowtowed 3 times to Yang Chen. He didn't say anything more, but his thoughts were expressed very clearly. "You're welcome. You deserve it." Yang Chen reached out to help the man up. "You just need to do one thing well." Looking at that person's expression, which seemed as if he was willing to die for Yang Chen smiled and said, "It's very simple. Swallow everything you've done in the past. From now on, you are a brand new cultivator, no longer related to your previous experiences. Disciple swears by my heart demon that I will never reveal anything about my past. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and will never be able to reincarnate." Without saying another word, the man raised his hand and swore the most severe heart demon oath. When he agreed to do things for Yang Chen, he thought that Yang Chen would let him die. He was willing because he saw that his family and descendants already had the hope of becoming real cultivators and were working hard to cultivate. It was simply a matter of course for the big shots to sacrifice 1 or 2 natives. He was willing to use his life to fight for a better future for his family. However, what he didn't expect was that before Yang Chen said what to do, he actually gave him a piece of dwelling god jade and asked him to leave his life source primordial spirit behind. After doing so, this native understood that he would do his best to help Yang Chen. Because Yang Chen had already protected him from death. Was there anything more convincing than this? Yang Chen took care of this person for a while before asking his third primordial spirit to send him to the mortal world of the Mountain River geographical map. This person was currently only at the gold core stage, which was the weakest level among the natives of the spiritual world. However, this was only temporary. As he slowly recovered after using the dwelling god Jade, his strength would also become stronger and stronger until he regained his previous strength. Big brother Li Cheng was not far away and watched Yang Chen do these things without saying anything. After Yang Chen sent the person away, he asked with a smile a mission to let people die. Tell me, who did you kill? Lin Zhongshuan of the mysterious Heaven sect. Yang Chen replied with a smile that person just now was a native slave of the mysterious Heaven sect. Later, he specially served Lin Zhongshuan. Li Cheng knew what method Yang Chen used when he heard it. It was nothing more than finding an opportunity to let this slave see that he could become a real cultivator. Listening to Yang Chen's words, it seemed that Yang Chen also found the family of the slave and let him see the cultivation of his family. Only then did he agree to help Yang Chen. Using a piece of divine perching jade on a native slave was simply a super magic treasure that was even more useful than a great vow of heart demons. This native slave was so grateful that he prostrated himself on the ground. Not only could he not die, he could also be called a real cultivator, and his family was also taken care of. This native slave was absolutely willing to die for Yang Chen. Lin Zhongshuan was seriously injured and couldn't recover. He was just like an ordinary person. Let alone a human immortal level native slave, any native could easily end his life. With the dwelling god Jade, that person would definitely commit suicide immediately and Yang Chen would get the news. There was also a prerequisite to using the dwelling god Jade. After recovering, the cultivator only remembered the memories before leaving behind his life origin soul. He didn't know what happened after that. Thinking about it, Yang Chen also arranged it properly. After this person was resurrected, he only knew that he used to be an aboriginal slave, and he helped Yang Chen to do things. As for what he did, he certainly couldn't remember. In this way, Lin Zhongshuan's death became an unsolved case. Li Cheng could even imagine that with Lin Zhongshuan's arrogant and domineering character, he must be unpopular in the mysterious Heaven sect. He didn't know how many people secretly hated him. For a native slave to make a move, whether it was because he couldn't bear Lin Zhongshuan's torture or because he was bribed, it would give the mysterious Heaven sect a headache for a long time. Yang Chen only paid the price of a dwelling god Jade in exchange for the life of a golden immortal master. It was simply a profit. One had to know that no matter how high the achievements of this native slave were in the future, it would only add a little power to the Mountain River geographical map. No wonder you worked so hard to refine medicinal pills for Lin Zhongshuan. In addition to receiving benefits from others, you also made such an arrangement. Li Cheng pointed at Yang Chen and found it funny. He thought that Yang Chen was greedy for the complete version of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, so he helped. He didn't expect that Yang Chen had already arranged this. It was no wonder that Yang Chen knew that Lin Zhongshuan would deal with him first after he recovered, but he still did his best. It turned out that Lin Zhongshuan was destined to die. Chapter 2200. Except for Yang Chen, Li Cheng and the native slave, no one knew what role Yang Chen played in this matter. Even the native slave didn't remember. He only knew that he promised to help Yang Chen do one thing, and Yang Chen would make him a real cultivator, that's all. Not bad, a golden immortal crossing tribulation, half a native of the spiritual world can be exchanged. Li Cheng sincerely appreciated Yang Chen's method of adapting to the local conditions, and praised him greatly. This transaction is worth it. I just want to show them that golden immortal masters are not invincible in the world. Yang Chen smiled and said very modestly, "You're fat and you're still panting?" Big brother Li Cheng glanced at Yang Chen and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Serve the wine and food, let's celebrate together." What happened outside had nothing to do with Yang Chen's family now. Yang Chen had now entered the range of the Valley of No Return. They were still thousands of miles away from the real Valley of No Return, but they could clearly feel the crazy killing intent coming from that direction. The periphery of the Valley of No Return was a huge array, enclosing the entire Valley of No Return. At first, Yang Chen thought that it was because of this array that people who came in couldn't get out, but after coming in, he found that it was not the case. It had nothing to do with the array. What really affected it was the killing intent. This array just trapped the killing intent and didn't let it leak out. At first, when they just entered the edge of the array, the women could still resist this kind of killing intent, but as time went by, the killing intent became stronger and stronger, and the women were so badly affected that they couldn't even cultivate normally. No wonder those who came in couldn't get out. They must have come in to explore, but after a long time, under the invasion of the killing intent, it was estimated that ordinary cultivators didn't even have the strength to pass through this array. Later, Yang Chen took the initiative to let them stay in the mountain river geographical map honestly. They either went to the Devil Realm to gain experience or cultivated on their own. They should not come out to avoid being affected. Just a little bit of killing intent from such a distance was enough to affect several heaven immortals, including Lady Fanghua and Zhu Xianying. One could imagine what the situation in the real Valley of No Return was like. No wonder Big Brother Li Cheng said that others couldn't enter, but Yang Chen could. Yang Chen, who was born as an executioner, had the killing intent of the immortal beheading platform. This level of killing intent had no effect on him. After entering the formation, the scenery was completely different from the outside. All he could see was a sea of blood red. There were no other colors. The stones were blood red, the earth was blood red, even the rivers were blood red. Within a radius of thousands of miles, not a single living creature could be seen. There were no trees, no grass, only bare mountains and bare lands. When he raised his head, even the sky was not blue. Instead, it was a light red color that was contrasted by the ground. Everywhere was that crazy killing intent, covering the entire area with a radius of thousands of miles. This was just the periphery. He didn't know what the situation inside was like. Not far from the edge of the formation, Yang Chen saw the magic weapons left by the cultivators, but he didn't see the corpses. But the magic weapons were obviously ownerless. At a glance, it was clear that the original owner had died many years ago. No one took care of it, and it had been stained with blood. Yang Chen felt that this killing intent was a bit familiar along the way, but he couldn't tell what it was that made him feel so familiar. He could only follow Big Brother Li Cheng and walk deeper. When Yang Chen and the others entered a few hundred miles, the edge of the formation on the periphery of the Valley of No Return flashed a few times, and a lot of figures appeared in the formation. These were the cultivators who followed Yang Chen and his family to venture into the Valley of No Return. They all wanted to see the Valley of No Return. Of course, the key was to get enough benefits from it. Everyone was hanging far behind, and at this time, they just arrived at the formation. When these people came in, they felt that this blood-red world was a bit strange. Immediately some of the cultivators realized that something was wrong and wanted to leave, but when they turned around, they found that they could easily pass through the formation, without any obstacles. After discovering this, these cultivators were not in a hurry to leave. Since they could easily come out, it showed that this was just a gateway, and not the key to the Valley of No Return. If they just left like this, it would be a bit of a pity. Since they had already come in, if they did not take a look at what was inside the Valley of No Return, then wouldn't it be a wasted trip? When the people with this idea once again stepped into the formation, and wanted to take a look, it was destined that they would never be able to leave. Greedy people would never know that if they stayed for a breath of time, they would be affected by the killing intent for a breath of time. By the time they realized that their bodies were in trouble, it would already be hopeless. The Valley of No Return, in fact, was not really a place where there was no return, it was just that greedy people would not be able to return. Those who came in and left immediately had a lot of opportunities to leave, but as long as the cultivators who came in found that the formation could be freely entered and exited, it seemed that they did not intend to leave in a short time. How these cultivators courted death, Yang Chen didn't care. He didn't use the flying magic weapon in front, but trekked with Big Brother Li Cheng. The killing intent here seemed to have an invasive effect on the magic weapon. It seemed that Yang Chen's body would be more or less affected except for the immortal beheading blade. Coincidentally, the immortal beheading blade was later integrated with the black storage bracelet, which had a large storage space. Yang Chen put everything, including the mountain river geographical map and the merit ring, into the immortal beheading blade, which ensured that the women would not be affected. Of course, there were also exceptions. That was Xiao Tian. Coming to this place full of killing intent, Xiao Tian was the most excited and left the Dragon Palace early. Fortunately, he also knew what was good and bad. He just hovered and danced on Yang Chen's body, but did not dare to go too far. However, Xiao Tian's big mouth was always open. It seemed to be swallowing the crazy killing intent that couldn't be seen in the air. Equally excited was Yang Chen's second primordial spirit. He originally became the spirit of the immortal beheading blade with the bloody river. Now the crazy killing intent here was simply the best tonic for the second primordial spirit than the 10,000-year ginseng, and he could not wait to absorb all the aura here into the immortal beheading blade. Big brother Li Cheng, who was next to Yang Chen, was naturally not affected. Yang Chen was not surprised by this at all. It was not the first time that big brother Li Cheng brought him a surprise, and this little scene was nothing at all. Just looking at big brother Li Cheng's indifferent appearance, he knew that there was no difference between here and outside for him. What was a real master? This was it, not a tribulation golden immortal or great principle golden immortal. Yang Chen finally felt where the familiar feeling came from. To be able to release this level of killing intent, it seemed that apart from the immortal beheading stage, Yang Chen could not think of any other possibility. Chapter 2201. That was not all. Their magic treasures that were exposed to the outside already carried a faint killing intent, as if they were a little out of control. This caused many cultivators to be stunned. If all their magic treasures no longer listened to them, they would die if they stayed here. It was not easy for them to follow Master Yang in. If they didn't explore and get some good things, they couldn't return empty-handed. But everyone also understood that if they really used their life magic treasures, they would probably have to retreat after 1 or 2 battles. The reason why their life magic treasures were not attacked was because they were not exposed. Once they fought, they would definitely not be able to escape. If they didn't use the flying sword to fly here, they could only walk a little more than 100 to 200 kilometers a day. This was because Yang Chen and Li Cheng didn't care about the killing intent and kept moving forward. There was actually something related to the immortal slaying platform in the spiritual realm. How was that possible? Yang Chen couldn't believe this guess. Seeing Yang Chen look over, Li Cheng didn't seem surprised. He walked slowly and said casually, "Let's go, you're the main force, don't drag me into it." With this discovery, there was nothing to worry about. Those who dared to come in and not retreat were basically heaven immortals and abstruse immortals. Even an Earth Immortal Junior like Yang Chen dared to come in with his whole family. What else did they have to be afraid of? The smart people immediately put all their magic treasures into a Chenkuan bag or a cave abode, thinking that this could avoid being attacked by the blood. But soon they found that their Chenkuan bag was also attacked by the blood-red killing intent. With the casualties, everyone remembered that this was one of the forbidden places for cultivation. They couldn't help but start to have some concerns. No one knew what had attacked just now. Could it be that just killing intent could kill a cultivator? After discovering this, everyone was slightly relieved. As long as the life magic treasures were fine, everything was fine. Most of the cultivator's skills could be said to be half due to their life magic treasures. As long as this was not lost, everything was fine. It was conceivable that even Li Cheng said so. Then the killing intent was not the reason why those cultivators could not be completely stopped. There were many cultivators with hands full of blood. Not everyone would be afraid of the killing intent. It was just that he didn't know what kind of unknown dangers were hidden inside. He probed with his divine sense but found nothing, only the corpses of dozens of cultivators lying there, motionless. His belongings were all there, but he had lost his life. It wasn't that big brother Li Cheng had disappeared. He was still walking leisurely near Yang Chen, looking very calm. The killing intent in this place was monstrous, but to big brother Li Cheng, it was as if there was nothing there. Everything was peaceful and serene. It was the same in the cave abode. The cave abode was also covered with a faint layer of blood. It was just that the Immortal's cave was usually bigger than the Chenkuan bag, so the speed of the invasion was slower. However, the result would not change. At most, it would only be a difference in the length of time. Fortunately, their natal magic treasures were not affected. This was the foundation that allowed all the cultivators to maintain their courage. It seemed that as long as they did not take it out, they would not be attacked by the blood-red killing intent. Squeezing the hilt of the immortal beheading saber in his hand, Yang Chen nodded heavily and continued forward. There was still a long way ahead. This was just a short time after entering the array formation. There were still at least thousands of miles away from the real valley of no return. Yang Chen's family must be in front, because the spiritual consciousness imprint would not be fake, and they were still moving forward. This showed that Yang Chen's family was still fine. He, an Earth Immortal Junior, was fine going forward, but among the cultivators who turned back, there were a few Celestial Immortals and a Xian Immortal, but they all lost their lives for no reason. However, it didn't take long for him to hear the screams coming from behind. It was from those guys who turned back. It didn't take long for them to turn back and go back, but they were unexpectedly killed by some unknown people. Thinking of this, Yang Chen already had a guess in his heart. He was about to confirm with Big Brother Li Cheng when he suddenly found that he couldn't find Big Brother Li Cheng. However, thinking about it, even in the mortal world, there was an entrance to the immortal beheading stage, so why was it impossible for the spiritual world to have something related to the immortal beheading stage? Those cultivators who followed suffered a lot. The deeper they went, the stronger the killing intent. A few of them with weaker cultivation could no longer hold on. Yang Chen and Big Brother Li Cheng had worked together for many years, so he could understand his meaning in one sentence. Big Brother Li Cheng's meaning was very clear. It was not as peaceful as they were walking now. There were still many unknown dangers, but Yang Chen needed to bear them. The most terrifying thing was that this killing intent would invade all the magic weapons. Whether it was a protective magic weapon or a flying sword, as long as it was exposed to this array formation, it would definitely be attacked by the killing intent. Many cultivators had already discovered that their magic weapons were slowly changing color, turning into a faint blood red. It was just that because the time was too short, it was only a faint layer, but everyone understood that if it was a long time, it would definitely turn into a blood red color like everything else here. There were some with high cultivation who did not believe in the evil. Although the killing intent here was crazy, it had not yet reached the point of collapse. The magic weapons were stained with the blood red killing intent. The clever ones immediately started to refine it again. Soon they found that this killing intent could be dispelled by their own spiritual power. The three groups were all true desperados. Their hearts were as hard as iron, and their hands were stained with blood. Although the murderous intent outside still affected them, it wasn't as much as they imagined it to be. Yang Chen could clearly see Big Brother Li Cheng, but he could not find any trace of him in the spiritual awareness scan. This was something that Yang Chen had never experienced before. Even if Big Brother Li Cheng was powerful, he had never shielded himself from the spiritual awareness exploration. If he did not take out the things in the Chenkuan bag as soon as possible, once the Chenkuan bag was out of his control, he was afraid that he would not be able to take out anything. There were about 100 people following Yang Chen. At this moment, these Xian Immortal Masters with the highest cultivation had become the backbone of everyone. In a dangerous situation, it was best to join a group to be safe. Soon these people began to unite quickly, divided into 3 small groups, and continued to track. No wonder this place was called the Valley of No Return. There was no way out. Some cultivators had already retreated after following for less than a few hundred miles, and turned around to go back. Taking advantage of the fact that they could still use their life source magic weapons, it was the right thing to do to rush back. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would really end up in a situation where there was no way out. What did this strange situation mean? Looking at the unswerving performance of Yang Chen's family, several Xian Immortal Masters with high cultivation couldn't help but frown. Could it be that only by moving forward would they be safe? Chapter 2202. Even if the Immortal Executioner's stage was full of spirit power, allowing each executioner to live to 100 years old, the number of executioners was not a small number. Just as Li Cheng said, "Where did all the executioners go?" "They're all here." Li Cheng nodded and answered Yang Chen's question. His second primordial spirit and immortal executioner's blade seemed to have entered a gourmet nest this time, and they didn't stop absorbing along the way. At first, The second primordial spirit had some control, but when they were 2,000 miles away from the real Valley of No Return, they had already started to absorb without restraint. After all the corpses had been reduced to such a state, a red shadow flickered faintly for a moment before disappearing. Yang Chen walked beside Li Cheng and listened quietly, not saying a word. These were the secrets of the heavenly court. With Yang Chen's status in his previous life, knowing a little about the legend of immortal executioner's stage was already the limit. He didn't even dare to think about these things in the past. "They're all here?" Yang Chen asked uncertainly. Yang Chen couldn't answer this, because he himself walked out of the entrance of the mortal world unscathed. He could walk out because he understood the taboo of immortal executioner's stage, but that didn't mean that all the executioners in the past knew about these taboo. Even Big Brother Li Cheng, who was next to him, could see with his naked eyes a red light flying toward the immortal beheading saber from the surrounding soil, rocks, and rivers. The immortal beheading saber had completely turned blood red. He did not know what the original blood-red river had become. No place could have such a terrifying killing intent. This was not something that could only be achieved by killing countless living beings in the mortal world and the spiritual world. Only killing golden immortals, Zenith Heaven golden immortals, and myriad tribulation true immortals in the immortal world would have such condensed killing intent. However, have you ever thought about where the corpses you killed went? Big Brother Li Cheng asked unhurriedly. Sigh. Yang Chen suddenly sighed. "We're all colleagues. Although we've never met, it doesn't seem right to destroy their corpses before meeting them. Do you have any good ideas? Then we'll just have to adapt to the situation." Yang Chen had completely understood why Big Brother Li Cheng had completely restrained his aura, and even his own divine sense could not detect it. It seemed that Big Brother Li Cheng did not want to be involved in the karma here, and left it all to himself. "Dead." This time, Big Brother Li Cheng didn't nod but shook his head. "You're not stupid either." Brother Li Cheng had been staring straight ahead. When he heard Yang Chen say this, he maintained his posture without turning around. "Why did you only notice now?" This was not a joke. Although those golden immortals, Zenith Heaven golden immortals, and innumerable tribulation true immortals were just corpses, when there were so many of them, the remaining aura of those corpses was enough to suppress people with insufficient cultivation to death. Coupled with the killing intent of the immortal slaying platform, it would be strange if this wasn't a dangerous place. If you don't want to destroy it, then keep it. Big Brother Li Cheng seemed to have no requirements for what Yang Chen should do, but he still gave advice according to what he wanted. "Anyway, whether you collect the corpses or kill the blood corpses, it's a good deed. It's up to you to choose." Yang Chen and Big Brother Li Cheng kept moving forward. There was a formation here, so it was always the same inside, and there was no distinction between day and night. As far as the eye could see, it was all blood red. If it weren't for the fact that they could feel the killing intent in a certain direction getting stronger and stronger, they might get lost in such a red scene. "I guessed at the beginning, but I'm not sure." Yang Chen smiled apologetically. "I just don't understand. If the immortal slaying platform is in the spiritual realm, why does the door have the spiritual power of the immortal realm? In addition, how does the heavenly court send the immortals to be killed in here?" The cultivators who were far ahead of Yang Chen didn't notice that the corpses of the cultivators who turned back had already started to slowly melt in such a short period of time. Maybe some people would think it was a big deal, but not Yang Chen, because Yang Chen himself was an executioner. Even if other executioners didn't have the opportunity Yang Chen had, just thinking about how these executioners had been cultivating in the immortal slaying platform for so many years, they could understand the danger. "Who?" Hearing this answer, Yang Chen let out a long breath. What he was most afraid of was running into a large army of executioners. If that was the case, this trip probably wouldn't be so easy. Who knew how terrifying these executioners who were able to live until now were? "Who told you this is inside the immortal slaying platform?" Big Brother Li Cheng said again, making Yang Chen speechless for a long time. "Big Brother, this is the immortal slaying platform." After walking for so many days, Yang Chen was completely sure that this was the immortal slaying platform. Not to mention cultivation, as long as one took something inside, or even if blood splashed on one's body, one would not be able to walk out of the immortal slaying platform. Without cultivation, how long the executioners in the mortal world could live was a big problem, let alone walk out of the immortal slaying platform. Just thinking about how many corpses of the immortal tribulation true immortals were here was enough to make people like Yang Chen, who was knowledgeable. Just thinking about how much the immortal slaying saber and the blood phantom vine flying sword could grow made people unable to calm down. The immortal slaying platform needs an executioner in the mortal world, so the mortal world needs an entrance for the executioner. Big Brother Li Cheng walked at a moderate pace and said to Yang Chen, "There is naturally an entrance in the heavenly court to send the condemned prisoners in. Only some magic treasures left by these corpses, without the control and resistance of their owners, soon turned completely blood-red. They were thrown on the ground and no one cared about them. They were exactly the same as the magic treasures that Yang Chen had seen along the way that no one wanted. However, don't think that this is the immortal slaying platform, and you can take whatever you want in it." Big Brother Li Cheng broke a sweat for Yang Chen. Think about it. Since the immortal slaying platform existed, there have always been executioners. Then where are the executioners from before? They are not condemned prisoners. Here. Yang Chen finally understood where this place was. This was the place where the corpses of the immortal slaying platform were dumped. No wonder there was such a horrible killing intent and such a blood-red world. There were so many corpses of the Golden Immortals, the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and the Immortal Tribulation True Immortals, which were enough to scare the experts in the spiritual realm to death. "Are they alive?" Yang Chen asked again. It was okay to be alive, but the corpses of the executioners were not beheaded. They had been soaked in the blood of countless Golden Immortals, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and the Immortal Tribulation True Immortals for many years. Coupled with the crazy killing intent here, it would be strange if they did not become horrible blood corpses. At first, only the flesh and blood melted, but after a while, the white bones were exposed, and then they turned into blood-red bones. In the end, even the blood-red bones were gone, and they completely turned into blood-red soil. Chapter 2203. After knowing the true secret of the Valley of No Return, Yang Chen also fully understood why Big Brother Li Cheng said before that no one else could come to the Valley of No Return, only he could come. This was the immortal executioner's platform. Who else could come except for him, the executioner? Of course, Big Brother Li Cheng must have come too. Looking at his appearance, he has been here more than once. There was a secret in this. Yang Chen didn't know at all, and he didn't want to know. When he should know, Big Brother Li Cheng would let him know. He shouldn't know. No matter how Yang Chen asked Big Brother Li Cheng, he wouldn't say it. The two had this kind of tacit understanding. Less than 1,000 miles ahead was the Valley of No Return, or rather, the immortal executioner's platform. Big Brother Li Cheng simply didn't bother to hide his figure, and directly followed Gong Sunling and the others into the Mountain River geographical map to enjoy, leaving only Yang Chen alone to face the coming wind and rain. "You can deal with them however you want." Li Cheng irresponsibly dropped a sentence at that time, then entered the Mountain River geographical map and no longer paid attention to Yang Chen. Yang Chen certainly couldn't force Big Brother Li Cheng to stay with him, so he could only start to move forward alone. Anyway, he knew where this place was and what dangers there might be, and the rest was not much danger. Fortunately, Xiao Tian did not stay in the Dragon Tower, but was always outside, as if this blood-red world was his safe haven. So far, Yang Chen has not encountered any enemies except for the killing intent along the way. The killing intent was not an enemy. Although it was a deadly thing for others, it was a completely different matter for Yang Chen. After a few more days, he was almost only about 100 miles away from the Valley of No Return. Yang Chen's whole body had turned blood-red. He had never resisted the killing intent into his body, so the consumption was not much. However, the cultivators who followed Yang Chen were a bit tired. Along the way, they kept resisting the killing intent's invasion of their bodies, and from time to time, they had to refine the magic weapon that was invaded by the killing intent. It was just a few days, but it was more tiring than a long journey without supplies for several years. Fortunately, up until now, no one had encountered any enemies. The cultivators came to a realization. It would appear that only by advancing would they not encounter any enemies. Retreating would mean being killed off by an inexplicable enemy. This had already been proven by 4 or 5 cultivators with weak willpower. However, no one turned around to look, only hearing the screams of those cultivators. This place was extremely strange, and they could only move forward. No one knew what they would encounter in front of them. They could only hope that Yang Chen had really found the answer and would not bring them here to die. Logically speaking, Yang Chen wouldn't have brought his family here to die. Therefore, there was still a great chance of success. Yang Chen finally saw the Valley of No Return, the real Valley of No Return. It was indeed a valley, with blood-red peaks on both sides and a narrow valley in the middle. A blood-red river flowed through the valley. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The Valley of No Return was very long, at least hundreds of miles. If Yang Chen wanted to solve everything, he would have to walk through the entire valley. Judging from the direction of the mountains and the river, even if Yang Chen only had a basic understanding of feng shui, he could see that this was an extremely ferocious place. As a place to dump corpses, as long as no one destroyed the corpses here, they would become the most ferocious zombies. At the thought that the worst of the corpses here were at the golden immortal level, Yang Chen was speechless. If the Ghost Yin faction of the demon sect knew about this, they would definitely occupy this place at all costs. Any disciple who could control corpses, as long as they could control any corpse, they would become a top expert in the spiritual world. If they could control all the corpses here over the years, the Zhao family would be nothing. The Ghost Yin faction would only need 10 people to wipe out the entire Zhao family. After watching for a while, Yang Chen stepped into the valley. Soon, Yang Chen's figure disappeared in the blood-red valley. Originally, Yang Chen was covered in blood. If he was not a cultivator, he would not be able to see it at all. Soon, Yang Chen was close to the long blood-red river and vaguely noticed something strange in the river. Yang Chen reached out to the river with some doubts and scooped up a handful of water. Then he immediately understood why the river made him feel strange. It was not a river, it was blood. As soon as he touched it, Yang Chen judged that it was the blood of many experts of different levels. The strongest was a 10,000 tribulation true immortal, and the weakest was a golden immortal. Thinking that this was the place where the immortal beheading stage dumped the corpses, it was very normal to have this blood river. All of them were blood of this level, which was a good thing and could not be wasted. Yang Chen directly took out the blood demon vine flying sword and then immersed the blood demon vine flying sword into the blood river. This kind of blood in the hands of Yang Chen could make him feel the spiritual power in it. It was enough to make the blood demon vine flying sword grow into the strongest flying sword in the shortest time. At the same time, the immortal beheading saber was immersed in the blood river without hesitation. How could the immortal beheading saber let go of such a strong blood chi? As soon as the 2 flying swords were placed, Yang Chen suddenly looked up. In the middle of the blood river, not far from Yang Chen, it was not known when a blood-red figure stood up silently, looking at Yang Chen with an expressionless face. The figure that appeared was full of blood, and there was blood flowing down from the body, which made people feel creepy just by looking at it. Although the blood was flowing, it had been stuck to the surface of the figure's body, and there was no splash. Blood corpse. Yang Chen judged the identity of the other party at first glance. Then at the second glance, Yang Chen determined that this was the corpse of an executioner. In his right hand, there was a blood-red saber with a ghost's head in it. The style of the blade was exactly the same as the immortal beheading saber in Yang Chen's hand. They were all the same as the blade in the immortal beheading platform. Without waiting for the blood corpse to make the next move, Yang Chen had already rushed up directly. His arms held the blood corpse firmly and directly drilled into the blood river. Only at this moment did the blood corpse have time to react and began to struggle wildly. But in the face of Yang Chen's powerful arm strength, the struggle of the blood corpse had no effect at all. Except for a few futile wriggles, it could never get rid of Yang Chen's shackles. Yang Chen's one hand had grabbed the right hand of the blood corpse, and at the same time, he also controlled the blood-red ghost blade in the hand of the blood corpse. No one knew better than Yang Chen how terrifying the immortal beheading saber in the immortal beheading platform was. Even if it was a copy, it should not be underestimated. Only God knew how violent this blade would be after being soaked in the blood river for thousands of years. The power of the blood corpse was beyond Yang Chen's expectations. When he was unable to break free from Yang Chen's embrace, he stopped moving. But the next moment, a surge of power came from his body and almost shook off Yang Chen. Chapter 2204. Yang Chen was caught off guard and his hands were broken open a lot. However, Yang Chen tightly grasped the palm of the blood corpse and the beheading immortal blade, and then the other hand once again exerted force, and the blood corpse was once again controlled. This blood corpse was an executioner. To be honest, because he had never cultivated before his death, even if he became a blood corpse after death, he only had a strong power after being soaked in the blood river. But if Yang Chen really wanted to destroy him, there were no less than 100 ways, each of which could make him disappear. The simplest, Yang Chen just needed to find the yin-yang fire dragon and roll it on his body. No matter how strong the blood corpse was, it could not escape the burning of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. In addition to turning into flying ash, the blood corpse had no other way. However, because he was also an executioner, Yang Chen did not want to do so extreme. He also hoped to do something within his power for these predecessors, at least to free them from such a state. After several efforts, Yang Chen came to the shore with the struggling blood corpse. If he wanted to free the blood corpse, he must at least figure out what the situation of the blood corpse was now. Under the exploration of the spiritual awareness without any blind spots, Yang Chen quickly understood the state of the blood corpse. He was just affected by the double influence of the blood qi in the blood river and the killing intent here, involuntarily becoming the current appearance. As long as these two things could be solved, there would be no problem at all. The beheading immortal blade and the blood phantom vine flying sword flew out of the blood river and stuck directly to the blood corpse. A strong suction force broke out on the blood demon vine flying sword, and all the blood on the blood corpse was sucked clean. The second primordial spirit also madly absorbed the killing intent on the blood corpse. Yang Chen himself firmly controlled the blood corpse and did not give him a chance to struggle. Countless blood qi kept spewing into Yang Chen's body, but Yang Chen couldn't care about anything, he just suppressed the blood corpse in front of him. After a long time, the blood corpse finally became weaker and weaker, and no longer struggled as fiercely as before. The color of his body began to fade, but the ghost head blade in his hand was still as dazzling as it was at the beginning. The absorption process was getting faster and faster, and the blood corpse's body had already returned to its normal color. Yang Chen could already tell that this was an old man who looked very strong but was very old. His eyes were closed, and he had a peaceful expression on his body. Finally, under the power of the blood phantom vine flying sword and the immortal beheading stage, the body of the old executioner completely became a normal body, but his right hand still firmly held the ghost head blade in his hand. This junior, Yang Chen, has offended senior. The corpse didn't move, so Yang Chen finally let go. He bowed to the corpse and prepared to take the ghost head blade. However, no matter how hard Yang Chen tried, the corpse would not let go of the blade. If Yang Chen didn't want to destroy the corpse, there was nothing he could do. Senior, you have killed for a lifetime. In your next life, you should live a peaceful life. Yang Chen said to the corpse, this junior promises to choose a good place to bury the senior after I get out. Senior can rest assured. After saying this, as if responding to Yang Chen's promise, the corpse's hand directly let go of the ghost head blade. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to the corpse again, and put the corpse into the space of the immortal beheading blade. Only in this space would he not be attacked by the killing intent again. At this time, Yang Chen finally had the opportunity to carefully examine the immortal beheading blade in the hand of the corpse. This blood-red ghost head blade was exactly the same as the immortal beheading blade, but it was not a real blade, but a condensed killing intent of the most spiritual power. As soon as Yang Chen held it in his hand, the blade shattered and turned into a large piece of blood-red debris, which directly drilled into Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen's body, after being tempered by the golden body secret art and integrated with more than half of the golden bell, was already absolutely strong. There was nothing in the spiritual world that could pierce it. However, this killing intent was not a physical object, but a kind of killing will, but it penetrated into Yang Chen's body without any hindrance. For a moment, Yang Chen seemed to be in the immortal beheading blade again, fighting against the will of the immortal beheading blade. The feeling was exactly the same, there was no difference. At this time, Yang Chen completely understood that this blade intent had been divided to this executioner and condensed into an immortal beheading blade. According to this inference, every executioner should have an immortal beheading blade condensed by the blade intent. It was no wonder that Yang Chen could resist the will of the immortal beheading blade with his mortal body and will. It turned out that the essence of the real killing intent had been divided. The knife intent was rampaging in Yang Chen's body, and wherever it went, it would destroy everything without any resistance. Yang Chen also let go of all resistance and let the blade intent fill his whole body. After a while, Yang Chen's whole body was evenly covered with the killing intent of the immortal beheading blade. The whole person looked like a killing demon god from the outside. Those cultivators who were hundreds of miles away were directly shocked by this soaring killing intent. Looking in this direction, the group of people couldn't speak for a long time. At this time, they had realized that it was not a good idea to follow Master Yang here, but unfortunately, no one could turn back now. Master Yang has stayed there for a long time. Did something happen? Should we go and see? Someone asked in a trembling voice, and his voice was obviously trembling. He was completely frightened by this strong killing intent. Fortunately, in this blood-red world they were in, there was a killing intent everywhere. It was just that the killing intent in that direction was a little stronger. After experiencing the invasion of killing intent for such a long time, they were already somewhat used to it and hadn't reached the point of collapse. No hurry. One of the leading Shen Immortal experts shook his head. We're just here. Master Yang looks like he just entered the Valley of No Return. If Master Yang can't even solve this small problem at the entrance, then what's the point of entering the Valley of No Return? Let's wait for Master Yang to open the way for us. His words made some sense, and it calmed down the cultivators who were already a little nervous. However, there were still some people who were worried that with such a terrifying killing intent, could it be that they had encountered some demonic path overlord? Yang Chen didn't have time to care about these people, nor did he care about their life and death. Since he followed them in, he had to have the awareness to stay here. Yang Chen didn't feel that he should be responsible for so many Heaven Immortals and Shen Immortals. The exploding saber intent in his body began to destroy Yang Chen's body, but under the powerful effect of Yang Chen's golden body secret art, it didn't achieve the desired effect. However, Yang Chen didn't feel good either, and could only frantically circulate his power to resist the saber intent that covered his body. Chapter 2205. Soon Yang Chen discovered that this kind of sword intent destruction in the body was the best way to temper the golden body secret art. In other words, it was the best way to temper the body refining technique of the yellow turban strongman. Now Yang Chen was still in the middle stage of the heavenly strength middle stage, and he had to wait until the peak of the heavenly strength peak to cultivate the subsequent secret of Qua Yi. If he cultivated according to the normal way, he would have to experience 2 more heavenly tribulations. This was still the case where Yang Chen had the help of the heavenly tribulations. For those who began to cultivate in the immortal world, because the body had already experienced many heavenly tribulations, it was almost fixed, and it would be extremely difficult to cultivate again. This was why few people in the immortal world could cultivate to the point of the heavenly strength supporting force. Yang Chen began to cultivate from the mortal world, and it was not easy to have this progress now. At the moment, this opportunity was just right, so that Yang Chen could cultivate wholeheartedly. In principle, it was the same as using the inner sensing pill to stimulate cultivation. While cultivating and resolving the sword intent, Yang Chen's feet did not stop, and he kept moving forward. This time, tempering the golden body secret art was just an unexpected surprise. The real purpose was to find Tianyuan Dan. If possible, he would also refine the immortal beheading stage, the place where the corpse was dumped. The other things were just side issues, and it was more important. However, after just a few steps, Yang Chen realized that if he didn't think of a proper way, he was afraid that there would be countless blood corpses appearing all the way. It was also at this time that Yang Chen felt that the sword intent in his body seemed to be completely unresisted by Yang Chen's spiritual power, and it raged around in Yang Chen's body. This was the most essential part of the immortal beheading blade condensed by the sword intent. With a move in his heart, Yang Chen urged the golden body secret art to the extreme, and the effect of the golden bell was also activated to the extreme. At this time, the sword intent suddenly became trapped in Yang Chen's body, but it could not break through. Finally, after a series of collisions, the sword intent found a loophole and instantly rushed out from that loophole. "Give it to me! Give it to me!" The second primordial spirit was almost shouting in Yang Chen's mind. His dream had finally come true. The saber intent rushed out to where the immortal slaying saber was. In fact, this loophole was deliberately left by Yang Chen just to let the essence of the saber intent enter the immortal slaying saber. At the instant he entered, his second soul core sighed with extreme pleasure in Yang Chen's mind, and it seemed as if it was some sort of delicious meal. Then, Yang Chen saw that the immortal slaying saber seemed to have a small change. Not only did the color turn red, but it had already started long ago. The only change was that the blade seemed to have become slightly sharper. The immortal beheading saber had fused with the materials of the black bracelet and diamond chakram. While it was extremely hard, it also brought about another problem. With Yang Chen's current strength, he had not refined it enough, causing the blade to become very blunt. Previously, when he fought with Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness Sect, because of the blunt edge of his saber, the immortal beheading saber could only smash Elder Feng's body instead of slashing him. As a result, he missed many good opportunities. Previously, Yang Chen had been relying on the golden immortal tribulation in his sea of consciousness to refine the materials of the diamond chakram. However, by now, the golden immortal tribulation had been completely exhausted. Basically, the refinement of the immortal beheading saber had stopped. The daily refinement could at most be considered maintenance, but it could not be considered as a further refinement. Now, the essence of the saber intent had actually caused such a change to the immortal beheading saber. This was really beyond Yang Chen's expectations. It was also an unexpected surprise. At the thought of how many executioners' blood corpses were inside, and how each of them had an immortal beheading saber condensed from saber intent, Yang Chen could not help but want to laugh maniacally. It was no wonder that when he was controlling the blood corpses, as long as the immortal beheading saber was near the blood corpse's right arm, the blood corpse would struggle less. It turned out that it was because of the natural closeness. At the thought of this, Yang Chen once again held the immortal beheading saber in his hand and let his second primordial spirit release a portion of the blood river killing intent. Then, Yang Chen conjured a hand seal and formed a blood-red barrier around his body. He held his breath so that there was no longer any living aura around him. Then, he carried the immortal beheading saber and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, he found the location of another blood corpse. However, as Yang Chen had expected, after he released the blood river killing intent and stained the immortal beheading saber with the essence of the saber intent, the blood corpse basically did not look at him. The blood-red Yang Chen released the same aura as the blood corpse from before. There was no living aura at all. Wasn't he a living blood corpse? Yang Chen knew very well that as long as he reached the place where the corpses were thrown and slowly refined them, everything here would be at his disposal. Since these blood corpses with sabers were his colleagues and seniors, Yang Chen naturally could not destroy them all. However, if they swarmed him together, Yang Chen would have a headache. Now that he used this method, he successfully concealed himself from the perception of all the blood corpses. A blood corpse walking around in the Valley of No Return was not a big deal worth paying attention to. The blood corpses he encountered along the way completely turned a blind eye to it. However, on the way, in less than 20 miles, Yang Chen had already encountered 5 blood corpses. Moreover, he had just entered the Valley of No Return, so one could imagine how many more there were. However, for the time being, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Chen. The blood corpses had already regarded Yang Chen as one of their kind and did not pay attention to his every move. As soon as Yang Chen walked away, the cultivators who were hanging far behind also began to follow him. When Yang Chen stopped for a while and then continued to move forward, one of the cultivators suddenly reacted. "Grandmaster Yang stopped, isn't it because he is taking some benefits?" The cultivator called out. As soon as he called out, the other cultivators also immediately understood. What was Yang Chen doing here with his whole family? This place was so desolate, apart from danger, which cultivator would be willing to take this risk if there were no great benefits? Stopping for a while in the front, wasn't this a living example of taking benefits? Or picking up a precious herb, or picking up a powerful magic weapon? Everyone knew that there would definitely be great benefits, but no one stipulated that the benefits must be piled up together. There were some along the way, they could just pick it up along the way. Everyone did not dare to use their spiritual consciousness to scan, for fear of alarming Yang Chen, and at the same time, they were also afraid of alarming some of the powerful monsters inside. Although they could not see the situation in front, everyone could imagine it. At this moment, no one could remain calm. What was the purpose of everyone coming here? If all the good things were taken by Grandmaster Yang Chen, did everyone take the risk to come here just for a vacation? Without waiting for the few Shen immortal experts to make a decision, there were already anxious cultivators who rushed out. In any case, as long as they moved forward, they would be fine, so why not fight to be the first? Chapter 2206. In the face of the possible great benefits in front of them, almost everyone forgot the dangers here and rushed forward like a swarm of bees. It was strange that from the moment they entered the formation in the Valley of No Return until now, except for those who turned back, no one had met with an accident. Could it be that the word no return in the Valley of No Return meant that one could only go forward and not turn back? Even the most experienced and prudent Shen immortal experts couldn't help but mutter. If this was the case, didn't it mean that Master Yang had already understood the meaning of the Valley of No Return? That was why he could boldly bring his family here to take the risk. To put it bluntly, these cultivators dared to follow them in because Yang Chen had brought his family with him. It also meant that there must be a way to leave here, so everyone followed him without hesitation. If all the benefits were taken by Master Yang, wouldn't it be a waste of time for those who followed him? Those who could come here were not good people, nor were they fools. No matter how well they planned in advance, how they would control Yang Chen's family and plunder their belongings, it was better to get what they wanted. Who knew what would happen in the future? When hundreds of cultivators sped up and drove their flying swords to catch up, the momentum was not small. At least in the Valley of No Return, the blood corpses lying motionless in the blood river sensed the breath of a large number of living people and stood up from the blood river. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, every blood corpse that stood up was holding an immortal chopping saber that was exactly the same as the one in Yang Chen's hand. This also meant that only those executioners who had died of old age in the immortal chopping platform could become blood corpses. As for what the corpses of the immortals who had been killed would become, Yang Chen did not know for the time being. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. If a large number of blood zombies of the Tribulation Real Immortal level suddenly appeared here, the outer formation would collapse one day. Then, once a large number of blood zombies of the Tribulation Real Immortal level left the Valley of No Return, the entire spiritual realm would be in trouble. The movements of the blood corpses could not be hidden from Yang Chen's eyes. Naturally, the movements of the cultivators who followed them also fell into the detection of Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness. Yang Chen had long since known that there would be a group of cultivators following him. However, Yang Chen did not care. On this point, Big Brother Li Cheng and Yang Chen had the same attitude. Was this a place where anyone could come and go as they pleased? There was no such thing as a blessing or a curse. If he had nothing better to do, he would rush in and court death. That was not something Yang Chen could do anything about. The sight of over 100 cultivators seemingly caused all the blood corpses to grow excited. Every one of the blood corpses raised the immortal cleaving blade in their hand. Facing the incoming cultivators, they opened their mouths and roared soundlessly. Even the immortal cleaving blades in the blood corpses' hands began releasing a frenzied killing intent. All of a sudden, the entire Valley of No Return surged with a crazy killing intent, directly causing those guys who were flying at high speed to be scared out of their wits. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered that this was not a peaceful place. This was one of the 3 great danger zones of the spiritual realm, the Valley of No Return. A few of them could no longer withstand the killing intent and could no longer control their flying sword. As a result, they directly fell from the sky. As soon as they lost control of their minds, their surroundings immediately reacted. Those cultivators who were still in a normal state of mind were horrified to find that the surrounding red lights were like a waterfall, crazily rushing towards those cultivators who had lost control of their minds. Those cultivators immediately began to scream and struggle. Their mouths, eyes, ears, and nostrils seemed to have turned into passageways for the red lights to rush in. In just a moment, those cultivators' bodies turned blood red. Their struggles grew smaller and smaller, and their screams also grew softer. After a few breaths, these people completely stopped moving and turned into several blood-red corpses. The cultivators who witnessed all of this were shocked. All of them immediately made a unified action, which was to use several magic weapons to protect their heads. The red lights that they didn't care about before also became the culprit. This place really lived up to its name of Danger Zone. However, these people also gave others a very obvious lesson, that was, they must not be scared first. Once they were scared to the point of losing control of their minds, then they wouldn't be far from bad luck. Greed soon prevailed. After all, Grandmaster Yang Chen was only an Earth immortal. However, he kept moving forward without stopping and didn't seem to be in any danger. Although it was dangerous to move forward, they couldn't retreat now. It was better to catch up with Grandmaster Yang. After catching up, on one hand, they could see what kind of technique Grandmaster Yang used. Maybe they could learn from him and leave the Valley of No Return alive. On the other hand, if there were any good things, they wouldn't let Grandmaster Yang snatch them first. The cultivators who had made up their minds once again used their flying swords to catch up with Grandmaster Yang. Everything else could be dealt with later. The blood corpses that popped their heads out of the river of blood fell silent again after releasing their killing intent in unison. Facing the direction where the cultivators were rushing over, he silently sank into the river of blood. Only Yang Chen could see that the eyes of those blood corpses seemed to be emitting two red lights. Yang Chen now seemed to have been completely recognized by the blood corpses. No one would pay attention to him. Yang Chen was also happy and leisurely, minding his own business as he moved forward. Big Brother Li Cheng brought him all the way here. If he could fly, with Big Brother Li Cheng's lazy personality, he definitely wouldn't not fly, so flying would definitely be troublesome. By now, Yang Chen basically understood why Big Brother Li Cheng had to take a big detour outside and then enter the Valley of No Return from that place. From that direction, all the way was the entrance of the Valley of No Return, and the direction was exactly the same as the direction of the valley. If they went from other directions, it would not be so smooth, and they didn't know what they would encounter. A distance of a few hundred miles, for a Heaven Immortal or Xian Immortal cultivator, only took half an incense's time. Soon, those cultivators arrived at the entrance of the valley and saw the situation in the valley. So this is the real Valley of No Return. Everyone had the same thought after seeing the valley. Whether it was the color or the killing intent, this valley was the purest and craziest, especially the blood river that kept flowing without a single drop flowing out of the valley. No matter how you looked at it, it looked so strange. Grandmaster Yang's figure was already out of sight, but everyone could detect that he was just a few dozen miles ahead. However, what made everyone puzzled was why Grandmaster Yang was walking from the beginning to the end. Could there be some unknown reason behind this? The smart ones immediately landed and began to walk along the valley. The impatient ones still controlled their flying sword and moved forward quickly. At this time, the earlier they found Grandmaster Yang, the higher the chance of survival, the higher the chance of getting rich, but they couldn't care about anything else. Chapter 2207. Yang Chen continued walking. Of course, he didn't forget to look up at the cultivators who were fighting to be the first to catch up. Even Big Brother Li Cheng had to walk all the way here. These guys were really ignorant and fearless. Yang Chen sighed in his heart. That is, he sighed, and then Yang Chen saw the result. The cultivators who were flying in the sky heard a deafening roar at the same time. The three words were like the roar of a great bell, directly ringing in the ears of the flying cultivators. These three words weren't shouted by one person, but by thousands of people. They carried a sharp killing intent that rushed into everyone's sea of consciousness. With just one shout, all the cultivators in the sky stopped. A few of the weaker ones had already covered their ears and screamed. Every debt has a debtor. Another shout, louder than the previous one. This shout completely shattered the hearts of all the cultivators in the sky. Even the sea of consciousness of the Xian immortal cultivators was directly shattered by this shout. Dozens of figures fell from the sky like walking corpses. Each of them had lost their consciousness and were unconscious. His movements were even quicker than those of a dumpling falling into a pot. However, before these cultivators landed, a blood-red light flew out from the valley and swept past these cultivators' bodies. By the time the cultivators landed, they could no longer keep their bodies intact. All the cultivators were chopped into 8 pieces. However, all the cultivators had one thing in common, and that was their heads were chopped off by the first red light. All the broken parts were as smooth as a mirror. One look and one could tell that only an expert knife and hand could cut them to such a state. The smart guys who were a step slower saw all this and were scared out of their wits. What was in there? How could dozens of cultivators, including heavenly immortals and Xian immortals, disappear just like that? No wonder Grandmaster Yang Chen had been walking step by step from the entrance. It turned out that there was such a taboo. Apart from fear, the surviving cultivators were only left with rejoicing. Fortunately, he was a step slower and followed Master Yang's footsteps. Otherwise, he would have been part of the pile of corpses. Sigh. This is not the way to seek death. Yang Chen shook his head slightly as he watched this scene. To fly over the heads of so many executioners on the immortal beheading platform, how brainless must one be to do such a thing? When Yang Chen lived alone in a small town as an executioner, there was a period of time when even birds did not dare to fly over his small house. And that was only the executioners of the mortal world. The ones in the Valley of No Return were the executioners of the immortal slaying platform. Even in death, they still retained the murderous aura of the past. This time, all the cultivators who came in learned their lesson and obediently followed Yang Chen's method. All of them walked. No one dared to try to be a hero and fly across the sky. Unfortunately, although these guys were lucky, they did not hear the 2 sentences that the cultivators in the sky heard before they died. Otherwise, they might have understood something. It's just that, at this point, whether they understood it or not, whether they were bold or cowardly, there was no way back. From the moment they stepped into the array formation on the periphery of the Valley of No Return, if they did not retreat on the spot, then there would be no chance to retreat in the future. Yang Chen knew what was fundamental. As long as he refined the corpse dump of the immortal slaying platform, everything could be solved from the root. Therefore, he was not in a hurry at all. Not only did he walk slowly, but he also simulated the aura of the executioner, deceiving so many blood corpses along the way. The guys who followed in were not so lucky. What Yang Chen could do, not everyone could do. The cultivator walking in the front completely released his spiritual consciousness and explored around. At this time, it didn't matter if Master Yang knew it or not. Even if he knew, so what? Could it be that Master Yang could go back? His spiritual consciousness explored the surrounding mountain walls. There was no problem in front, but when he took the initiative to explore the blood river with his spiritual consciousness, he immediately realized that something was wrong. A violent killing intent directly penetrated into his own sea of consciousness, and in an instant, the cultivator couldn't act autonomously. He staggered 2 steps, then his body tilted and plunged into the blood river. After a few bubbles in the blood river, the whole person disappeared without a trace. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd, until the 5th cultivator involuntarily fell into the blood river. Only then did someone realize that this blood river could not be explored with spiritual consciousness at all. This was still a cultivator at the Heaven Immortal or Xian Immortal level. If it was replaced by those in the mortal world, it was feared that their sea of consciousness would be shattered immediately. Even if they were lucky, they would end up with a total loss of consciousness, just like Wen Qian in the past. In fact, Wen Qian became an idiot because she took the initiative to send her spiritual consciousness into the blood river of Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, and was given by Yang Chen to the head of the palace as a double cultivation Dao companion. The cultivators behind learned again, and did not dare to release their spiritual consciousness. They only used their own 5 senses. While carefully moving forward, they wondered how Grandmaster Yang knew this. Since it was okay to walk, it was okay not to explore indiscriminately. A few of them followed this restriction, but the pace of their feet accelerated a lot. As long as they walked fast, they could always catch up with Grandmaster Yang. After running for dozens of miles along the way, they felt that Grandmaster Yang should not be far ahead. A cultivator inadvertently glanced to the side, and then he was shocked. Not far from him in the blood river, there was a blood-red figure holding a ghost head blade. How the blood corpse appeared, none of them found it. Even if all of them had a heaven immortal cultivation base, in addition to their spiritual consciousness, their eyesight was excellent, and their hearing was amazing, but they did not find the movement of the blood corpse. In the midst of the shock, their heartbeat was a little faster, and their breathing was a little faster. Then, the 3 cultivators in the front were horrified to find that the 3 of them had been surrounded by more than a dozen blood corpses. Some of these blood corpses stood in the blood river, some stood on the shore, and some appeared directly on the mountain wall. How they appeared, everyone had no feeling at all, as if there were so many blood corpses around in an instant. They are zombies, be careful. Someone finally saw through the true face of the blood corpse and hurriedly shouted. When they heard the cry of their companion, the other 2 cultivators' eyes lit up, and then countless good talismans appeared in their hands in an instant. With a wave of their hands, hundreds of talismans that were specially used to suppress zombies were densely covered on more than a dozen blood corpses, and none of them escaped. On the forehead of each blood corpse, there was one more of the strongest soul-suppressing talisman. Chapter 2208. Ordinary zombies would not be able to cause any trouble under the suppression of this kind of soul-subduing talisman. However, the blood corpses here had just killed a lot of Heaven Immortal and Xian Immortal cultivators. The 3 cultivators did not dare to be careless at all. They took out all the talismans they had and stuck them all on the blood corpses. To be on the safe side, they also made dozens of soul-subduing talismans on the spot. In addition to the foreheads, they stuck many of them on the bodies of the blood corpses. The blood corpses did not move after being stuck with the soul-subduing talismans. It seemed that these soul-subduing talismans were really effective. The 3 people once again formed a small circle and looked at the blood corpses back to back. Seeing that there was no movement from them, they let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. It was this sigh of relief that caused a big problem. The dozens of blood corpses that were originally motionless stretched out their hands and did the same action. They raised their sabers and slashed down. Their movements were swift and they were completely unaffected by the soul-subduing talismans. On the contrary, the soul-subduing talismans on the blood corpses turned into fragments after the blood corpses made their move and flew in the air. After flying for a while, these fragments completely turned into powder. The dozens of blood shadows were divided into 3 parts. The 3 cultivators each suffered a few of them. The blood shadows were directly aimed at the breath that they spat out. However, after the blood shadows passed through the breath, they also slashed their throats. The blood shadows were not aimed at their bodies, but at their sea of consciousness. Every blood shadow that appeared in their sea of consciousness was an extremely clear ghost head saber that completely shattered the sea of consciousness of the 3 people. At the last moment, a few words vaguely appeared in the ears of the 3 people. It sounded like every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Unfortunately, it only rang once before they couldn't hear it anymore. The 3 cultivators who were back to back had faces full of horror. There did not seem to be any injuries on their bodies, but they had completely lost their breath. The 3 corpses did not fall because they were back to back. However, the 3 corpses that were still standing were even more horrifying. By the time the cultivators behind arrived, there was nothing else here except for the 3 corpses that were leaning against each other. However, this strange situation was getting more and more unsettling. Yang Chen walked steadily, neither fast nor slow. He had already seen no less than 1,000 blood corpses, and this was not even half of the Valley of No Return. The blood corpses had completely regarded Yang Chen as one of them. The same color, the same aura, the same immortal beheading saber, and the living aura that Yang Chen had concealed, were almost no different from the blood corpses. Whether it was the surrounding valleys or the blood river, they had almost no effect on Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen used his spiritual sense to explore the blood river, the result was the same. Even if there was a killing intent invasion, Yang Chen just easily sent this killing intent to the immortal beheading saber and let the second primordial spirit deal with it. Along the way, there was no danger. Yang Chen didn't care about the fate of the cultivators behind him. He just walked forward step by step, waiting for the immortal beheading platform to throw away the corpses. That was the place where Yang Chen had to spend a lot of effort. Elder brother Li Cheng had already calculated the time for him. It was almost 1,000 years or so. For a few days, Yang Chen did not sleep or rest, and finally saw his destination. Not far in front of him was a huge platform, which had the familiar color of the immortal beheading platform. The platform was located in the middle of the Valley of No Return, and the source of the Blood River was also on that platform. It was divided into two streams, flowing from the side where Yang Chen came from and the other side. Yang Chen jumped onto the platform. The platform was very large, with a radius of hundreds of feet. In the middle of it was a huge pool of blood, which was full of tumbling blood. The blood river on both sides flowed down from here, all the way to the mouth of the valley. But for some reason, the blood river would disappear out of thin air when it reached the mouth of the valley. Perhaps it returned directly to this place and started flowing again. Otherwise, so much blood would have already coagulated a long time ago. Above the pool of blood, there was a square opening, from which Yang Chen could clearly see the situation inside. Above it was the immortal beheading platform, and Yang Chen could not be more familiar with the scene inside. With one chop, the condemned prisoner's head would first fall into the pool of blood from this square opening, followed by the corpse. From Yang Chen's direction, he could still see the familiar immortal beheading saber, which was still placed on the twin dragon frame, emitting a hair-raising aura, as if looking at the saber would make people imagine the scene of their own neck being chopped. Elder brother Li Cheng did not say what to do here, but Yang Chen was very clear that he must not enter the immortal beheading platform, at least not now. He had already cultivated, and once he entered the immortal beheading platform, there was no chance for him to come out. Standing at the edge of the pool of blood, Yang Chen thought for a moment, and without saying anything, he grabbed the immortal beheading saber and walked directly into the pool of blood. Not long after, the pool of blood completely submerged Yang Chen, and from the outside, no trace of Yang Chen could be seen. 2 days after Yang Chen entered the blood pool, the figures of 4 cultivators appeared on the platform where the blood pool was located. If Yang Chen had been paying attention to the movements behind him, he would definitely be able to recognize that among these 4 cultivators, 3 were the 3 Xian Immortal experts, and the remaining one was also a Xian Immortal, but he was more solitary, and did not join their small circle. The 4 cultivators were all the most scheming people, and along the way, they had been lagging far behind, watching the impatient cultivators help them take the lead. Whatever lessons they learned, they would apply them at the first moment, and finally, they found the right method. Learning from Yang Chen, they let the blood qi and killing intent enter their bodies, disguised themselves as zombies, and came here. Seeing the situation here, the 4 cultivators' faces were full of joy. Needless to say, this must be the end of Grandmaster Yang's adventure. The 4 cultivators each occupied a direction, and each of them had their own thoughts. Coincidentally, everyone saw the immortal beheading saber on the double dragon rack at almost the same time. The ghost head saber in the hands of the blood corpses they had seen along the way was exactly the same as this immortal beheading saber. With such obvious characteristics, if everyone could not see that the immortal beheading saber was the real body, then they would be in vain as Xian immortal cultivators. The ghost head sabers in the hands of the blood corpses were already so powerful, so what more needed to be said about the real body here? The lone Xian immortal cultivator didn't even think as he flew into the square opening. Once the figure entered, he immediately disappeared, at least the other 3 Xian immortal cultivators could no longer see him. When this scene fell into the eyes of the 3 Xian immortal cultivators, they immediately understood that Grandmaster Yang must have entered the same way as that fellow. The 3 Xian immortal leaders originally planned to play it safe, but after seeing the last treasure, they finally let down all their guards. With the thought of not being taken by others, they rushed into the square entrance and disappeared. Chapter 2209. The 4 Xian immortal cultivators entered the immortal beheading stage. Yang Chen knew it clearly from the blood pool. Those who could enter the immortal beheading stage, other than the executioner, only had one identity, and that was the pending death row prisoner. Without Yang Chen, the executioner, the 4 Xian immortal experts could only wait in a pending state. Regarding the greed of these guys, Yang Chen didn't feel sorry at all. He only had one point of doubt now, where the immortal beheading stage through the corpses, other than the executioner's corpse that turned into a blood corpse, the other corpses had all disappeared. What was going on? At first, Yang Chen thought that the corpses were all in the blood pool, but when he sank to the bottom of the blood pool, he only saw pure blood, not a single corpse. No one could tell Yang Chen, even brother Li Cheng, who was most likely to know the answer, was also in the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen couldn't ask even if he wanted to, he could only rely on himself to explore everything. When he was in the immortal beheading stage, Yang Chen couldn't see the corpses below. But when he was below, he could clearly see the top. The more it was like this, the more Yang Chen coveted the immortal beheading saber on the twin dragon rack. However, Yang Chen also knew that with his current ability, it was not enough to completely control the saber. However, he had already refined the entrance to the immortal slaying platform. Right now, he was standing at the place where the immortal slaying platform's corpse was thrown. Once he refined the corpse, he could refine the other entrance to the immortal slaying platform in the immortal world. Without thinking about where the corpses were, Yang Chen began to use the space refining technique, together with the Merit Sutra, to refine the corpse-throwing entrance of the immortal beheading stage. This square corpse-throwing entrance was only a few feet in radius, much smaller than the huge space entrance of the demon beast space. Logically speaking, it should be much simpler than the exit of the demon beast space. But Yang Chen knew that this corpse-throwing entrance was probably not simple at all, otherwise brother Li Cheng wouldn't have asked him to prepare for 1,000 years. It had only taken him a few hundred years to refine the demon beast space. In other words, according to big brother Li Cheng's estimation, the difficulty of refining this corpse dump was several times higher than refining the exit of the demon beast space. The first step was to establish a simple connection. This was the simplest step in the refining process. As long as this connection was established, there was no need for Yang Chen to stay in this place. He could refine it at any time. There were no longer any cultivators capable of disturbing Yang Chen. With the exception of the 4 foolish fellows who had entered the immortal slaying platform, all the cultivators who had followed Yang Chen in had been turned into corpses. What Yang Chen did not know was that those corpses only existed for a short period of time. Not long after, they completely turned into soil and no longer existed. Only some ownerless magic treasures were left lying alone on the ground, allowing the blood chi to invade them. Now, Yang Chen could use many times more merit points than when he was refining the demon beast space. This also meant that the merit points could play a much more important role in refining the corpse dump entrance of the immortal slaying platform. What Yang Chen did not expect was that when he started refining the corpse dump entrance, the entire immortal slaying platform and the entire Valley of No Return seemed to have a response. The long blood rivers in both directions suddenly began to flow backwards, returning to the blood pool on the platform, and kept surging. And in the immortal slaying platform, the immortal beheading blade on the twin dragon brackets also began to tremble. Even if Yang Chen looked up from below the corpse dump entrance, he could still see it clearly. The movement in the Valley of No Return was beyond Yang Chen's expectations. The most surprising thing was that when all the blood rivers returned to the blood pool, the blood corpses all appeared and gathered towards the platform. Yang Chen was directly pushed to the top of the blood pool by the surging blood pool. The blood that gushed out from the blood pool formed a huge blood-colored platform. Yang Chen sat on the blood platform, and the corpse dump entrance was within reach. The blood corpses that gathered over were arranged into 2 very neat square formations, one in each direction of the valley below the platform. There were about 10,000 blood corpses in each square formation. At a glance, it was simply an army of 2 blood corpses. Not to mention anything else, just 20,000 pairs of blood-red eyes radiating blood-red light concentrated on Yang Chen alone could bring great pressure to people. That was because Yang Chen had already experienced such a big scene, so he was not frightened by the gazes of so many blood corpses. "Seniors, please wait a moment." Faced with this situation, Yang Chen said loudly, "When this junior refines this corpse dump entrance, I will free you seniors." It was not known whether the blood corpses recognized Yang Chen's identity or because of this sentence, but the blood corpses did the same action. They stretched out their hands, raised the saber, and threw it to the platform where Yang Chen was. The sound of clanking was endless. In a flash, the surroundings of the blood pool on the platform were nailed with blood-red immortal beheading sabers. These were all entities condensed from the saber intent murderous aura, but they were distributed very evenly, surrounding the blood pool. Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber also seemed to float uncontrollably at this time and stopped in front of Yang Chen. Tens of thousands of immortal beheading sabers condensed from blood chi and saber intent murderous aura, each emitted a thin red line and connected with Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber. Not only that, even the immortal beheading saber in the immortal beheading platform also had a wisp of red line, penetrating the corpse dump entrance and connecting with the immortal beheading saber in front of Yang Chen. What was going on? Yang Chen was startled, but he quickly calmed down. Since these seniors didn't make a move, it meant that they didn't want to harm him, so it was conceivable that they were helping him. In the blood pool, a wave of blood chi also rushed into Yang Chen's body, just like the blood corpse's saber intent surged in his body. At this point, Yang Chen had no other choice. He sat cross-legged and circulated his energy. On one hand, he dissolved the blood chi in his body, on the other hand, he controlled the immortal beheading saber, and on the other hand, he began to refine the corpse dump entrance of the immortal beheading platform. It wasn't just Yang Chen. His second primordial spirit had already directly sunk into the sea of saber intent murderous aura, frantically absorbing it, and at the same time taking the opportunity to refine it. What each red line transmitted over was the purest saber intent. This saber intent could always refine the immortal beheading saber a little more. The hard material of the diamond chakram was also undergoing a fundamental change under the dual refinement of the blood chi and saber intent. Of course, the most important thing was the saber intent transmitted from the red line connected to the saber in the immortal beheading platform. It was because of this trace of saber intent that the saber intent on the tens of thousands of immortal beheading sabers could condense to the purest and most essence. It was also because of this trace of saber intent that the entire body of Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber could be refined. Yang Chen closed his eyes and automatically circulated the golden body secret art, dissolving the blood chi in his body. He didn't notice the passage of time at all. Chapter 22:10. Of course, Yang Chen did not forget the most important goal. The golden body secret art was nothing more than the Yun marrow pill that Yang Chen took. It could be said that Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness was all condensed on the place where the corpse was thrown, and it was frantically refining. Xiao Tian has already eaten a meal of murderous aura and returned to the Dragon Tower to slowly digest it. In the Valley of No Return, at this moment, there was only one living thing, Yang Chen, and tens of thousands of blood corpses. Apart from the surging figures in the blood pool, there was no other noise. The more this was the case, the more empty and quiet the surroundings were, even the silence was a little scary. Yang Chen has been completely immersed in the process of refining and was completely unaware of the changes in the Valley of No Return. After a period of time, there would be a bloody immortal beheading blade on the platform that completely disintegrated, and then turned into a blood shadow that completely entered the immortal beheading blade in front of Yang Chen. Among the blood corpses below the platform, at this time, there would be a blood corpse that completely fell to the ground, and the blood color on the body slowly dissipated, turning into a normal old man's corpse. When the blood color of the whole body faded, the old man's corpse would automatically rush into the immortal beheading blade, as if knowing that this was the temporary burial place that Yang Chen had prepared for them. The collapse of each immortal beheading blade meant that the immortal beheading blade in front of Yang Chen would have a little more sharpness. Yang Chen's body also began to change color. First, it was completely blood red, slowly faded, and then slowly turned into blood red, and then began to slowly fade again, the whole process repeated and repeated. However, Yang Chen was refining the corpse here, but within the scope of the formation of the entire Valley of No Return, the killing intent was more than 10 times stronger than usual. Those who have studied the clues of the Valley of No Return for a long time outside did not find the answer, but were driven by greed. As soon as they came in, they were attacked by the blood. Even if they kept resisting, they could not bear it. After a few dozen miles, they would completely turn into a blood corpse and then melt into the blood-colored soil. The entire range of the Valley of No Return had become the most ferocious place. There was killing intent everywhere. As long as a living creature entered, it would be attacked by the boundless killing intent back and forth, completely annihilated. It was already one of the spirit world's 3 great danger zones, and only 1 in 10,000 dared to enter it. After devouring over 1,000 cultivators of various levels for over a decade, no other cultivators dared to casually enter. Even though they knew that Yang Chen's family was inside, they didn't dare to come in and check it out. This time, Yang Chen sat there for 50 years, continuously refining. The immortal beheading sabers on the platform shattered one by one. The blood corpses below became normal one by one and threw themselves into the immortal beheading sabers. Finally, after the last blood corpse became completely normal, Yang Chen completed the simplest connection to the corpse disposal port. The timing was very coincidental. It seemed that the prerequisite for Yang Chen to establish this spatial link was to get rid of all the blood corpses. However, thinking about it, it was normal. These blood corpses and the immortal beheading platform were originally one, or this was the true establishment of a connection. Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber had completely turned blood red, no longer the black material of the diamond chakram. After the tempering of tens of thousands of saber intents from the ancestors, Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber finally recovered its original sharpness, and even surpassed it. On the blood-colored blade, from time to time, a burst of blood-colored light flashed, making people shudder. Yang Chen, who stood up, seemed to be a little unused to it. He was fully focused on refining the corpse disposal port, and his mind didn't think about anything else. At this time, he had to slow down to understand what was happening. Yang Chen saw the changes in the immortal beheading saber and communicated with his second primordial spirit to understand the current state of the immortal beheading saber. It could be said that if there was another expert like Elder Feng, Yang Chen's saber would definitely not have the same blunt effect as before, and it would only be cut in half. The blood river killing intent carried by the second primordial spirit was full, and now it was still a little indigestion. These saber intents and killing intent were now stored in the immortal beheading saber, waiting for the second primordial spirit to slowly refine them. As for Yang Chen's body, under the nourishment of the golden body secret art for 50 years, and under the tempering of the blood chi saber intent for 50 years, it had made another progress. It was no longer the kind of muscular appearance, and it had once again become a well-proportioned figure. After a little inspection, Yang Chen couldn't help but be happy. The golden body secret art was already equivalent to the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the late stage of heaven-raising strength. As long as he broke through again and reached the peak of heaven-raising strength, he could cultivate the secret technique of Kwa Yi. His whole body was full of strength, even if he sat for 50 years, he would not be numb. This was the effect of the Yunji pill that Yang Chen refined before his departure. Although it was only a first-grade refinement, it was a medicinal pill for Big Brother Li Cheng's assessment, and its effect was close to that of the ordinary 7th-grade Yunji pill. What surprised Yang Chen the most was the corpse-dumping mouth of the immortal beheading platform. Yang Chen established a connection and found that the seemingly square corpse-dumping mouth was not what it looked like, but there were 2 layers. In the middle of the 2 layers, there were many things. As for what it was, Yang Chen didn't have time to see it. 50 years and it has this effect, it looks good. The familiar voice of Big Brother Li Cheng sounded in Yang Chen's ears. At this time, it was estimated that only Big Brother Li Cheng could appear. Big Brother. Yang Chen called very intimately, and he was not surprised at all. If someone could grasp the point so accurately, it would be Big Brother Li Cheng. Not bad, a little faster than I thought. Big Brother Li Cheng praised, and then began to look around. The blood pool was still a blood pool, but Yang Chen was very clear that a lot of essence was missing in it, and it was all absorbed by himself and the immortal beheading saber. The surrounding world was still blood red, and the killing intent was 10 times sharper than before. However, without the sudden burst of killing intent from the blood corpses, this kind of killing intent was stable to this extent, and there would not be much change. If you are willing to let your beautiful wives and concubines suffer, it is not bad to practice here. Big brother Li Cheng casually reminded, believing that young Chen would also make the right choice. Big brother, where is the netherworld you mentioned? Young Chen released Gong Sunling and asked her to send out all the women, while he asked Big brother Li Cheng. The netherworld was the key to the advancement of the Earth Dragon, and it was related to the safety of Chunyang Palace, so he couldn't be careless. Isn't this it? Big brother Li Cheng pointed to the blood pool and replied casually. Young Chen was speechless for a while, but he also understood that these blood pools without purification were still of great benefit to the Earth Dragon. Big brother Li Cheng was absolutely not lying. What about Tianyuan elixir? Young Chen continued to ask. Until now, Young Chen had not seen where Tianyuan elixir was. What do you think? This time, Big brother Li Cheng did not answer, but looked at Young Chen with a smile and asked. Chapter 22:11. Elder brother Li Cheng said that Tianyuan Dan was here, just at the place where the immortal executioner stage was dumped, but Young Chen did not see one now. Of course, Young Chen did not search the entire Valley of No Return, but things like medicinal pills were unlikely to be put outside, right? Except for one place that Young Chen had not seen, other places have been directly judged by Young Chen as impossible. Even if there is a jade bottle to store medicinal pills, it is impossible to withstand the invasion of this kind of killing intent outside for a long time. Don't you see that many cultivators' magic weapons have been contaminated by the invasion? Exposed to the outside for a long time, any medicinal pills would be destroyed. The place that he had not seen was the middle of the mezzanine where the corpse was dumped. Young Chen has not had time to examine this place carefully. Since elder brother Li Cheng said so, it was impossible for Young Chen to take a good look at it. It was very strange. Why would there be a mezzanine here, which Young Chen could not imagine? What was the significance of this mezzanine? Was it because he was afraid that the body would fall to pieces after falling, so he deliberately added a buffer in the middle? There were only a few rows of shelves in the mezzanine. When Young Chen's spiritual awareness explored it, he was immediately stunned in place. On the shelf, there were rows of neatly arranged objects that looked like miniature people. However, all of the miniature people did not have heads. This thing was very familiar, and Young Chen's mind immediately appeared the appearance of the Tianyuan Dan that he had seen twice before. It seemed that at that time, elder brother Li Cheng gave Lady Fanghua the Tianyuan Dan that he gave to Xiao Tian looked like this, a golden medicinal pill that looked like a little person without a head. These are all of them. Young Chen couldn't believe the results of his spiritual awareness exploration, and couldn't help but stutter and ask. Yes. Although elder brother Li Cheng did not see Young Chen enter the mezzanine, he also knew that Young Chen must have explored it with his spiritual awareness, and quickly replied all of them. How can there be so many? Young Chen couldn't imagine, how could there be so many Tianyuan Dan? How was it possible to refine something like this? Why is it here? What do you think the heavenly Yuan pill is? Big brother Li Cheng smiled slightly and asked again. In the corpse dump of the immortal beheading stage, the appearance of the heavenly essence pill was still that of the little man who had his head chopped off. If Young Chen still couldn't guess what the heavenly essence pill was, then Young Chen wasn't a qualified alchemist at all. However, this reality was a little too cruel, so much so that Young Chen couldn't accept it for a while. That's right, it was unacceptable, not unbelievable. The heavenly essence elixir is the elixir left behind by the immortal slaying stage after the immortal slaying stage killed an infinite tribulation true immortal. Li Cheng knew that Young Chen understood what the heavenly Yuan Dan was, but he definitely didn't know the specifics. He needed Li Cheng to explain it to him. Only 10,000 tribulation true immortals have it. Young Chen caught the words in Li Cheng's mouth and asked quickly. Only 10,000 tribulation true immortals have them. Li Cheng nodded heavily. Now you understand why the heavenly Yuan Dan can be used to help with cultivation. It's much better than your millennium pill and centennial pill. Did Li Cheng need to say that? Young Chen almost couldn't help complaining. The essence left behind by the body of an infinite tribulation true immortal was, of course, thousands of times more powerful than the evil killing beads left behind by the demonized monsters in the devil realm. If this could not help with cultivation, what else could? It's best for each cultivator to use 1, 2 at most. Don't be greedy. Big Brother Li Cheng continued to remind Yang Chen at the same time, so, you'd better be careful when you choose. Don't take them casually. Yang Chen nodded. Each person could only use one or two. With so many heavenly Yuan Dan, Yang Chen, of course, had to choose carefully. However, he only knew the identity of the infinite tribulation true immortals he had killed. He definitely didn't know the identity of the previous executioners. How could he distinguish them? Only those you killed are left here. Li Cheng's words rang out at the right time, so Yang Chen immediately had a target to choose. I've taken all the previous ones. In addition, I also took one of the ones you killed. Yang Chen had killed hundreds of infinite tribulation true immortals. It was not too much for Big Brother Li Cheng to take one, so Yang Chen didn't take it seriously at all. But the next moment, Yang Chen jumped up at once. Which one did you take? Guess. Big Brother Li Cheng smiled and gave Yang Chen a smile that made him feel defeated. No way. Yang Chen immediately put on a long face. His divine senses began to explore the neatly arranged heavenly Yuan Dan. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, from the first to the third place, there should have been a Tianyuan pill, but now it was empty, leaving only a gap. After confirming this, Yang Chen couldn't help but turn to Big Brother Li Cheng. He looked as if he was about to cry. How can you be so knowledgeable? Yang Chen really admired his sworn brother. What kind of good things could not escape his eyes? It could be said that the one that attracted Yang Chen the most was already in the hands of Big Brother Li Cheng. It was even possible that Big Brother Li Cheng had already taken it. At this time, the women had come out of the demon realm from the mountain river geographical map. As soon as they came out, they found that Yang Chen was acting pitifully in front of Big Brother Li Cheng. They didn't know what had happened, so they didn't care about the killing intent around them. They surrounded him and asked. Nothing. Yang Chen's face returned to normal. He smiled at the women and let them adapt to the environment here first. Although all the blood corpses had been collected and the mouth of the corpse disposal was temporarily controlled, the blood chi and killing intent here were still very strong. Not everyone could bear it. The one who had the biggest reaction was Lin Zhengyuan. The sudden killing intent from all directions made him nervous. However, the soil, rocks, and even the river here were releasing a murderous aura. He couldn't tell which enemy it was at all. After a moment of confusion, he first shouted at the top of his lungs, then fell silent. He looked around blankly, as if he was thinking about something. Ao Lan and Ao Lai did not have much of a reaction. They only put up their guard for a while. After that, they ignored them and slowly adapted to the environment. On the other hand, after Madame Bai and her group came out, Madame Bai fanned her face veil in disgust. She didn't like the smell and atmosphere here. However, everyone was an expert among cultivators. Naturally, they understood the benefits of adapting to this environment. So, even though Madame Bai didn't like it, she still stayed here and didn't return to the mountain river geographical map. She just circulated her energy to resist, not letting the killing intent invade her body. Chapter 22:12. After all the women settled down, Yang Chen strongly warned and stopped them from entering the immortal beheading platform. Then, he sat down alone and began to think about how to choose the primordial heaven elixir for the women. Among all the innumerable tribulation true immortals he had killed, Yang Chen naturally looked forward to the three pure Dao ancestors Taishang Laojuan's elixir the most. According to the order that Yang Chen had killed, the three pure Dao ancestors' elixir should be the third last one. Unfortunately, there was only one empty seat now. The primordial heaven elixir of the Dao ancestors had been taken by Brother Li Cheng. That was why Yang Chen had such a big reaction. That was the primordial heaven elixir of the three pure Dao ancestors. Although he had no chance to be the disciple of the Dao ancestors, it was a unique opportunity to inherit the cultivation of the Dao ancestors in this way. Unfortunately, Big Brother Li Cheng had already snatched this opportunity away from him. Until now, Yang Chen began to wonder how Big Brother Li Cheng would know this, and how he could take the first step. How did he get the Heaven Yuan pill without refining the immortal beheading stage's corpse dump and establishing that kind of connection with the immortal beheading stage? What made Yang Chen even more incredulous was how Brother Li Cheng knew which immortals had been killed by him and which immortals had been killed by previous executioners. Even if he could calculate the age, how did Brother Li Cheng find the primordial heaven elixir of the 3 pure Dao ancestors accurately? Don't think about it. I know a lot of things, including many things that you don't know. Brother Li Cheng sat beside Yang Chen with 2 jade bowls in his hands. He handed one to Yang Chen and said, "Take out the wine. Drinking wine in this atmosphere is the most comfortable enjoyment." Murderous intent was like wine. Yang Chen didn't know how to evaluate Big Brother Li Cheng's interest. However, when he was an executioner, he often drank wine on the execution ground. It was indeed a special taste. He took out a jar of old wine and opened it according to Brother Li Cheng's request. He quietly waited for the murderous aura to invade the jar and turn the whole jar into blood red. Then, he poured wine for Brother Li Cheng and himself. The 2 of them held the jade bowls and gently clinked them against each other. Then, both of them drained their cups in one gulp. At this moment, even the jade bowl had turned the color of blood. It was as if 2 people were drinking fresh blood. It looked extremely hideous. Yang Chen was just puzzled from the beginning, but he did not doubt Brother Li Cheng. Brother Li Cheng specially came to explain. At this moment, the doubts in Yang Chen's mind had already disappeared with the bowl of wine. It seemed that it was normal for Brother Li Cheng to know these things. "Brother, what do you think I should choose?" Yang Chen asked Chen sincerely. Brother Li Cheng. To be honest, he was also hesitant between certain choices. Since Big Brother Li Cheng knew so much, it was appropriate to ask for his guidance. Since Brother Chen knew that Li spirit sect, Li cultivation. Big Brother Li Cheng didn't refuse and immediately said, "At least that luck can help you do a lot of things." The first one was the last one Yang Chen killed, the former Jade Emperor. Big Brother Li Cheng said this for Yang Chen's sake. Although the Jade Emperor had behaved like a coward on the immortal slaying platform, he was a real infinite tribulation true immortal with innate luck. Although he could not provide much help to Yang Chen in terms of fighting, he could help Yang Chen in improving his cultivation and other aspects. As for the second one, Big Brother Li Cheng was not polite at all. He commented one by one, "It depends on which one of them ranks first in your heart." "Are you?" Yang Chen called out Gaou without hesitation. There was no need for Yang Chen to hesitate. When he chose the first one, the second one would definitely be Gaou's. Choose the 2 most important ones, and distribute the rest as you see fit. Big Brother Li Cheng only picked the most important ones and didn't need to comment on the rest. Just see which one is suitable. For example, the one in the Moon Palace, I think she is very suitable for Shanshan. Fairy Chang-Yi lived in the Moon Palace. Yang Chen thought for a while and nodded. It was said that Chang-Yi was very cold, and so was Shanshan. The 2 women had similar personalities and the same element. They were both of the gold element. Speaking of which, it was quite appropriate. Big Brother, one person can use at most 1 or 2 heavenly primary pills. After solving the problem of Yang Chen's selection, Yang Chen couldn't let Big Brother Li Cheng go so easily. He pointed at Madame Bai and said with a bitter smile, "There are more than 1,000 girls over there. Big Brother, you can't just watch them die, right? You only left a few hundred for me. We can share them here and bring some back to the sect. You can't let her go empty-handed, can you? Don't you feel embarrassed?" "Ah, I forgot about them." Big Brother Li Cheng slapped his thigh and said regretfully. Seeing that there were more than 1,000 girls on Madame Bai's side, Big Brother Li Cheng couldn't help but frown. He said with a pained expression, "What a loss. She really can't bear to see me have something good. After I go up, I will settle the account with her. If I don't extort his bone marrow, I won't be surnamed Li." Although he was very reluctant, Big Brother Li Cheng agreed to help Yang Chen deal with Madame Bai. This was more than 1,000 heavenly primary pills. He didn't know how many Big Brother Li Cheng took in the beginning. Anyway, his current expression was very distressed. Just listening to the way he planned to deal with Ancestor Lu, he knew how unwilling he was. "Are we going to stay here for 1,000 years?" After finishing the business, Yang Chen asked this question. Yang Chen didn't need to stay near the space all the time. As long as he could establish a close connection in the early stage, he could refine it anywhere else. It was the same in the mortal world when refining the immortal beheading stage, the core of the demon continent, and the spiritual world when refining the entrance of the demon space, so Yang Chen wanted to know if it was necessary to stay here. There must be a lot of things to worry about outside. You won't have a chance to calm down if you go out. Big brother Li Cheng didn't care about this. He mainly considered from Yang Chen's point of view. In addition, if you go out and someone comes to ask for the secret of the Valley of No Return, are you going to give it to them or not? What if the other party makes a move? These were all practical issues that Yang Chen had to consider. The major sect was now busy dealing with the Zhao family, especially the mysterious Heaven sect. It was estimated that they were worried about Lin Zhongshuan's death. If the secret of the Valley of No Return was added, someone might really make a move. In this way, it was quiet here, and it could allow the girls to gain experience without being disturbed by the outside world. Even if someone had the ability to break in, with so many masters here, it was easy to get in but difficult to get out. It was just right to cultivate here, absorb the heavenly primary pills, and refine the immortal beheading stage. The top priority was to distribute the heavenly primary pills and let the girls start cultivating early. Chapter 22:13. When distributing Qianyuan Dan, Yang Chen did follow Big Brother Li Cheng's suggestion and took the Jade Emperor's Qianyuan Dan and gave the Queen Mother's Qianyuan Dan to Gaou. From the bottom of his heart, Yang Chen didn't want the Jade Emperor's Qianyuan Dan. Gaou had the Emperor's aura. If she used this one, the effect should be better. However, Big Brother Li Cheng said something later, which made Yang Chen completely accept this one. At least with that Emperor's fate, you can control so many beautiful wives and concubines around you. Big Brother Li Cheng said with a smile, and at the same time, he seemed to know Yang Chen's thoughts and added, the Emperor's aura is too hard and easy to break. If a Yu keeps cultivating like this, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. But the Queen Mother leads the harem of the heavenly court, and she also has the aura of the Emperor. The latter sentence was more useful than any words. As long as it was good for Gaou, Yang Chen would definitely accept it. Without saying anything, Yang Chen first gave the Qianyuan Dan of the Queen Mother to Gaou. Yang Chen took the Jade Emperor's one, Moon Lord Chang'e Fairy's one was given to Shishanshan, and Gong Sunling got the Qianyuan Dan of the Nine Heavens Fairy. There were not many Qianyuan Dan for the female immortals. Sun Qingxue chose the Longevity Star, and Zhu Xianying got the Sun Lord. The Murong sisters got the 5 Virtues Star, which happened to have all 5 elements. Shi Wushuang and Dao Junqi got the Fortune Star and the Fortune Star respectively, and with Sun Qingxue, they were the Fortune Star, and Longevity Star. Lady Fanghua got the Black Tortoise of the 4 Sacred Beasts, 28 disciples got the 28 constellations, just enough to cultivate the 28 constellations sky-splitting formation, and the remaining 2 got the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird of the 4 Sacred Beasts. Xiao Tian didn't fall. He was a dragon, but he didn't take anything else. He directly grabbed the White Tiger's Qianyuan Dan and swallowed it. White Tiger was in charge of killing, and Xiao Tian seemed to be just right. He had already swallowed one before, but Big Brother Li Cheng said that the dragon race was naturally blessed by the heavens, so it didn't matter if they took 2 or 3 more than ordinary cultivators. In fact, apart from the top 3, which belonged to the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother and the 3 pure Taoist ancestors, the others did not carry anything else at all. There was only the purest energy of essence of true immortal in innumerable tribulations. As long as the property was suitable, anyone could use it. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother's heavenly essence pills had more luck and the aura of an emperor. Queen Mother of the West was a true celestial emperor-empress and would be of great benefit to Gaou. Once she could absorb it, even the experts of the immortal world would be knocked down a great realm by her. Yang Chen did not know what was inside the Dao ancestor, nor did he want to know. He had a feeling that there must be a very close connection between Brother Li Cheng and the Dao ancestor. When a man achieved the Dao, his fowls and dogs would ascend to heaven. There must be those who followed Yang Chen. The 24 Penglai divine wood demons were his people who had been completely marked by Yang Chen. They usually looked after the house diligently and did not show their existence. However, Yang Chen would not forget them. The 24 Penglai divine wood demons divided the 12 primordial stars and 6 Ding and 6 Jiao, which was suitable for the 12 primordial stars sea-suppressing formation. In addition to Yang Chen's family, there were many guests here. For example, Madame Bai's group, Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and Lin Zhengyuan. The heavenly essence pills of Madame Bai and the others were taken care of by brother Li Cheng. There was no need for Yang Chen to worry. However, Yang Chen had to think about Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and Lin Zhengyuan. Yang Chen knew that those sent from the immortal world were Madame Bai, Lin Zhengyuan, and Zhu Xianying. There was no need to think about Madame Bai for now. Zhu Xianying was his wife. Yang Chen would definitely not mistreat her. As for Lin Zhengyuan, Yang Chen was thinking about how to deal with him. If Xiao Chen gave him the heavenly essence pills, he had to make him remember this big favor. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts? However, now that Lin Zhengyuan was muddle-headed, could he remember what Yang Chen had done? However, very soon, Yang Chen did not have to worry about this. Under the stimulation of the dense killing intent, Lin Zhengyuan was no longer the Lin Zhengyuan who did not think about anything. Previously, when he was fighting with the Great Desolate Sect's Elder Feng, Lin Zhengyuan had shown a period of thinking. It was just that the pressure at that time was not big enough, or it could be said that it did not last long enough. As a result, Lin Zhengyuan did not wake up from that muddled state. The Valley of No Return was filled with crazy killing intent. In such an environment where he could not find an opponent, Lin Zhengyuan started to think seriously again. Xiao Chen's face no longer looked like he did not think about anything. Instead, it slowly turned lively. This was a good thing. If Lin Zhengyuan could regain his consciousness here, Yang Chen would owe him a big favor. Not to mention the favor of taking care of Xiao Chen and preventing the spiritual realm's natives from humiliating him, just allowing Xiao Chen to regain his consciousness was a huge favor. Furthermore, this did not include the heavenly essence pills that Xiao Chen was going to give Xiao Chen. Based on Lin Zhengyuan's appearance, he would need at most 100 years in this Valley of No Return to recover. Yang Chen might as well prepare something for Xiao Chen first. Then, when Xiao Chen woke up, Yang Chen would throw an unparalleled benefit at him. He would not have to worry about not getting anything in return. Next would be Ao Lan and Ao Lai. It looked like there were 2 of them. However, if Xiao Chen really wanted to give Ao Lan 2 portions, she would definitely keep one for Huolong. That would be 3 portions in total. Ao Lai was a friend of Yang Chen's from the mortal world. He was much closer to Ao Lai than Ao Lan. Right now, Ao Lai was suppressed by Ao Lan in terms of cultivation, seniority, and status. He did not dare to resist at all. If he could raise his cultivation, Ao Lai's days would be better. However, this favor could not be given out on a whim. At the very least, Yang Chen had to get something in return. Having more dragon race helpers was not a bad thing. It all depended on what Ao Lan thought. Yang Chen only hid things from Ao Lan to a certain extent. This Valley of No Return was a secret land that Xiao Chen knew of. There were some things in there that could raise a cultivator's cultivation quickly. Furthermore, there were no disadvantages. Furthermore, they were guaranteed to reach the level of a myriad tribulation true immortal. Hence, Xiao Chen had to treat these things with caution. Speak, then. What do you want? Ao Lan had interacted with Yang Chen for a long time, so her character had become more straightforward. This was especially so when she faced Yang Chen. At most, I will stand by your side and advance and retreat together. We will fight to the death together. What else do you want? There is no need. This guarantee was more effective than anything else. If Ao Lan stood by Yang Chen's side, Yang Chen would definitely clap his hands and welcome her. This is for you. Yang Chen directly handed the Eastern Sea Dragon King's heavenly essence pill to Ao Lan. Then, he said honestly, this is a heavenly essence pill that contains all the essence of the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Senior Ao Guang. It is very beneficial to your cultivation. You can bring it with you to cultivate or swallow it directly. You can decide for yourself. Chapter 22:14. Ao Lan knew about Yang Chen's origins. Hence, she did not find it strange that Yang Chen could take out such an item. However, Aolan was still startled, nearly losing her composure. She goggled and stared at Yang Chen incredulously. Where is this place? A place that is somewhat connected. Yang Chen did not explain things that clearly. However, that was enough. Given the records left by the dragon race seniors, Aolan would definitely know where this place was. Aolan immediately turned serious. She even bowed in the direction of the blood pool in the middle. Then, she carefully put away the Eastern Sea Dragon King's heavenly essence pill. Just me. After Aolan put away the heavenly essence pill, she immediately asked Yang Chen for more. Aolai is still here. There is also that little brother of mine. You cannot let the two of them go empty-handed, right? Is there a need for you to say that? Yang Chen retorted unhappily. He knew that she would definitely want Fire Dragon's share. Aolai excitedly received the heavenly essence pill of another Dragon King. Aolan also received another heavenly essence pill for Fire Dragon. From the looks of it, there is no need to ascend to the immortal realm. When the Murong sisters' cultivation increases sufficiently, they will be able to reincarnate. Aolan looked very happy. She originally thought that it would take several thousand years or even longer. Unexpectedly, she saw hope so soon. Right now, Aolan stood on Yang Chen's side. It could be said that the dragon race of the astral realm stood on Yang Chen's side as well. When all these forces were added up, it would be sufficient to destroy the profound heaven sect. Xiao Chen did not know what other trump cards the Zhao clan had. However, after the lower realm experts of the various great sect clashed with them, they should not be too difficult to deal with. Of course, before doing all this, Yang Chen's first task was to refine the immortal killing platform's corpse. Xiao Chen had come to Valley of No Return for this. He could not forget about the proper matters. Madame Bai did not know what Big Brother Li Cheng had said. In any case, she had been smiling all this while. Her face was covered with a veil, and her smile could not be seen. However, her eyes, which had been curved and had not been opened normally, were sufficient to explain everything. Yang Chen had already explained to everyone that they should focus on improving their cultivation and not hold back. On the other hand, Gong Sunling had to refine the demon world as soon as possible. There wasn't much time left for everyone. In the Valley of No Return, under the stimulation of such a terrifying killing intent, everyone began to cultivate and gain experience. As for Yang Chen himself, he began to improve his cultivation while refining the Valley of No Return. While Yang Chen's family was calmly cultivating, the outside world was not so peaceful. Many things have happened in the past 50 years. The first was a clue about the Valley of No Return. As long as a cultivator knew that Grandmaster Yang had entered the Valley of No Return, they would more or less try to find records of the Valley of No Return in their possession or in the sect's collection. The Valley of No Return was one of the 3 great danger zones of the spiritual realm. Before it was recognized as a danger zone, there were still many people who did not believe it and wanted to go in and explore. For cultivators, this kind of place with a story, restrictions, and dangers usually meant that a fortuitous encounter was brewing. It all depended on who was lucky enough to be able to eat this fortuitous encounter. Soon, the major sect turned over a lot of speculations about the Valley of No Return from some old books. These were all done by the previous ancestors. Later, these cultivators also directly entered the Valley of No Return and never returned. Although they had no way to come out of the Valley of No Return, the research content they left behind was still a little useful. Many cultivators began to speculate bit by bit according to the clues left by their predecessors. However, although there were many speculations, none of them were true. Even if some of the previous cultivators made various possible inferences and came up with some safe ways to enter and exit, they had not come out of the Valley of No Return so far. Therefore, no one dared to believe them. For a time, the research on the Valley of No Return was stuck here. Inferring from Grandmaster Yang's previous practice, the Valley of No Return was definitely accessible. There was no doubt that there were great benefits inside, but no one knew how to go in and out. It was easy to go in, but difficult to come out. Didn't they see that there was no news of the cultivators who went in? After more than 10 years, the research on the Valley of No Return was finally slowly put down. They really couldn't find a suitable way, and they didn't know how Grandmaster Young knew the secret inside. Although the major sect did not focus on the Valley of No Return, they did not relax in other aspects. The first was the Zhao family. Ancestor Zhu Sheng of the mysterious Heaven sect led the masters of the major sect to enter the core of the trial ground. There was no news of them for 50 years, so everyone couldn't help but be afraid. However, the core of the trial ground was also one of the danger zones. The parties really didn't have the courage to send their disciples in. They could only wait outside. The only thing everyone could be sure of was that the Zhao family didn't make a big move, which meant that these ancestors should be restraining the Zhao family. The mysterious Heaven sect was still investigating the cause of ancestor Lin Zhongshuan's death. There was no other way. Ancestor Lin was simply too important. He had lost his life for no reason, so no sect would easily give up on him. Ever since the Zhao family's conspiracy was discovered, no sect in the spiritual world had the foundation to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Otherwise, if Zhu Shenglin and Zhongshuan's actions were spread to the heavenly court, it was unknown what kind of changes would be caused. While the mysterious Heaven sect was frantically investigating, the Black Tortoise Academy was also investigating. The son of the Great Elder, Liu Wuji, was identified by the Profound Heaven sect and the Great Wilderness sect as the murderer of Elder Feng. There was a recording of Liu Wuji's confession. At the same time, there was also material evidence, which was the 8 Revolution pill. However, the Black Tortoise Academy obviously didn't think so. That 8th Revolution pill was something that only the core higher-ups knew about. It was truly left behind by the seniors of Black Tortoise Academy. In the past, there was a similar senior who came down to the mortal world. The result was that he left behind some treasures for the Black Tortoise Academy. That 8 Revolution pill was one of them. Later on, it was kept by the Great Elder. However, this pill also became the evidence of a crime, which made the Black Tortoise Academy suspect that the mysterious Heaven sect didn't come here for Liu Wuji, but for this 8 Revolution pill. One must know that at that time, Lin Zhongshuan was seriously injured and his life was only kept alive by Yang Chen's Ganoderma Jade pill. This 8 Revolution pill had an incomparable effect on him. This was the truth. An 8 Revolution pill completely stabilized Lin Zhongshuan's injuries and he could even sit up and talk. This made people suspect that the mysterious Heaven sect didn't know that Liu Wuji had such a pill, so they deliberately framed him and took the pill. Chapter 22:15. However, Black Tortoise Academy could only swallow their anger for the time being. After all, Liu Wuji had personally admitted to many crimes. Although everyone in Black Tortoise Academy, including Liu Wuji's father, the Great Elder, did not believe that Liu Wuji had the ability to deal with a golden immortal expert with a killing curse, the things that he personally admitted could not be refuted in a short period of time. Of course, the things that Liu Wuji had done before could not be erased. After Liu Wuji's death, those experts who could not be killed by the curse and could only be bedridden miraculously began to recover at the same time. Among these people, there were many experts and disciples of Big Sect. Black Tortoise Academy would be in a terrible situation if these people were to cause trouble. Another thing that gave Great Elder a headache was that Liu Wuji did not only deal with the enemies outside, but also the experts within the sect. At the very least, there were no less than 10 people who had disagreements with Liu Wuji or were competitors with the Great Elder. Not to mention Liu Wuji, even the Great Elder could not afford to commit the crime of harming his fellow disciples. Therefore, he could only temporarily retreat with hatred and wait for the day when he could make a comeback. However, whether it was the sect master or the Great Elder of Black Tortoise Academy, they were not willing to admit that this matter was exposed by Profound Heaven sect. Every sect would protect their own people and Black Tortoise Academy was no exception. Especially when the core members of Black Tortoise Academy thought that Profound Heaven sect was only doing this for an 8 Revolution pill. Preconceived notions were very troublesome and it was almost impossible to get rid of them once they were certain. At that time, everyone knew about Lin Zhongshuan's injuries. If it wasn't for this 8 Revolution pill, he might not have been able to hold on until Great Master Yang finished refining the pill. Black Tortoise Academy could understand Great Wilderness sect's actions. Any other sect would also investigate the matter with great fanfare when one of their grandmasters disappeared inexplicably. In this regard, Great Wilderness Sect did a good job. It was just a simple investigation. Even after the investigation, they only sent Liu Wuji and the evidence of his crimes over without asking for anything else. It was precisely because Great Wilderness Sect did not ask for anything other than revenge that Black Tortoise Academy could accept it. However, Profound Heaven Sect could not forgive them for doing this just for an 8-revolution pill. Even though it was not the time to fall out with Profound Heaven Sect, the thorn in their hearts had been firmly planted. Lin Zhongshuan died well. The higher-ups of the Black Tortoise Academy were secretly delighted. Who told you to covet my family's 8-revolution pills? Now you're facing retribution, aren't you? Basically, the higher-ups of a super sect all had the same thought. If it weren't for this guy, how could they have suffered another loss in the Zhao family's lair? This fellow was truly too arrogant. So long as it was a mysterious immortal realm expert that had come into contact with him, they would be infuriated by his arrogant, despotic, and condescending attitude. At the same time, the mysterious Heaven Sect was still searching for Lin Zhongshuan's murderer both inside and outside the sect. The native slave who did this had already committed suicide, so they couldn't obtain any testimony from him. However, there were many cultivators who had come into contact with him, so they had to capture and interrogate them one by one. Sect Master Wu was already furious. Lin Zhongshuan's death made him sit on the crater of a volcano. If he couldn't find the culprit, then either Grandmaster Zhu Sheng would kill him when he returned, or he would be tortured to death by the Grandmaster after ascending. The dignified mysterious Heaven Sect couldn't even protect an injured disciple, so what was the use of having a sect master? The same thing had actually happened once in the mysterious Heaven Sect. It was also the Zhao family who took action and caught all the experts who were resurrected through the divine perching jade. At that time, the mysterious Heaven Sect master was still Sect Master Wang, and he almost collapsed because of this. After that, he was successfully plotted against by the Zhao family, and it was also because of this that he was stimulated. However, after decades of investigation, there were a lot of suspects, but no one had the chance to make a move. Every cultivator had the motive to make a move, but no one could really say who could really put it into practice. In the mysterious Heaven Sect, everyone was in danger. Everyone understood that on one hand, Sect Master Wu was investigating the cause of Grandmaster Lin's death, and on the other hand, he was wantonly eradicating dissidents. There was no other way. Sect Master Wu's foundation was too shallow. His biggest reliance was Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan. Now, Zhu Sheng was still in the core of the trial ground, and he didn't know when he would come back, but Lin Zhongshuan was already dead. Seeing that the position of the acting sect master was about to be lost, how could Sect Master Wu not take the initiative to gain the upper hand? When Sect Master Wu took the position, there were not many disciples in the mysterious Heaven Sect who truly supported him wholeheartedly. It was completely different from Sect Master Li's support rate of more than 90% at that time. One had to know that before Sect Master Li became the sect master, he had repeatedly made great contributions. In addition, at that time, there was Yang Chen's support behind him, and all kinds of benefits were sprinkled out like flowing water. How many people in the mysterious Heaven Sect were indebted to him, and how many people supported him? This kind of good popularity was absolutely not something that Sect Master Wu possessed. Even now, it was unknown how many disciples in the mysterious Heaven Sect stood on the side of Sect Master Wu in name, but in their hearts, they still thought of Sect Master Li. This was something that Sect Master Wu was well aware of. Sect Master Wu's ascension was really too impatient. If according to normal development, Sect Master Li would definitely ascend in 1 or 2,000 years. At that time, there was at least an 80% chance that Sect Master Wu would take over the mysterious Heaven Sect, which focused on tradition. Unfortunately, Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan who came from above paid too much attention to tradition. In addition, they suddenly enjoyed the taste of power and became muddle-headed, thinking that they could solve everything, which caused Sect Master Wu to be in an awkward situation now. If he wanted to gain recognition from inside and outside the sect, then he must have contributions that could be taken out. Sect Master Li did this in the past, but Sect Master Wu was unable to do it now. Therefore, for the sake of his current position, Sect Master Wu must do something to prove that he was worthy of the title of Sect Master. Internal cleansing was necessary, otherwise, he would not be able to sit in this position and fulfill his ambitions. Sect Master Li was still under house arrest and was said to be in seclusion. Once someone released Sect Master Li, it would be big trouble. However, for the time being, Sect Master Wu still did not dare to touch Sect Master Li, otherwise, it would be even more difficult to explain. He could only brandish the butcher's knife towards those disciples who were loyal to Sect Master Li. As long as it was someone who could threaten his position as Sect Master, they were all suspects, so he had to go to the Law Enforcement Hall first. The Law Enforcement Hall of the Mysterious Heaven Sect had become the busiest law enforcement hall in the entire spiritual realm. Every day, a large number of Mysterious Heaven Sect disciples were sent to court. At this time, it was the disciples with low cultivation who were lucky. After all, their strength was limited, and even if they had other thoughts, they did not have the ability. The real unlucky ones were those experts. However, if Sect Master Wu really brandished the butcher's knife in the sect, he was afraid that his position would become more and more unstable. At this time, Heavenly Dipper Great Elder Li came up with an idea. Chapter 22:16. The Celestial Gang Elders were only responsible for protecting the sect master and did not participate in the affairs of the sect. This was the tradition and the bottom line that the Celestial Gang Elders adhered to. From the beginning to the end, Zhu Shenglin Zongzun killed this disobedient one and that unpleasant one, but he never had any thoughts about the Celestial Gang Elders. The cultivators who purely did things and did not participate in any open and secret fights were in high demand in the eyes of any sect. The Celestial Gang Elders were like this. In fact, it was not Elder Li's initiative to propose the method, but he accidentally proposed it when he and another Celestial Gang Elder were studying a certain battle case. Among them, he used the words of killing with a borrowed knife, which happened to be heard by the worried Sect Master Wu. Killing with a borrowed knife, the accumulated depression in Sect Master Wu's heart was suddenly swept away. As long as it was not killed by himself, it was another matter if it was killed by an outsider. A large number of disciples who were not obedient and were purged were suspected of murdering Grandmaster Lin in the sect, but it was claimed that they were the culprits who broke into Chunyang Palace and destroyed the gate of Chunyang Palace. They were hidden very deeply and were only recently dug out. These masters were sealed and then sent directly to Chunyang Palace. The palace master of Chunyang Palace was not stingy. No matter how many came, he would kill them all, not for anything else, but to set up a fierce reputation for Chunyang Palace. Anyway, these people were sent by your profound heaven sect. If you said they were murderers, then they were murderers. Just kill them. On one side, they were happy to kill, and on the other side, they were proud of sending them out. Both sides were very satisfied. Similarly, other sect was also very satisfied. All sect members understood that Chunyang Palace and Profound Heaven sect could never be in cahoots. One was a new super sect that had risen in the mortal world, and the other was an old super sect that had no foundation. These two sects were now like fire and water. As long as Profound Heaven sect Master Wu stood firm and controlled the situation, then the next step would definitely be to kill Chunyang Palace. Everyone could see it, including Chunyang Palace. Now, everyone was facing the threat of the Zhao family together. Once there was no external pressure, the two sides would definitely fight each other. Chunyang Palace took the opportunity to weaken the power of Shentian sect, and Sect Master Wu used the hands of Chunyang Palace to eliminate dissidents. Both sides took what they needed. When people were impatient, they couldn't care about anything else. It was impossible for the Mysterious Heaven sect to only have the strength on the surface. Such a large-scale purge would definitely cause the sect's strength to decline greatly. In order to prevent others from misunderstanding that the Mysterious Heaven sect's strength had declined, Sect Master Wu directly absorbed the power of those sects that had secretly sided with the Mysterious Heaven sect into the Mysterious Heaven sect, allowing them to move from the dark to the light. These forces had always been outside the sect and had little to do with the sect. On the contrary, they were a group of effective forces that Sect Master Wu was most at ease with. A large number of them were developed by Sect Master Wu in the mortal world. They could almost be said to be his trusted aides. Suddenly, a group of strange masters or masters that no one had noticed before joined the mysterious heaven sect, which also attracted the attention of many sect, especially those sect that had been guarding against the mysterious heaven sect. When the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was destroyed, Yang Chen put the bodies of 3 masters of the Three River Alliance and the 10,000 Demons sect among the masters of the mysterious heaven sect. The Golden Immortal Grandmaster of the Chengkuan sect saw through it and informed several sect. This matter had been investigated, but it had never been investigated openly. At least, no one in the mysterious heaven sect knew about it. The first was the origin of the mask. At that time, several masters of the sect who were present brought back a small fragment and secretly investigated it according to its aura. Things during the Devil Tribulation were still a bit chaotic. It took a lot of effort to investigate, but everyone still got the results one after another. This kind of fragment was indeed obtained by the mysterious heaven sect from the spies of the Zhao family of the various sect. At that time, in order to put on a good show, Hall Master Zhu and the others went around in a big circle in the major sect, but they were still seen through by Sect Master Li. Those spies of the Zhao family were captured by the major sect, and some people had memories of these beasts. One sect even intercepted one. After the origin of the fragment was confirmed, it could basically be confirmed that the 3 masters were secretly hiding in the mysterious heaven sect. This also meant that the mysterious heaven sect was no longer so trustworthy. If Sect Master Li was in charge of the mysterious heaven sect, perhaps these sect who knew about it would not be so suspicious. However, the change of sect master in the mysterious heaven sect this time was too abnormal. It was just a change of sect master, but they actually killed all 3 core high-level members, including the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. This was a different matter. To put it nicely, it was an inevitable sacrifice when the sect transferred power. After all, a new emperor brought a new generation of ministers. To put it bluntly, this was clearly a plot to usurp the throne. Although the mysterious heaven sect could not be called a dynasty, the meaning was the same. As long as the major sect often reviewed the history, they would know what the Zhao family's method of devouring the major sect was. The 5 Elements sect was almost killed by Sect Master Kui, and then the Zhao family took over. The Holocaust sect was obviously plotted against, and then the Zhao family occupied the position of the sect master. The mysterious heaven sect was the same, but it was seen through by Sect Master Li at the beginning. When Sect Master Li took charge of the sect, everyone united as one, and caused a huge blow to the Zhao family. However, this Sect Master Wu suddenly took charge of the sect from the Earth Immortal Realm, and Sect Master Li claimed to be in seclusion. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be the same as the Holocaust sect in the past. Logically speaking, this was the method of Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan sent down from above, and the Zhao family should not be involved. However, everyone understood that the Zhao family had arrangements in the spiritual realm in the mortal world. Would the celestial world let it go? If Sect Master Wu came to power and immediately spared no effort to attack the Zhao family, then it would be fine. However, as soon as one side came to power, their ally, Chunyang Palace, was immediately attacked. Moreover, the sect masters of the major sect, including the mysterious heaven sect, had made a heart demon oath to ensure the safety of Chunyang Palace for thousands of years. Although it was Sect Master Wang who made the oath at that time, Sect Master Wu's move could not escape the suspicion of making Sect Master Wang agree to the oath. There was also a sense of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors. Then there was a large-scale purge in the mysterious heaven sect, and then a group of strange and previously unknown experts appeared. Thinking of the disappearance of the remaining disciples of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Demon sect, and the identity of the 3 cultivators behind the masks, it was hard to believe that there was no problem in the mysterious heaven sect. The mysterious heaven sect used the hands of Chunyang Palace to kill the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect, and the other sect also saw it. Everyone was very clear that they couldn't let things go on like this, otherwise it would definitely be big trouble in the future. Soon, several sect secretly sent messengers to Chunyang Palace. I also think there must be a trap in this. But these people have to be killed. The palace master did not hide anything from these messengers. After answering honestly, he immediately asked, "What do you think my Chunyang Palace should do?" Chapter 22:17. The words of the palace master were understood by all the special envoys. Since the Shen sect had sent these people over and also set this charge, then with the current strength of Chunyang Palace, they had to pinch their noses and accept it. Even if these guys were wronged, could the palace master say that this was an unjust and false case, and then find the Shen sect to reason with? Therefore, if the Shen sect said that these guys were the culprits of the destruction of the Chunyang Palace, then they were, even if they were not. There was no other way to deal with it, only to kill. Since a lot of them had been killed in the beginning, they must continue to kill now. Otherwise, the fierce reputation that Chunyang Palace had built with great difficulty would be lost. This was also the reason why the palace master helplessly asked these envoys what to do. Keep their lives and use a camouflage. The envoy of the Qiankuan sect immediately replied, I have a magic weapon here that can create some illusions. When they are killed, we will also appear and try to attract the attention of the representatives of the Shen sect. Chunyang Palace will secretly let these people go. I have no opinion on this. Of course, the palace master would not disagree with this. At least the representatives of the 10 super sect came secretly. How could they give this face? But there were still follow-up questions to be asked. What should we do after saving the lives of these masters of the Shen sect? This time, the envoys of the major sect were somewhat silent. From the bottom of their hearts, each of these masters wanted to pull into their own sect. Since these masters had already been the target of purging by the Shen sect, they would not return to the Shen sect in the future. With so many masters joining any sect, they would be welcomed. However, everyone was a little wary of each other. They could not watch these masters join a certain sect, which would affect the balance between the sect. However, if these experts were to be split up and join a few sects, there would be a situation where there would be too many mouths and it would be impossible to keep it a secret. Chunyang Palace would definitely not agree to this idea. At this time, Chunyang Palace did not have the strength to fight against Shen sect. Once Shen sect knew that Chunyang Palace was pretending to agree but secretly disobeyed, they would probably be wiped out. Since they couldn't swallow it, and they weren't willing to give it to others, and they couldn't split it up, there was only one way left. That was to push it all to a sect that wasn't strong enough to threaten everyone. For example, the Chunyang Palace in front of him was very suitable. Now, all the major sect had their suspicions about the mysterious Heaven sect. Although they hadn't pointed it out yet, their suspicions were already there. Those that the martial sect master wanted to purge must be people that everyone wanted to rope in. Moreover, many of them were famous experts who had fought against the Zhao clan. It would be a pity if they died just like that. Take them all in Chunyang Palace. In fact, everyone had considered this problem and met with each other. There was basically no objection. They sent this group of masters to Chunyang Palace, let them live incognito, hide secretly, and appear again when necessary. As early as before Yang Chen left, he had talked about this with the head of the palace. Therefore, everything that the palace master did was already arranged by Yang Chen. It was just to make such an appearance, and the major sect still had to agree. As for Elder Tiangang Li's sentence of killing with a borrowed knife, it was not accidental. It was a tacit understanding with Yang Chen in advance, just for this day. From the time Yang Chen buried the 3 bodies that did not belong to Shen sect, Yang Chen had expected this day. After Lin Zhongshuan's death, the martial sect master would definitely lose his composure and be impatient. As long as he was impatient, there would be no calmness, he would lose his wise thinking, he would make some stupid moves, and he would desperately want to prove something. All this would only prove one thing, that was, haste makes waste, and everything else was just a bubble. Because of the fight against the Zhao clan, no cultivators had ascended in the past 1,000 years. Everyone left their masters in the spiritual world to solve the crisis of the Zhao clan. If there were no cultivators ascending, then the immortal world would not know the current situation of the spiritual world, including the changes in Shen sect and the current situation of the Zhao clan. It was estimated that they were naive enough to think that as long as the Golden Immortal Masters and Great Principal Golden Immortal descended, they could solve all the problems, but they did not know the origin of their troubles. The major sect now had another worry, and that was the masters who followed Zhu Sheng into the core of the trial. Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan's performance was obviously to destroy the rhythm of Shen sect. There was more than an 80% chance that they were the Zhao clan's spies. It didn't matter that Lin Zhongshuan was dead, but Zhu Sheng had brought so many masters into the core of the trial. Who knew what kind of dangerous arrangements would be made? Once something happened to the golden immortal masters of the major sect, the Zhao clan would immediately sweep the world. Even if everyone sent people to ascend now and waited for the immortal world to arrange for the masters to descend, it would probably be too late. Therefore, all parties had begun to arrange for suitable disciples to ascend, and then arrange for some masters to be ready to descend at any time. As for the changes in Shen sect, the disciples of the major sect who had ascended had a tacit understanding not to mention it. Shen sect had already gained a huge advantage by controlling the heavenly court. Did they have to remind them to make their sect stronger and dominate the heavenly court longer? Since Shen sect had sent Zhu Sheng and Lin Zhongshuan, no one could be sure that the Zhao clan had not infiltrated the Shen sect. This was also one of the reasons why everyone had unanimously concealed the news. Anyway, no matter what happened to Shen sect in the spiritual world, everyone was happy to see the overall strength of Shen sect weakened. It was best if Shen sect and the Zhao clan perished together. That would be the most perfect outcome. In this situation, Chunyang Palace easily reached a secret agreement with the major sect. On the surface, they executed these purged masters according to the wishes of Shen sect, but in fact, they enriched their own sect and strengthened their own strength. There was also one thing that the representatives of the sect did not mention, and that was about the Valley of No Return. Yang Chen had entered the Valley of No Return for decades and had not come out. The cultivators who followed Yang Chen's family in had not received any news so far, and they did not know what was going on inside. However, Yang Chen's family had long been prepared, and they had already said that it would take 1,000 years. At this time, everyone could not ask the palace master of Chunyang Palace under the guise of concern. All parties could only rely on their own abilities to see if their own sect had found detailed records and could explore the Valley of No Return. Just when these masters who were stronger than Yang Chen and had better luck than Yang Chen were ready to enter the Valley of No Return, Yang Chen's family had already planned to leave. Chapter 22:18. Yang Chen has initially refined the corpse-throwing mouth of the immortal beheading platform, and there is no need to stay here and refine it at close range. In the Valley of No Return, there is still a murderous aura, but there has been a fundamental change. These murderous auras are only contaminated by the immortal beheading platform over the years. As long as Yang Chen refines the corpse-throwing mouth of the immortal beheading platform, it will become a tree without roots and water without a source, and slowly dissipate. During this period of time, while the corpse-throwing mouth of the immortal beheading platform has not been completely refined, it can still overflow murderous aura, and everyone can practice here. However, this kind of experience does not need to be accumulated for a long time. It is about 8 or 10 years. There is no need to spend a long time in such a place. If it is only Yang Chen's family, it is okay, but there is also Madame Bai in the team, so they need to consider their feelings. It is still necessary to practice, and everyone is at ease here to adapt to the invasion and deterrence of this kind of killing intent. In the future, they will have a greater resistance in this regard. Yang Chen himself, together with Gong Sunling, looked for a suitable feng shui treasure land for those blood corpses in the Mountain River geographical map. These blood corpses are the senior executioners of the immortal beheading platform, and they are colleagues that Yang Chen has never met. Yang Chen has promised to find a feng shui treasure land for them to be buried in peace before. At this time, he naturally has to fulfill his promise. They are originally people of the mortal world and have never cultivated. If they are buried in the spiritual world, I am afraid that the slightly better feng shui treasure land has already been occupied. Even if it is not occupied, it will not last long after they are buried, it will be occupied by others. It is better to find a suitable treasure cave in the Mountain River geographical map. In the Mountain River geographical map, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling have the final say, so there will never be a problem that they worried about before. Yang Chen and elder brother Li Cheng have talked about this matter, and elder brother Li Cheng has no opinion on this and nodded directly. It is better to bury them in peace than to let them become blood zombies in this corpse-throwing place. Every blood corpse Yang Chen found a treasure cave with excellent feng shui and buried them one by one. Yang Chen also used the name of the younger generation to deal with the aftermath for them and did it meticulously. Strangely enough, the moment before Yang Chen buried them, these blood corpses all revealed the merit rings they wore on their fingers. From the looks of it, it seemed to be thanking Yang Chen for his kindness. Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony and kept the merit rings one by one. After burying all the blood corpses, he opened the merit rings one by one. Those who entered the immortal beheading platform had to be executioners from the mortal world. Back then, when they were selecting the executioners, they had deliberately chosen the ones with dirty hands and feet so that they wouldn't be able to come out after entering. Among the merit rings of these executioners, there were quite a few magic treasures in each of them. They were the natal magic treasures of the immortals they had killed in the past. The death row prisoners who were sent to the immortal beheading platform had all their magic treasures that could be taken away, leaving only their natal magic treasures behind. These were all taken advantage of by the executioners. Not every executioner understood the taboo of the immortal beheading platform. When they saw the good things left behind by the immortals, they all chose to keep these good things according to their habits and stored them in the merit rings. Now, these good things were all taken advantage of by Yang Chen. This was something that Yang Chen did not expect. He did not expect that there would be such a benefit. It must be known that the weakest prisoners who could enter the immortal beheading platform were golden immortals from the immortal world. Every magic treasure was the most desirable natal magic treasure of these cultivators. There were no less than tens of thousands of magic treasures left in these merit rings. Even Yang Chen, who had his eyes opened in the immortal world's heavenly court in his previous life, could not help but feel excited in the face of a large pile of good things that were 1,000 times better than the natal magic treasures of 99% of the cultivators in the spiritual world. While sighing at his good luck, Yang Chen could not help but be afraid. If he had not understood the taboo of the immortal beheading platform, he would not have thought about using these things from the beginning, so he would not have broken the corpses to find the natal magic treasure. Otherwise, seeing these things, how could Yang Chen resist the temptation? It must be known that at that time, as long as the guys in the immortal world were a little famous, most of them were in the immortal beheading platform. Not to mention, the natal magic treasure of the 3 pure Daoist ancestors, how could it not let Yang Chen snatch it at all costs? Xiao Tian could not stand it anymore and plunged into these magic treasures of the immortal world, like a drunkard who was the most addicted to wine, plunged into the wine jar and never wanted to come out again. Big brother. Yang Chen's eyes were radiating brilliance, and there was a faint flash of undisguised greed in it. Where are the natal magic treasures of the cultivators I killed? Where are they? Aren't you too greedy? Li Cheng looked up and down at Yang Chen, but did not forget to reach out to cover the Chenkuan bag he carried with him. This obvious action made Yang Chen immediately realize that those good things were in the hands of big brother Li Cheng. In an instant, Yang Chen's eyes emitted the most blazing and friendly light, and his expression became incomparably flattering. Big brother, when we meet, we will share half. I don't ask for anything else. Big brother, you have already taken the Qianyuan pill, then the old man's natal magic treasure will be given to me. The pagoda of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, the natal magic treasure of the 3 stars of fortune, fortune and longevity, and even the natal magic treasure of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, but all of these were not comparable to the natal magic treasure of the 3 pure Daoist ancestor. At this time, Yang Chen did not care about his face. If he could get the natal magic treasure of the 3 pure Daoist ancestors, Yang Chen would be willing to flatter Yang Chen 10,000 times. The words between the two were very low, and they were not afraid that the people around them would hear it. Even if they heard it, they probably wouldn't understand. But Yang Chen's flattering manner made the women snicker when they saw it. It must be a great benefit to make their husband make such an expression. Don't even think about it. Li Cheng refused Yang Chen very seriously. In addition, the things you just got, you have to give them to me after you are satisfied. I need to refine a magic treasure that can block the exit of the demon realm and the demon realm in the immortal realm. What? He could not get the good things in the hands of big brother Li Cheng, and even his own hands had to be taken out. It was simply bad news for young Chen. However, the matter of big brother Li Cheng was serious and could not be delayed. Even if young Chen was greedy, he knew the priorities. He handed a pile of merit rings to big brother Li Cheng with a painful face. Although he was reluctant, young Chen still took the things out. No matter how good the things were, they couldn't be compared to his own family. What big brother Li Cheng wanted to do could bring a more stable life for his family. In the future, he would no longer have to worry about trouble in the immortal realm. Li Cheng always took the things that young Chen gave with a smile, and he nodded secretly in his heart. Not everyone could resist this kind of temptation. The person he had chosen was really not bad. His efforts to nurture him were not in vain. But as compensation, I can allow you to choose one of the two choices. Big brother Li Cheng looked at young Chen's painful expression and wanted to laugh, but he did not forget to comfort young Chen. I will personally help you refine the immortal beheading saber, or I will pass the complete refining method of the universe treasure-raising secret to you. You choose. Chapter 22:19. He just got a lot of life source magic weapons of the immortal world masters, but now he had to take them out immediately. Even if young Chen knew that this was something that brother Li Cheng needed to do more important things, he still couldn't help but feel a little reluctant in his heart. However, the two choices given by brother Li Cheng immediately made young Chen no longer complain. With young Chen's current situation, it would take at least thousands of years to truly refine the current immortal beheading saber. This was also taking into account the situation of using Tianyuan pill to greatly improve his cultivation. The material of the diamond chakram was not so simple, even if there were tens of thousands of blood corpses helping to refine it with the saber intent and killing intent, it was the same. The current immortal beheading saber was at most resharpened, but it was not really grown into an immortal beheading saber. But the power was many times stronger than when he fought with Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness Sect. If he encountered the same situation again, young Chen could easily cut off Elder Feng's head with a knife. If brother Li Cheng helped, perhaps young Chen could save these thousands of years and directly use the most powerful immortal beheading saber. For young Chen, this was definitely a step to the sky. But the other option surprised young Chen even more. The complete version of the universe treasure fostering secret art. Young Chen learned the universe treasure fostering secret art from the Tao ancestor before he killed the Tao ancestor in the immortal beheading platform. When young Chen wanted to learn the Tao ancestor's 3 purities secret art and alchemy refining skills, but he could only choose 2. In the end, young Chen chose the 3 purities secret art and the Old Lord Pill scripture. The universe treasure fostering secret art was given by the Tao ancestor. In this way, the universe treasure fostering secret art that young Chen learned was just a supplement. But the complete version was different. This was the essence of the Tao ancestors' refining. It could be said that this was the inheritance of the Tao ancestors' refining. Compared with the two, did young Chen still need to use his brain to choose? Universe treasure fostering secret art. Young Chen did not hesitate to say his choice directly. One was a piece of gold that could turn stone into gold, while the other was a finger that could turn stone into gold. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know which one to choose. Compared to the universe treasure nurturing technique, the complete immortal beheading saber would at most reach the level of the immortal beheading platform. For young Chen, it was just a matter of time. However, even if he had the time, he might not have the opportunity to learn the universe treasure nurturing art. At this moment, the depression he felt from losing a large number of magic treasures from the immortal realm completely disappeared without a trace and was replaced by ecstasy. Jiaoyu and the others next to him still didn't know what had happened, but when they saw their husband suddenly become depressed, and then quickly beaming with joy, the process of changing his face faster than a magic trick, all the women were speechless for a while. If Yu learns it, can I learn it too? Young Chen then asked shamelessly, I'm a personal disciple of Yu. It's not too much for me to learn master's cultivation method, is it? Li Cheng looked at young Chen and couldn't speak for a long time. He pointed to young Chen and snorted heavily. He dropped a whatever and turned to leave. It seemed that he didn't want to see young Chen again. Don't worry, big brother. Young Chen hurriedly shouted, leave the secret art. Li Cheng in front threw back a piece of jade slip without looking back, and then went into the mountain river geographical map. He simply didn't look at Yang Chen. Out of sight, out of mind. Yang Chen took the jade slip with a smile and quickly explored it. This was given to Gaou by elder brother Li Cheng. Yang Chen could also learn, so he didn't break any rules. Speaking of which, Yang Chen was not surprised that elder brother Li Cheng could get the complete version of the universe treasure fostering secret art. Yang Chen even suspected that elder brother Li Cheng was the successor chosen by the Tao ancestor in the mortal world before he died. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know so many things, and it would be impossible to know everything in the world. Unfortunately, if Yang Chen didn't insist on worshipping Gaou as a master at that time, he might be able to become the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor. At this time, it should be him, not elder brother Li Cheng. However, Yang Chen did not regret his choice. When Gaou asked him to leave and then commit suicide in his previous life, Yang Chen firmly rooted Gaou's shadow in his heart. Even if he used the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor in exchange for the opportunity for Yang Chen and Gaou to meet, Yang Chen would not be happy. Master, there's good stuff. Now it was a master-disciple exchange, so Yang Chen certainly called Gaou master. A complete cultivation method of the universe treasure-raising secret art was delivered, and Gaou suddenly fell into contemplation. It was relatively easy to adapt to the murderous aura in the Valley of No Return. At least it took a lot less time than the dragon race to adapt to the dragon grass. Especially after there were not so many blood corpses, it was even easier. Now, the girls had already adapted to this level of murderous aura by Yang Chen's side. Of course, the main reason was that when they were dual cultivating with Yang Chen consciously used the blood river to let them slowly get used to it. This result was due to the accumulation of many years. As for Madame Bai and the others, their real cultivation was much higher than what they showed now. In the face of this level of murderous aura, they would only feel uncomfortable for a period of time. If this was a battle, they were afraid that they would die, but now that it was peaceful, they had time to adjust and adapt. Husband, what's going on here? This kind of curious question must have been asked by Sun Qingxue. The girls were already used to Sun Qingxue asking, so they were waiting for this moment. When they first came out, they were already surprised once, and after getting the Heaven Essence pill, they were surprised again. Among them, Lady Fanghua and the 30 concubines were the most. They were the first to get the Heaven Essence pill. More than 30 people sharing one already made their cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. Now that everyone had one, what kind of concept was this? While the girls were adapting to the murderous aura, they also cultivated a little and immediately felt the domineering power of the Heaven Essence pill. The cultivation conditions outside hadn't changed at all, or it could be said that it was a little worse, but they could feel their cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. In a place like the Valley of No Return, where there was a spirit vein, their cultivation speed was actually more than 100 times faster than in the Dragon Palace. What kind of concept was this? This is the place where the Heavenly Court's immortal beheading platform discards corpses. At this point, Yang Chen no longer hid and told the truth. There were originally tens of thousands of blood corpses formed by the Heavenly Court's executioners in this blood river. I've already buried all of them. Now, this is our world. At the beginning, Gong Sunling was still wondering where Yang Chen got tens of thousands of corpses for her to choose a treasured place to bury them. Only now did she understand the identity of those people. When the girls heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Court's immortal beheading stage actually extended to the spiritual realm? On the other hand, Madame Bai and the others also heard this, but they weren't surprised at all. Instead, they took it as a matter of course. Husband, you were also an executioner. Sun Qingxue suddenly thought of something and asked, then was husband also an executioner of the immortal beheading stage? Chapter 2220. Speaking of which, Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue first met on the execution ground. Yang Chen was the executioner, and Sun Qingxue was the prisoner awaiting execution. In addition, Shishanshan also met Yang Chen at that time. She gave Yang Chen a physique refining pill, and at the same time saved Sun Qingxue's family. She also recommended Sun Qingxue to Blue Cloud sect. Everyone had this old relationship. Yes. This was also the first time Yang Chen revealed his identity in the heavenly court to his wives and concubines. How did you get out? Madame Bai was in disbelief. An executioner could get out of the immortal beheading platform? However, Yang Chen was a living example. She couldn't help but be curious. I killed people according to the rules and didn't touch anything. After killing, I came out, Yang Chen quickly replied respectfully. For Madame Bai, Yang Chen always maintained the etiquette of a nephew that was closer than the etiquette of the younger generation. Of course, he did this on purpose. Others wouldn't even dare to think about becoming Ancestor Lu's nephew, but Yang Chen had this unique opportunity. He shamelessly clung to Madame Bai. Madame Bai didn't refuse and maintained this relationship. When Ancestor Lu found out, his expression would definitely be very good. Madame Bai and the maids were stunned by Yang Chen's words. Immediately, someone understood the whole story and couldn't help but laugh. It's that simple. There were many things that people were obsessed with, but when they really thought it through, they realized it was just that simple. It was the same for Yang Chen. Then what is this heaven and earth treasure-raising technique? Gao Yu had already woken up from her deep thoughts. She happened to hear everyone's conversation and couldn't help but ask. The three pure Daoist ancestors' inheritance. Yang Chen casually replied with a smile. 3 pure Dao fathers? When the women heard that, they were all shocked, including Madame Bai and the others. Then is the Dao ancestor already? Gong Sunling couldn't help but think of a terrifying possibility and asked while stuttering. However, she didn't ask it out loud. She just expressed her thoughts. That's right. Yang Chen nodded with certainty. I did it myself. My husband's divine sense spells and alchemy techniques are the secret teachings of the Dao ancestor. A large group of beautiful women were dumbfounded, and their expressions of disbelief were simply pleasing to the eye. The 3 pure Dao ancestors were gone just like that. Moreover, they were killed by Yang Chen, whom they were familiar with. No matter how they thought about it, it was inconceivable. However, there was no need for Yang Chen to lie. Moreover, everything here proved that the surroundings were related to the immortal slaying platform. If it wasn't the immortal slaying platform, no one could imagine where else there could be such a terrifying killing intent. At this time, everyone remembered Big Brother Li Cheng's words. Others couldn't go to the Valley of No Return, but Yang Chen could definitely go there. Yang Chen could even enter and exit the immortal slaying platform at will. Why would he care about a mere corpse dump? Yang Chen's superb divine sense cultivation also had the best explanation. Why did other people's divine sense not split while Yang Chen's divine sense was constantly splitting? Wasn't this the legendary 3 pure ones? Ao Lan and Ao Lai were the happiest, especially Ao Lan. When she knew that Yang Chen's alchemy techniques came from the 3 pure Daoist ancestors, she no longer worried about refining the embryo fusion pill. For the alchemy disciples of the 3 pure Daoist ancestors, any pill was nothing. The only problem was time and cultivation. No wonder Yang Chen was the most outstanding alchemy master in the mortal world. He became a grade 5 alchemy master in the mortal world. In the spiritual world, even if his level wasn't high enough, he already made countless grade 7 alchemy masters look inferior. No wonder Yang Chen's grade 6 Ganoderma jade pill could cure the injuries that many people couldn't cure. It turned out that this was the root cause. With such an inheritance, not to mention Yang Chen's monstrous performance, even if he was 1,000 times more monstrous, it wouldn't be a big deal. Gao Yu was completely dumbfounded. The inheritance of the 3 pure Daoist ancestors. What did this mean? She could no longer suppress her trembling body. It was Yang Chen who held her in his arms. Feeling her husband's warm chest and strong arms, Gao Yu slowly calmed down and relaxed. Husband, what were you arguing with Big Brother Li just now? Gao Yu, who had calmed down, didn't think about what would happen if she obtained the universe treasure nurturing art. Instead, she worriedly asked about the bargaining between Yang Chen and Li Cheng. It's nothing big. Yang Chen replied in a relaxed tone, just now, husband used the immortal beheading platform to exchange the life magic treasures of the immortals killed over the years for Big Brother Li Cheng's universe treasure nurturing art. After saying that, Yang Chen couldn't help showing a painful expression. Among them, there was the life magic treasure of the 3 pure Daoist ancestors. Big brother Li got lucky. Seeing Yang Chen talk about the life magic treasure of the 3 pure Daoist ancestors so painfully, none of the people present felt that Yang Chen was pretentious. If it were them, they didn't know if they could make such a decision to give up the life magic treasure of the 3 pure Daoist ancestors. Only Yang Chen could make such a decisive choice. After big sister learns it, you have to help me refine this sword. Shishanshan, who had always been reluctant to speak, opened her mouth. She hadn't refined the pure yang immortal sword for a long time and hadn't reached the point of perfection. This was the life magic treasure, and others generally couldn't help. Only Gao Yu could help others refine the magic treasure without being contaminated by her own aura. It was the right person to ask. Gao Yu agreed immediately, beaming with joy. It had to be said that Shishanshan was really smart. In the sect, she just didn't bother to pay attention to those things, but in her own home, it was a bond to get closer to her elder sister Gao Yu to help. After agreeing to one, she naturally had to agree to a lot of things. Fortunately, everyone's life magic treasure was a treasure with extraordinary potential, which was worth Gao Yu's help. Everyone here was happy and harmonious, and Yang Chen finally let go of all the covetous heart of those life magic treasures of the immortal realm and calmly accepted the present result. The topic about the immortal beheading platform came to an end, and everyone returned to the mountain river geographical map to continue their cultivation. Yang Chen himself continued to stay in the Valley of No Return. He had already sent a signal to the Earth Dragon, asking it to come here quickly and collect the yellow spring below before the outside world had a complete impression of the Valley of No Return. Otherwise, once the cultivators outside broke through the layers of killing intent and came in, it was estimated that it would cause a fierce fight. In addition, after Yang Chen finished sorting out the merit rings of those executioners, he found another unexpected benefit that he hadn't thought of before. All the merit rings that had become empty, because all of them were marked with the same job, so the style was exactly the same. When Yang Chen tried to put a merit ring into his own merit ring, he unexpectedly found that the 2 merit rings began to merge with each other. Chapter 22-21. Merit rings could be fused. This was the first time Yang Chen had discovered such a strange phenomenon. One had to know that apart from being a high-level storage space in the immortal realm, merit rings had another important function. It was the symbol of the heavenly court's position. But Yang Chen had never heard of merit rings that symbolized the position of the heavenly court being able to fuse. But after thinking about it, Yang Chen understood the reason behind it. Normally, even if the person in charge was changed, the merit ring could still be taken back from the old person and given to the new person. But the executioners of the immortal slaying platform could not. Once they entered the immortal slaying platform, they only had 2 identities. They were either executioners or prisoners awaiting execution. There was no need to talk about prisoners, but ever since the immortal slaying platform had been created, none of the executioners that entered had been able to leave. At least not before Yang Chen. All the previous executioners had died of old age in the immortal slaying platform and became blood corpses in the Valley of No Return. If the Heavenly Court wanted to give the executioner a position on the immortal slaying platform, they had no choice but to create an identical merit ring for the new executioner. Otherwise, the mortal executioner would never be able to walk into the immortal slaying platform. Thus, every executioner would receive a brand new merit ring for the immortal slaying platform's executioner position. Since they were the exact same merit rings, and the marks on them were also exactly the same, it wasn't that difficult to understand why they could fuse together. The most basic benefit of the fusion of storage space was that the storage space increased and the merit ring became stronger. But there was one thing that Yang Chen didn't expect. These merit rings also brought him a lot of merit points. To Yang Chen, merit points weren't that important. He had at least a few immeasurable merit points on him. Even if he used merit points whenever he had nothing to do, he wouldn't be able to use them up in tens of thousands of years. The merit points of the executioners that had been accumulated over countless years seemed to be of little value. But when Yang Chen checked carefully, he realized that these merit points weren't the current Heavenly Court's merit points, but the former Heavenly Court's merit points. The former heavenly court had existed in the immortal realm for an unknown number of years. The Jade Emperor and the Tao ancestors had also existed for an unknown number of years. The amount of merit they had accumulated had actually reached the immeasurable level. At that time, the calculation was based on the number of innocent people that could be saved by killing one evil person. Every person that was killed was someone who had committed a great deal of evil. After accumulating over the years, the number of people killed was quite considerable. In this way, Yang Chen had 2 sets of merits in his merit ring. This made Yang Chen feel very strange. Why would such a situation happen? Could it be that the current heavenly court hadn't completely wiped out the previous heavenly court? However, even the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother had been killed. What else could support the former heavenly courts? However, Yang Chen was not puzzled for long. Yang Chen was now clear that since it existed, there must be a reason for it to exist. Perhaps Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the other Almighties were still in the immortal realm, so the inheritance of the old heavenly court hadn't been cut off. This was also good. Yang Chen would definitely destroy the mysterious heaven sect in the future. When the new heavenly court fell, Yang Chen wouldn't know where to find merit points. Perhaps for the new heavenly court, destroying the mysterious heaven sect would be a great merit. With these merit points as a foundation, whether the former heavenly court was restored or the new heavenly court appeared, Yang Chen wouldn't become a pauper. What surprised Yang Chen even more was that when these tens of thousands of merit rings started to fuse, as the fusion deepened, Yang Chen could clearly feel that his control over the immortal beheading stage had increased several times. This was a magical feeling. The speed of refining the immortal beheading stage to dispose of the corpse had also become extremely fast because of the fusion of the merit rings. In fact, it was the same principle. Every executioner's merit ring could control the entrance of the immortal beheading stage. This meant that the fusion of tens of thousands of executioner's merit rings was tens of thousands of times stronger than Yang Chen's single merit ring. This also caused the connection between Yang Chen and the immortal beheading stage to become closer. Under such circumstances, refining the immortal beheading stage and disposing of the corpse was simply twice the result with half the effort. He didn't obtain the natal magic treasures of the immortal realm's villains, but he actually controlled more of the immortal beheading stage. This was a great comfort to Yang Chen. This was only the result of fusing a portion. He believed that when the tens of thousands of merit rings were completely fused, it would definitely give Yang Chen another surprise. When waiting for the Earth Dragon to arrive, Yang Chen began to absorb the Jade Emperor's heavenly essence pill to increase his cultivation level. At the same time, he waited for the merit rings to completely fuse. As for the corpse disposal entrance of the immortal beheading stage, it was refined by the second primordial spirit. The entrance of the immortal beheading stage was also separated by Yang Chen into the second primordial spirit. One shouldn't bother 2 masters for one thing. The corpse disposal entrance was definitely the second primordial spirit's job. When cultivating, Yang Chen's merit chapter was fully opened, and he directly used the greatest merit he could use now. These merit points would be wasted if not used up. He couldn't be so extravagant as to throw them all away. In addition to cultivation, Yang Chen was actually doing another thing, which was to improve the Golden Body Secret Art. The full name of the Golden Body Secret Art was the Heavenly Spirit Earth Fiend Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements Merit Heaven Burning Golden Body Secret Art. It was a secret art after the fusion of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art, the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art, the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements Secret Art, the Merit Chapter and the Yellow Turban Strongman Body Refining Technique. Now that the Golden Body Secret Art had entered a mature state, it no longer needed Yang Chen to use merit to protect it. However, now Yang Chen had 2 more complete immortal cultivation methods in his hands. One was the complete Yellow Turban Strongman Body Refining Technique, adding the secret part of the Kwa-E family. Since there was a complete version of the Body Refining Technique, Yang Chen naturally wanted to add the follow-up part to the Golden Body Secret Art. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a big waste? The other cultivation method was the complete version of the Universe Treasure Cultivation Secret Art. Yang Chen's previous one could barely maintain the magic weapon every day. After a long time, it may be good for the magic weapon, but there was no qualitative change, so Yang Chen did not integrate it into the golden body secret art. Now that the complete version of the universe treasure cultivation secret art was in hand, Yang Chen had to consider whether to integrate this part. Yang Chen's body was now fusing with the Dragon Clan's Golden Bell, and in the future, the Golden Bell would be a part of his body. If the universe treasure cultivation secret art refined the body as a magic weapon, wouldn't it be another brand new body refining technique? This was also Yang Chen. His body was integrated with the Dragon Clan magic weapon. Even if others had this idea, it would be impossible to implement it. Otherwise, once he began to refine the body with the method of refining, it would immediately bring unpredictable consequences. For others, improving a cultivation method and integrating it with another brand new cultivation method was more difficult than ascending to the sky, but for Yang Chen, there were infinite possibilities. The merit chapter plus Yang Chen's inexhaustible merit was destined to have an advantage over anyone. Chapter 22:22. Before discovering that the merit ring could be fused, Yang Chen did not have such thoughts. After all, refining the immortal beheading stage was not something that could be done overnight. Yang Chen had to refine the immortal beheading stage before the Zhao family. Of course, the most important thing was to refine the demon world before the Zhao family reacted. Now that the merit ring had fused together, the control of the immortal beheading stage was becoming more and more smooth. The speed of refining was also 100 or 1,000 times faster. With the second primordial spirit operating alone, it was enough to refine this place in a short period of time. Yang Chen was naturally able to free up his hands to care about the cultivation base. In the end, the most important thing for cultivators was still cultivation. Only when one's cultivation increased, everything would be much simpler. This was the case for killing enemies, refining magic treasures, and even refining the demon world. As long as Yang Chen's cultivation improved, it would bring about the collective improvement of the second and third primordial spirits. Then, whether it was refining the immortal beheading stage or the demon world, the speed would increase. This was a complementary process. Yang Chen had just memorized the complete version of the Heaven and Earth treasure nurturing secret art and had not actually tested it. Therefore, it was necessary to test the effect on some simple magic treasures. It was not that Yang Chen did not trust brother Li Cheng and the secret art he gave. It was just that this kind of refining secret art was useless no matter how many chants he memorized. He had to actually do it to be able to truly control it. He knew that this matter had to be done. If he wanted to control it himself, he had to put in the effort himself. There was no shortcut. After randomly finding an inconspicuous magic treasure, Yang Chen began to familiarize himself with the refining process. This was the first time he used the complete version of the Heaven and Earth treasure nurturing secret art. There were always things that were not thoughtful. Important magic treasures definitely could not be used for experiments. Similar to the Elder Lord Pill scripture, most of the records in the Heaven and Earth treasure nurturing secret art were basic refining techniques. There were targeted improvements for different types of materials with different attributes. What surprised Yang Chen the most was that he didn't know if Big Brother Li Cheng did it on purpose, but it actually recorded the refining method and process of the diamond bracelet. The immortal beheading saber now used the materials of the diamond chakram. The refining process of the diamond chakram was an extremely important reference for Yang Chen. After continuously refining several different magic treasures for no less than 100 times, Yang Chen dared to say that he had finally touched the edge of the three pure Daoist's art of cultivating universe. His proficiency points had increased significantly. At the very least, he would not be flustered when refining important magic treasures due to his lack of familiarity. Only then did he officially begin refining his Great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Flying Sword. After refining the Great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Flying Sword with the Golden Body Secret Art and Heaven and Earth Treasure Cultivation Secret Art for hundreds of days, Yang Chen basically understood the method of Heaven and Earth Treasure Cultivation Secret Art. After all, Yang Chen had already used the incomplete version of the Universe Treasure Nurturing Art to maintain magic treasures for thousands of years. The technique was exactly the same, so of course, he learned it quickly. At this point, young Chen could finally consider how to completely integrate the universe treasure nurturing art and the yellow turban strongman body refining technique into the golden body secret art. But before that, young Chen had to help the Earth Dragon collect the blood pool first. Just after receiving the message from the Earth Dragon to young Chen, he had arrived at the periphery of the Valley of No Return. In order not to arouse the vigilance of other cultivators, the Earth Dragon approached the Valley of No Return from another direction. In addition, he had the ability to hide his whereabouts. Except for young Chen, so far no cultivator knew that the Earth Dragon had arrived at the edge of the Valley of No Return. Young Chen drove the immortal beheading saber and quickly rushed to the edge where the Earth Dragon was. In the Valley of No Return, only young Chen dared to fly on a sword. The Earth Dragon's cultivation had reached the golden immortal realm, so after entering the Valley of No Return, without the suppression of the blood corpse, the killing intent had almost no effect on the Earth Dragon. It just took him a while to adapt to it on young Chen's wrist, and then he could move freely. The blood in the blood pool was still flowing, and the surrounding soil and rocks were formed by the flesh and blood of countless golden immortals, Zenith Heaven golden immortals, and innumerable tribulation true immortals. These were of no use to young Chen and others, but for the Earth Dragon, they were rare and excellent supplements. According to young Chen's instructions, the Earth Dragon opened his mouth and swallowed everything along the edge of the formation of the Valley of No Return. The blood pool, the platform, and the whole land several miles above the Valley of No Return were all swallowed by the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon could only swallow these things first. As for refining them, it would take him a long time. However, the blood pool was extraordinary. It was directly absorbed by the Earth Dragon. Young Chen watched the Earth Dragon's cultivation rush to the peak of the golden immortal realm. In a short time, the Earth Dragon seemed to have become a balloon, and his cultivation expanded rapidly. At this point, there was nothing left in the Valley of No Return except for the corpse-dumping mouth of the immortal beheading stage suspended in the air and the deep pit left by the original Valley of No Return. The corpse-dumping mouth had not been completely refined, so it could only float in place. When the second primordial spirit refined the corpse-dumping mouth one day, this space exit would also disappear. Everyone was in the Mountain River geographical map, and young Chen took the Earth Dragon in a random direction and quietly left from the Valley of No Return. As for the divine sense imprints that marked his whereabouts, they all vibrated in an instant and floated into the corpse-dumping mouth of the immortal beheading stage. Young Chen and his family had not gone far from the Valley of No Return, and hundreds of figures had rushed into the Valley of No Return. As soon as they entered the Valley of No Return, those practitioners were dumbfounded. The murderous intent in the Valley of No Return had become so weak, but there was still a strong murderous intent in the center. The whole world had changed greatly, and the blood-red world had become a huge pit. What was going on? Some of the quick-witted ones immediately realized that something must have been taken away. Those who stayed outside waiting for young Chen's family, and those who carefully entered the array formation and went out immediately, saw this situation. They regretted it. If they had known earlier, they would have dug some soil and stones at the edge of the array formation. It would have been better than being taken away by others. The courageous ones immediately flew to the center where the murderous intent was the strongest. Now the murderous intent inside had weakened to the point that there was no problem in flying on a normal sword. Since the murderous intent there was so strong, there must be a major secret. Everyone was scrambling to fly over, for fear of falling behind and not getting anything. This place had been plundered to the point that even the land was gone, and no one wanted to miss the last chance. The distance of thousands of miles, under the flying sword of a group of cultivators, soon arrived. In the eyes of everyone, there was only the square opening suspended high in the air. Through that opening, everyone could also see a ghost blade full of murderous intent. For a time, the eyes of the cultivators who rushed over almost all turned red. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of figures rushed into the square opening almost at full speed, and disappeared in a flash. The cultivators behind also followed suit and flew in, and soon there were no more cultivators on the scene. Chapter 22-23. The Valley of No Return was still the same Valley of No Return. Although the situation inside had changed greatly, the characteristic of no return had not changed. It was still the same Valley of No Return. None of the practitioners who rushed in went out, as if they had evaporated from the world. After waiting outside for a long time, some practitioners finally had no choice but to admit this fact again. The Valley of No Return was still one of the dangerous places in the spiritual realm. Yang Chen had taken his family to travel around slowly. Everyone was cultivating in the mountain river geographical map in a relaxed mood. When the time was right, they would go to the Dragon Palace to relax. Life was leisurely. Perhaps Li Cheng felt that the refining speed of the Devil Realm was still too slow. After some observation, he suggested that Yang Chen take out 54 primordial heaven elixirs. He also took out 54 primordial heaven elixirs for himself, making a total of 108 primordial heaven elixirs. He buried them in the mountain river geographical map according to the position of the earth-killing Polaris formation and let the third primordial spirit absorb and refine them into the map. At this time, there seemed to be a catalyst for refining the Devil Realm, and the speed was increased by hundreds of times. The Earth-Evil Polaris formation, which was composed of 108 heavenly primordial elixirs refined by the essence of an infinite Latribulation true immortal, forcibly upgraded the entire mountain river geographical map by several levels. It was much easier to refine the Devil Realm, which was originally the lowest world connected to the mortal world. The border between the spiritual realm and the Devil Realm, which was hundreds of thousands of miles long, was normal on one side and black on the other. But now, this dividing line was rapidly pushing towards the Demon Realm. Whether it was the land or the creatures in the Demon Realm, they quickly changed from black to a normal appearance with only a hint of black gas. Yang Chen didn't know how happy he was. At this speed, it would take at most 500 years to basically refine the Devil Realm. The reason why he said it was basically not completely was that the connection point between the Devil Realm and the Immortal Realm was definitely an exception. He did not know how difficult it would be to refine that connection point. However, Li Cheng had already said that he wanted so many natal magic treasures of innumerable tribulation true immortals to refine one to block this connection point and the one in the demon beast space. He believed that as long as the hole was blocked, the rest of the work would be much easier. By the time the Zhao family reacted, the entire demon realm had already entered the mountain river geographical map without anyone noticing. Others couldn't find it even if they wanted to. Speaking of the Zhao family, they didn't seem to have made any moves all these years, which surprised Yang Chen. Even if the Zhao family was tied up by the means arranged by Zhu Sheng and big brother Li Cheng in the demon beast space, the experts of the Zhao family outside were still extremely strong. How could there be no movement? After secretly learning about the recent developments of all parties, Yang Chen carefully considered it, and then passed an order to Yang Lan to deal with the Profound Heaven sect by any means necessary. Of course, the specific order was to have all the major sect distance themselves from the Profound Heaven sect. Yang Lan now hated the Shentian sect to the bone. On the matter of destroying the Shentian sect, Yang Lan and Yang Chen's positions were highly consistent. With this idea, Yang Lan would not even doubt anything at all. This was his own idea. Letting all the major sect distance themselves from the Profound Heaven sect, this matter was actually done better than anyone else by Sect Master Wu. All Yang Lan needed to do was to cooperate with Sect Master Wu. Of course, with Yang Lan's current identity, he must report to the head of the Zhao family before he could carry out substantive actions. Coincidentally, one of the important reasons why the Zhao family had been quiet these years was that the experts of the Zhao family and Lin Zongxuan of the Profound Heaven sect had fought and both sides suffered. That expert was still hanging on to his last breath, but they didn't have the 8-grade medicinal pills or the profound marrow pills that Yang Chen had specially refined. Fortunately, they got a batch of the 6-grade Lingji mushroom jade pills refined by Yang Chen from other channels. They also consumed one pill every few days to support their lives. For 50 years, the Zhao family had been recuperating without any incidents. They had also barely gotten along with the major sect for a short period of time. Recently, the situation had finally changed. In the batch of profound marrow pills refined by Master Yang Chen in the Profound Heaven sect last time, except for the 2 best ones that were given to Lin Zongxuan of the Profound Heaven sect, Yang Chen gave the rest to Wanbao Tower for auction. The insiders almost went crazy and divided up this batch of more than 100 profound marrow pills. The hidden spy of the Zhao family also grabbed 5 in this feast of competition and spent a lot of money. Although these 5 pills were not as good as the 2 that were given to Lin Zhongxuan, the effect of 5 pills in hand was almost the same as 2. After succeeding, the 5 medicinal pills were quickly sent back to the Zhao family. The Zhao family had much more profound immortal demonic beasts than the major sect. As long as one was a high-level alchemist, they could extract the vitality from them. Together with Yang Chen's profound marrow pills, it was a complete combination of medicinal pills. After the combination of medicinal pills was given to the old ancestor of the Zhao family, the effect was immediately seen. Although it was not like Lin Zhongxuan who could sit up immediately after taking the 8 revolution pill, at least he was no longer in the state where he was about to die and his body began to recover slowly. It seemed that as long as he could hold on for about 1,000 years, this seriously injured old ancestor of the Zhao family would be able to recover to his original state. Finally, the Zhao family got rid of one of their confidants' worries and began to arrange a counterattack. Just at this time, Yang Lan also brought his own plan to the Zhao family. After listening to it, the master of the Zhao family immediately made a decision and executed it. After more than 50 years of not causing trouble for the sect, those guys probably thought that the Zhao family could no longer hold on. Lin Zhongxuan was actually killed by a human immortal slave of the Profound Heaven sect. This made the Zhao family very happy. A dignified golden immortal who had crossed the tribulation actually died in the hands of a slave. It was simply a shame. It was good that he died. If Lin Zhongxuan did not die, the Zhao family would probably find ways to kill him. However, Lin Zhongxuan's death also created a lot of opportunities for Yang Lan. No one knew that a profound immortal elder who was currently in power in the Profound Heaven sect was controlled by Yang Lan using the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra a long time ago. When Yang Lan was caught, that profound immortal elder happened to be out and did not have much contact with Yang Lan, so he missed it. Yang Lan had been enduring and did not use this profound immortal elder. Now that the opportunity came, Yang Lan immediately began a series of arrangements. First of all, this elder pledged loyalty to Sect Master Wu, and then spared no effort to help Sect Master Wu eradicate dissidents. In the eyes of Sect Master Wu, this was a performance of loyalty, but in the eyes of Yang Lan, this was consuming the internal strength of the Profound Heaven sect and at the same time, pulling a lot of hatred for Sect Master Wu. Next, it was to let this elder make contributions and increase the bargaining chips. Chapter 22-24. Making a contribution was very simple. The Zhao family's branch had already been discovered by the mysterious Heaven sect, and they had sent experts to capture and kill many of them. In that operation, Sect Master Wu did not share the benefits with the major sect in order to ensure his reputation and credit. Instead, he sent people to the territories of the major sect to capture people. Although the confessions of those cultivators later also showed that those guys were indeed the branch of the Zhao family and had been collecting money for the Zhao family, this kind of behavior made many sect members hold grudges. This time, Yang Lan was even worse. He directly revealed the identities of several important Zhao family spies and let the profound immortal elder of the mysterious Heaven sect come to arrest them. Or rather, it couldn't be said that they directly arrested people, but they cooperated with several sect members to arrest people. It didn't matter if they arrested people, but the identities of these spies were not ordinary. Each of them was at least at the level of an elder in a major sect, and one of them was a good friend of the current sect master. As a representative of the mysterious Heaven sect, this elder's attitude was also very aggressive, and he put Sect Master Wu's instructions into his mouth. Although it was said that he cooperated, he looked like he was supervising the work of the sect. Even if he could come up with definitive evidence, this appearance really made several people in the sect very uncomfortable. After capturing those few spies and interrogating them in detail to confirm that those spies were planted by the Zhao clan, this elder became even more overbearing. He kept on talking about how Sect Master Wu racked his brains and worked hard to discover the identity of these spies and so on. It was as if Sect Master Wu was the only one who made the contribution and no one else. If it was the previous Sect Master Li, he would definitely find a reasonable reason to secretly inform the senior members of the sect. As for how to deal with these sect members, it was entirely up to these sect members. After dealing with them, Sect Master Li would not say anything, as if this matter had nothing to do with Sect Master Li. The senior members of the major sect members got a reputation and caught the spies, but they were very grateful to Sect Master Li in their hearts, and the relationship between all parties was also good. It could be said that from the previous Sect Master Wang to Sect Master Li, in order to ease the relationship with the major sect, they had considered a lot. Sect Master Wu himself knew that his qualifications were insufficient. After Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan supported him to his position, he always wanted to quickly establish his own prestige, which was the taboo of haste making waste. That profound immortal elder's actions, in the ears of Sect Master Wu, meant that he was sparing no effort to create momentum for himself, to open his eyes. He pushed Sect Master Wu's merits to the front. He was simply a model of loyalty. Little did he know that this had become a thorn that could not be removed in the hearts of the sect's higher-ups. These captured spies usually hid themselves very well and never revealed the slightest flaw. Even their fellow sect members didn't notice them, so where did the mysterious Heaven sect get this information? Sect Master Li had also reported in the past, but on the one hand, they were all small fish and shrimps that were implicated through other things. On the other hand, Sect Master Li would also do favors, so naturally, everyone was happy. But now, the mysterious Heaven sect gave people the feeling that they were firmly covering themselves, and then secretly watching other sects. If they didn't watch often, how could they find such a secret thing? Not to mention that they got the news from the people of the Zhao family. Without the permission of the major sect, the accounts of making a move on other people's territory had not yet been settled. How could some of the Zhao family's side branches know the most secret spies that the Zhao family had painstakingly buried in order to subvert the major sect? Who would believe it? Did they really think that everyone was a fool? Were they so easy to fool? Every senior member of the sect who pinched their noses and dealt with those spies thought so. Some even suspected that some people inside the mysterious Heaven sect wanted everyone to feel that there would be no problem with the mysterious Heaven sect, so they deliberately exposed these powerful spies to attract everyone's attention, and at the same time, to cover up some unspeakable conspiracies. Yang Lan was a schemer, and he knew that some things couldn't be done too much, so he only chose a few sect members. Then, that profound immortal elder returned to the mysterious Heaven sect with the gratitude of the major sect to report to Sect Master Wu. After a series of words of gratitude and loyalty, he neither asked for credit nor reward, and obediently waited for the sect master's instructions. Where else could he find such a knowledgeable subordinate who wholeheartedly protected his superior? Sect Master Wu was extremely happy, and he rewarded him greatly, raising the rank of this elder by 1 level. He wanted all the disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect to understand that only those who followed him, Sect Master Wu, would have a bright future. Sect Master Wu, who didn't know that the mysterious Heaven sect had once again been rejected by the major sect, was still thinking about how to make the mysterious Heaven sect dominate the world. However, there was one thing that he didn't know what to do. It was still because of the Valley of No Return. Yang Chen's family had already been in there for a long time. Some time ago, all the divine sense imprints had some unusual movements, and after a group of cultivators went in, none of them came back. Sect Master Wu didn't know if he should continue to send people in to investigate, or should he wait for martial ancestor Zhu Sheng to come back? This Yang Chen was really not easy to deal with. How long had it been, and he actually made such a big movement? However, his alchemy skills were really amazing. The mysterious Heaven sect's medicine hall master and an elder, after observing Grandmaster Yang's alchemy once, were sincerely convinced, and immediately went into seclusion. When he came out of seclusion 10 years ago, it was said that his alchemy level had improved by a lot. Fortunately, the 2 7th-grade alchemists said so. They actually had a breakthrough after observing a 6th-grade alchemist concoct pills, which made people want to laugh when they heard it. However, such a funny thing, none of the profound Heaven sect's alchemists laughed, and many of them were envious of those two. The world had really changed, even a little monkey could overturn the heavens. But thinking about it, otherwise, why would Sect Master Wu pinch his nose and ask for 10 times the compensation to befriend Yang Chen? The bad thing was that they shouldn't have killed Chunyang Palace in the beginning under the overbearing means of martial ancestor Zhu Sheng and martial ancestor Lin Zongxuan. Otherwise, they should be allies with Chunyang Palace, and they wouldn't have to worry about how to get the pills from Yang Chen's hands. A mere Yang Chen, with his family entering the Valley of No Return, actually led to the entire spiritual world. Just the number of cultivators who had entered the Valley of No Return until now had already reached thousands. This guy was really not easy to deal with. All parties were guessing what was in the Valley of No Return, but now no party had sent people to go in. Anyway, Yang Chen would always appear in the future. Relying on the good relationship with Yang Chen in the past, those sect did not have to worry about any benefits not falling on them. Yang Chen would be gone for 1,000 years, and it was estimated that after he came out, he would immediately become a 7th-grade alchemist. At that time, it would be a happy time for everyone. A 6th revolution pill was already highly sought after. If there really was a 7th revolution pill personally refined by Yang Chen, wouldn't it make people break their heads even more? Chapter 22-25. Yang Chen was not struggling in the Valley of No Return as these people imagined. He was safely wandering around in the mysterious Sky-Dark Sea Shuttle, cultivating non-stop, and living a comfortable life. With the Jade Emperor's heavenly Yuan elixir, Yang Chen's cultivation speed was many times faster. In just a few years, he had reached the 8th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. In another 10 years, he would be able to reach the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm and trigger the Earth Immortal Tribulation. According to the normal speed, it was impossible to reach the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm from the 6th level of the Earth Immortal Realm in 300 or 400 years. This was based on the fact that Yang Chen was cultivating while trying to integrate the Kwa Yi's secret technique and the universe treasure-raising technique into the Golden Body Scripture. One could imagine how powerful the heavenly Yuan elixir was. Of course, during this period of time, Yang Chen had consumed a lot of merit points. A large number of merit points were filled into the integrated cultivation method at every moment, so that Yang Chen's cultivation would not deviate. It couldn't be helped. The integration of this cultivation method could not be done overnight. He could only explore it bit by bit. The merit points were the last guarantee to ensure that he would not be possessed by the devil because of the cultivation method. During these years of cultivation, everyone's speed was lightning fast. With one heavenly Yuan elixir, everyone's cultivation speed was accelerated by more than 100 times. Like Zhu Xianying, who had reached the peak of the Heaven Immortal Realm, as long as she was willing, the Heaven Immortal Tribulation could descend at any time, and then she could ascend. However, Zhu Xianying had just gotten rid of the bad reputation of Granny Tianqin, and enjoyed the happiness of being protected by her husband. How could she be willing to ascend so early? Therefore, she had long prepared to break through to the first level of the Xian Immortal Realm and become the first Grand Supreme Expert in Yang Chen's family. With her husband and brother Li Cheng's request to improve their cultivation at the same time, Gong Sunling was no longer restrained. She had already taken the heavenly Yuan elixir, and her cultivation speed had increased a lot. In addition, the speed of refining the demon realm by the Mountain River geographical map had greatly increased. At the same time, the Mountain River geographical map became more powerful, and the demonic monsters in the demon realm had also passed the heaven tribulation and became normal cultivators. The addition of millions and tens of millions of cultivators directly allowed the Mountain River geographical map to refine the demon realm even faster. With the combination of the two, Gong Suanling's cultivation soared like a rocket. In just a few years, her true cultivation level had already reached the intermediate Heaven Immortal stage. She only needed to undergo her tribulation to become a true Heaven Immortal expert. Yang Chen was also leading everyone to find a place to transcend their tribulations. There were more and more people approaching their tribulations, so he couldn't let everyone waste their time like this. However, they had to keep it a secret, so the choice of location was relatively difficult. Fortunately, with the Dragon Palace, no one would notice them in the depths of the sea. Yang Chen brought everyone straight to the deepest part of the vast sea. There were only powerful sea beasts there, not ordinary cultivators. With Ao Lan and Ao Lai around, which sea beast would dare to disturb them? Originally, Yang Chen planned to go to Qianjue Mountain, which was known as one of the 3 great danger zones in the spiritual realm, but after being opposed by Gao Yu and the other women, he didn't go. On the other hand, Big Brother Li Cheng didn't say no, nor did he say yes. He reckoned that there wouldn't be any danger. However, since the women objected, Yang Chen had to give them some face. This time, they objected to entering the Valley of No Return. It was only because Big Brother Li Cheng had a lot of face that they could enter the Valley of No Return. However, it was absolutely impossible to go to the Tianjue mountain again. How is it? This is the result of having many wives and concubines. You didn't expect it, right? Big Brother Li Cheng seemed to be watching the show. After a long time, he smiled and said this to ridicule Yang Chen. Big Brother, you are a person who doesn't get close to women. Don't pretend to understand when you don't. Yang Chen retorted without holding back, you don't understand the joy in this. These words made Big Brother Li Cheng speechless. This also made Yang Chen proud for a long time. Even the pain of Big Brother Li Cheng taking away the 3 pure Daoist ancestors' heavenly essence pill lessened. While Yang Chen and his family were looking for a suitable place to transcend the tribulation, something big happened in the spiritual realm. One of the golden immortals who entered the demonic beast space with Zhu Sheng used the divine perching jade in the sect and left his natal primordial spirit behind. There had been no movement before, but one day, the divine perching jade belonging to the golden immortal ancestor suddenly shattered and was quickly reborn as an extremely weak cultivator. This was a sect of the demon race. The golden immortal ancestor in the mortal realm was not as arrogant as Zhu Shanglin and Zhong Zun. He readily used the divine perching jade in the sect. Even though he knew that they would not be threatened in the spiritual realm with their tribulation transcending golden immortal cultivation, he still accepted the kindness of the younger generation of the sect. As a result, something happened today. The divine perching jade shattered, which meant that the golden immortal ancestor had died in the demonic beast space. Unfortunately, the reborn golden immortal ancestor only remembered what happened before he left his natal primordial spirit behind. It was impossible for him to know how he died and what kind of strong enemy he encountered. This was definitely a major event in the spiritual realm. All the major sect, including the Black Heaven sect, were immediately notified. When the representatives of all the sects rushed over, they found out what had happened. Another golden immortal ancestor had died, but this sounded much better than Lin Zhongzun's. At least he died on the battlefield. The question was, how did this golden immortal ancestor die? What exactly happened in there? Were there any more casualties? Except for 2 or 3 who entered the demonic beast space with Zhu Sheng, none of them used the divine perching jade. This was their pride as golden immortal ancestor. If they needed such a life-saving method, wouldn't they look too useless? Even if they needed to use it, it would be after they returned to the immortal world. Because of this, no one knew what was going on with the golden immortal ancestor in the demonic beast space and what kind of super expert they encountered. In any case, this was definitely not good news. Even if only one golden immortal expert died, the Zhao family's strength was beyond the expectations of all the sect, as they were able to kill a dozen golden immortal experts and a Zenith Heaven golden immortal. All the representatives looked at the Black Heaven sect. Entering the demonic beast space was strongly requested by Zhu Sheng, and he was also the one who took the lead. Now that something like this had happened, the Black Heaven sect had to bear some responsibility no matter what. Although sacrifices were inevitable in the battle with the Zhao family, it was a different matter when a golden immortal ancestor was sacrificed. This golden immortal expert was lucky enough to use the divine perching jade. What about the other experts who didn't use the divine perching jade? If they died, it would really be the end of everything. No sect could afford such a loss. The representative of the Black Heaven sect was expressionless and didn't say anything. At this time, what else could he say? Moreover, he didn't know what happened inside, so he couldn't say anything. Chapter 22-26. In less than 100 years, 2.5 experts from the lower realm of the immortal realm had died. One from the Great Wilderness sect, one from the Mysterious Heaven sect, plus the one who used the divine perching jade. It could be said that the major sects had suffered heavy losses. The threat of the Zhao family had reached an intolerable level, even though there had been no war with the Zhao family in the past 100 years. The death of the 3 golden immortal grandmasters made the higher-ups of the major sect consider whether they should ask the higher-ups to send more experts. There's no need. This time, it was the representative of the mysterious Heaven sect, Hall Chief Tong of the External Affairs Hall, who spoke. He was the confidant of Sect Master Wu and one of the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect, so his words carried a lot of weight. Just one golden immortal Grandmaster is gone, it's not to the point of despair. Seeing everyone looking at him, Hall Chief Tong immediately said with assurance, although we have suffered a big loss, the Zhao family will definitely not be relaxed. In terms of comprehensive strength, the major sect combined would definitely surpass the Zhao family. The Zhao family was just a sect. Even if the higher-ups could send experts, how many could they send? Every golden immortal expert had to pay an extremely high price to descend to the lower realm. It was something that could only be achieved by sacrificing many tribulation true immortals. No matter how many experts the Zhao family had, how many tribulation true immortals could they use on this matter? After Lin Zhongshuan was injured, he made it clear that his opponents did not gain any advantage. Even if they exchanged one for another, the Zhao family did not have so many experts to exchange. This was the reason on the surface, but another important reason was because of Sect Master Wu. Hall Master Tong was very clear that the true successor to the Sect Master was Sect Master Wu. To put it bluntly, as long as Sect Master Wu could be patient, Sect Master Li would eventually have to pass the position to Sect Master Wu. It was only because the higher-ups had sent two hotheads who had fought against everything that Sect Master Wu had the opportunity to take over the position. If a sect sent someone to ascend and report the current situation, the mysterious Heaven sect in the immortal realm would definitely not be happy to see the current situation of the mysterious Heaven sect. Once the higher-ups knew that they were messing around in the lower realm, they would send one or two experts down. Perhaps Sect Master Li would immediately regain the position of Sect Master. This was something that Sect Master Wu could not tolerate, and it was also something that Hall Master Tong could not tolerate. When they were in the mortal world, the two, as the Sect Master and Foreign Affairs Hall Master of the greatest Heaven sect, were really able to get the wind and rain. Once they tasted the taste, they would never want to give it up. Once they tasted the taste of power, they would never want to give it up. Although his status was slightly higher than that of an ordinary disciple, compared to the glory he had when he was the Sect Master and Hall Master, the difference was not just a little bit. Now that they had once again tasted the feeling of being at the pinnacle of power, if they were to return to being ordinary disciples and wait patiently, it would be worse than killing them. How could Sect Master Wu and Hall Master Tong tolerate such a thing happening? Therefore, no matter how critical the current situation was, they could not let the higher-ups know what was happening in the spiritual realm before Sect Master Wu stabilized his position. Of course, the official reason was the same as before. The major sects weren't having a good time, but the Zhao family believed that it was even worse. Everyone agreed with this. Even if all the golden immortal grandmasters of the sect were killed, how many experts could Zhao family lose? Everyone believed that the golden immortal grandmasters of the sect were not useless. They would definitely be able to withstand the attack of Zhao family. The only worry was the demon beast space, which was Zhao family's territory. They had the geographical advantage. If they really fought, Zhu Sheng and the others would suffer a lot. Don't worry, the grandmasters are not reckless. Hall Chief Tong began to reason. My Grandmaster Zhu said before we set off that if we can't win, we should run, and if we find an opportunity to fight, I believe they will definitely turn back. There has been no news until now, which means that the situation is not that serious. Everyone heard this before the Golden Immortal Grandmasters set off, and Zhu Sheng did say so at that time. If one were to put it that way, it would make sense. Even if Zhao family had the geographical advantage, it was impossible for them to keep a group of Golden Immortal experts and a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal expert. The only explanation was that both sides suffered losses, but it was obvious that Zhu Sheng and the others must have discovered the Zhao family's arrangement, which was why there was a fierce battle. Otherwise, the two sides would not have fought. All parties agreed with Hall Chief Tong of Shentian sect. They each brought back the news, and then went back to make arrangements. But as soon as they turned around, several senior members of the sect began to arrange for their loyal disciples to prepare for the tribulation and ascension. There were some things that had to be known by the higher-ups, especially the current situation of Shentian sect, which was even more dangerous. They had to be prepared in advance. The senior members carefully told the disciples who were about to ascend to remember a lot of things, and each prepared a lot of jade slips to record what happened below, so that they could report it after they ascended. In particular, the current situation of Shentian sect had to be reminded. If sect master Wu was really a chess piece arranged by the Zhao family, then the identity of Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan sent by Shentian sect was also very suspicious. Even the immortal world's Shentian sect would be strongly questioned, so the seniors above had to be prepared early. Hall Chief Tong and sect master Wu probably never dreamed that as soon as they disbanded, others would secretly plot against them. It couldn't be helped, their behavior was too strange. If it wasn't for the fact that Shentian sect was still a big sect, the major sect would have wanted to do something like this in the mortal world again. The big storm this time was temporarily suppressed by Shentian sect on the surface, but things were not over. The major sect strengthened their guard against the Zhao family, ready to deal with the Zhao family's next attack at any time. However, after preparing for a long time, there was no movement from the Zhao family, as if nothing had happened. This made people start to wonder if the Zhao family had really suffered heavy losses and couldn't organize an effective counterattack in a short period of time. This short period of peace didn't last long. In less than 10 years, 3 supersect were raided. The targets of the raids were the cultivation places of the experts who were resurrected by the divine perching jade. They were all places that were heavily guarded by the major sect. After Lin Zongxuan's accident last time, all parties strengthened the protection of these experts, striving to be foolproof. It had to be known that these experts would become stronger and stronger over time until they recovered their original cultivation or even went further. This was especially true for experts with experience and comprehension. Compared to those newly advanced experts, their battle prowess was more than double. 3 super sects were attacked. 2 of them were blocked by heavily guarded experts, while the last one, Hidden Fog Mountain, was successfully attacked. Dozens of experts who had been reborn by relying on the divine perching jade died, including the golden immortal Grandmaster ancestor who had been reborn. Chapter 22-27. Because of Lin Zongxuan's previous incident, the major sects were very protective of these masters who were resurrected by the divine perching jade. The places where they lived and cultivated were heavily guarded. It could be said that even a mosquito could not fly in. No matter how powerful the enemy was, under such strong vigilance, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they had paid a huge price, leaving behind dozens of corpses. What made these sect members even more shocked was that among the dead attackers, there were disciples of their respective sect. They had always thought that they were loyal and devoted disciples who should have appeared elsewhere at this time. It could be said that in such a heavily guarded situation, only the disciples of their own sect would be able to detect the location of these resurrected experts and have the opportunity to approach them. The other 2 sect members were lucky. Some of the experts who were responsible for protecting them were killed in exchange for the safety of the resurrected experts. However, the demon clan's Hidden Fog Mountain was unlucky. The golden immortal Grandmaster who had been resurrected by the divine perching jade was killed right in front of their eyes. The mountain master directly spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard the news. It wasn't easy for him to escape with his life by relying on the divine perching jade, but in the end, he was killed under the heavy protection of his own sect. How could they accept this? All the major sect members took this as a warning and strengthened the protection of the resurrected experts. Now, the experts that the higher-ups trusted the most would bring along their portable cave residences and hide the resurrected experts in them. Since such a big thing had happened, they naturally had to investigate it in detail. Soon, the identities of the traitorous disciples of the 3 sect members were confirmed one by one. However, when the identities of the Zhao family spies were exposed, several sect members had other ideas. Not long ago, the mysterious Heaven sect informed the major sect members of the Zhao family's hidden spies in their respective sect. After everyone took action, it was confirmed that the mysterious Heaven sect's words were true. Although they didn't appreciate the mysterious Heaven sect's supervision, at least the major sects secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because they had let their guard down that the Zhao family immediately retaliated after such a short period of time. If the identities of the spies that were killed on the spot were simple, it wouldn't be a big deal. The problem was that these spies were related to the Zhao family spies that the sect had dealt with before, and their identities were no higher than the disciples that the mysterious Heaven sect had found. This made people wonder. If the mysterious Heaven sect could even find the high-ranking spies, why couldn't they find the low-ranking spies who were related to those spies? But why was it that when they were exposed last time, only a few high-ranking spies, who were not as well hidden as those guys, did not warn them at all? Was it all for this moment? The sect members who were attacked were considering this possibility. Apart from their own traitorous disciples, the identities of the rest of the dead attackers were also gradually identified. What was extremely surprising was that these people were all from the major sect. If the attackers left by the three sects were added up, each sect would have one. It could be said that all the major sect members were completely implicated. Some of the sect members who originally had conflicts but united because of the threat of the Zhao family almost turned against each other again. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the major sect members were able to keep their composure, so it didn't lead to a major accident. However, the major sect members seemed to be on guard against each other. They were no longer united against the same enemy as before. Although each sect could push the blame on the Zhao family's spies, who knew if there was anything fishy going on? Some people saw the crisis, so a small alliance led by the Tranquil sect gathered again. If someone carefully investigated the small group that gathered this time, they would definitely find that it was the 8 sect members who found the corpses of the mysterious Heaven sect members in Chunyang Palace. It's too much of a coincidence that something like this happened when we're working together to fight against the Zhao family. The master of the Tranquil sect began to discuss with the masters of the other sects who had come to visit in a secret cave residence. Everyone agreed on this point. It was indeed a troubled time recently. First, Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness sect disappeared. Then, something happened to the mysterious Heaven sect. Now, such an unforeseen event happened. The Great Wilderness sect and the Black Tortoise Academy were restraining each other at the moment, but there must be grudges in their hearts. The Black Tortoise Academy also secretly hated the mysterious Heaven sect. The attack just now caused the other sect members to no longer trust each other. In order to preserve their own strength, they would no longer work together to fight against the enemy as they did in the past. This entanglement alone reduced the combat effectiveness of the major sect members by at least 20%. From this point of view, the Zhao family did a great job. Did you guys notice that the mysterious Heaven sect's shadow was more or less involved in these incidents? The master of the Wuji Demon School was not afraid of making things worse. He directly said what everyone had been thinking about but didn't say out loud. It was not the master of the Wuji Demon School who was stirring up trouble. It was the mysterious Heaven sect who was really involved in these incidents. The Black Tortoise Academy's Liu Wuji plotted against Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness sect. This was exposed by the mysterious Heaven sect. The attack on the Chunyang Palace and the destruction of the Mountain Gate were also done by the traitor disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect. Before the attack on the 3 major sects, the mysterious Heaven sect had just reminded each sect that there were spies of the Zhao family among them. Again, the mysterious Heaven sect had found spies who were more important than these people. Why were these small chess pieces, which were not important and could be abandoned at any time, kept and led to the death of the golden immortal Grandmaster of Misty Mountain? Even the mysterious Heaven sect itself had many unforeseen events. Only the Holocaust sect had done this in the past. As a result, the entire Holocaust sect had sided with the Zhao family. The mysterious Heaven sect can't be trusted now. The master of the Samsara Valley sighed and said, "Now I'm worried about those grandmasters who followed Zhu Sheng into the core of the trial ground. They must not have any accidents." Everyone's worry was the same as the Reincarnation Valley masters. Those golden immortal grandmasters must not be harmed. If they all died inside, it would mean that the Zhao family was completely invincible. Other than asking for help from the higher-ups, there was no other way. Everyone, be careful. We still need to communicate more in the near future. As long as we unite, even if the mysterious Heaven sect is really. The master of the Green Jade Immortal Island hesitated for a moment and said, Even if the mysterious heaven sect is really unreliable, we will not be without room for resistance. The master of the mysterious heaven sect didn't know that the mysterious heaven sect had become the object of distrust in the eyes of everyone, just like the Taishanmen in the mortal world. Although it had not reached the point of being the public enemy, at least it was no longer the leader of the Dao sects when Sect Master Wang and Sect Master Li were in office. Chapter 22-28. Yang Chen's family had already found a suitable place to undergo the tribulation. Millions of miles into the vast sea, there were no other cultivators except for the sea beasts. The few demons were also driven away by Ao Lan and Ao Lai tens of thousands of miles away. This was the world of Yang Chen's family. Originally, it was just a super strong earthly immortal tribulation, but when Lin Zhengyuan forcefully joined it, its nature changed immediately. In terms of real cultivation, Lin Zhengyuan was at the golden immortal level, so the earthly immortal tribulation instantly became a super strong Xian immortal tribulation with Lin Zhengyuan as the benchmark. Maybe because of the great increase in the power of the heavenly tribulation, Gong Sunling would get a lot of unexpected benefits, and the mountain river geographical map would also become stronger. Sect Master Wu probably wouldn't understand why this happened even if he cracked his head. He had clearly spared no effort in attacking the Zhao family. He had clearly helped the major sects find the spies hidden in the sects. The Mystic Heaven sect had clearly found, captured, and killed the side branch of the Zhao family. Why did everyone think that he was unreliable? Yang Lan's move was really amazing. He didn't let anyone speak ill of the Shentian sect, and he even exposed some of the big spies that the Zhao family had cultivated. Then, with a beautiful joint attack, all the major sect became suspicious of each other. Everyone believed that Gong Sunling could do this, so no one was worried. They were just curious, why did Lin Zhengyuan do this? When all the heavenly tribulations stopped, Gong Sunling slowly descended from the sky. Seeing Lin Zhengyuan beside Yang Chen, everything was normal. Gong Sunling and the other girls cupped their hands and said, "Congratulations, senior." Yang Chen didn't doubt this at all. It was just a super strong Xian immortal tribulation, at most a golden immortal tribulation. It must be known that after the mountain river geographical map merged with the 3 million mile super immortals cave, in the mansion of Madame Bai, it had withstood countless super strong Xian immortal tribulations. The current mountain river geographical map was dozens of times stronger than that of that year. A mere Xian immortal tribulation was also a trivial matter for Gong Sunling. However, Lin Zhengyuan's intervention made Yang Chen and the others speechless. Not to mention Lin Zhengyuan's identity and status, just the fact that he was half an idiot and didn't have any normal thinking was enough to make you unable to do anything to him. Who would bother with a fool? Don't worry, husband. Gong Suanling's confident voice came at this moment. I can handle it. Lin Zhengyuan was still trying hard to recall under the stimulation of the murderous aura, but Gong Sunling had already begun to prepare for the tribulation. Originally, everyone thought that this tribulation should be in the bag and there would be no accidents, but an accident still suddenly occurred. The heavenly tribulation immediately found Lin Zhengyuan, who had stood out. Amidst the rumbling sounds, beams of powerful Xian immortal tribulation bombarded Lin Zhengyuan's body. Every time a heavenly tribulation fell, Lin Zhengyuan seemed to have broken a seal. After hundreds of Xian immortal tribulations, Lin Zhengyuan had completely become a normal cultivator and laughed out loud. Of course, Gong Sunling didn't let go of this opportunity. Under the condition of consciously letting a part of the Xian immortal tribulation into her body to temper her body, Gong Suanling's body was strengthened again. The spiritual power in her body quickly turned into the state after the tribulation, and she became a real fairy immortal expert. It was basically impossible to launch another attack against an expert who had recovered from the divine perching jade. If there was a second time, there was no third or fourth time. Under such circumstances, if there was still a sect that did not provide adequate protection, that sect master could immediately commit suicide to apologize to the world. Lin Zhengyuan was very clear that because of his intervention, the earthly immortal tribulation had become a Xian immortal tribulation, which was forcibly raised by 2 levels. The difficulty of Gong Suanling's tribulation had increased by tens of thousands of times. However, he had no way to deal with it now. If he intervened again, It would only make the situation more serious. Lin Zhengyuan still looked as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe that the delicate woman in front of him, who was obviously only a fairy immortal, could so easily take on the Xian immortal tribulation that was suitable for her. As soon as the tribulation cloud appeared, Lin Zhengyuan, who was in deep thought, suddenly had a clear look in his eyes. He suddenly stood up and went straight to the tribulation cloud in the sky, regardless of who was undergoing the tribulation. After experiencing these attacks, especially the deaths of Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness Sect, Lin Zhongshuan of the Shentian Sect, and the Golden Immortal Grandmaster of the Misty Mountain, everyone completely understood that even Golden Immortal experts were not invincible in the spiritual realm. When it was time to die, they would still die. Therefore, all the major sect became more cautious. However, Yang Chen was very clear about the benefits that this sudden increase in heavenly tribulation had brought to the mountain river geographical map. The absorbed heavenly tribulation was directly sent to the demon realm by the third primordial spirit. The super-strong Xian immortal tribulation exploded in the sky of the demon realm, purifying the area within hundreds of miles at once. Then, the mountain river geographical map could immediately refine the land within hundreds of miles at a very fast speed. The Shentian sect, in particular, was regarded as having ulterior motives and was isolated. The Shentian sect still didn't know what everyone was thinking. If they knew, they would definitely be puzzled. However, the following performance of Gong Sunling made Lin Zhengyuan dumbfounded. He looked at Gong Sunling, who was facing the super-strong Xian immortal tribulation in the sky, and couldn't say a word for a long time. His face was full of disbelief. Many sect even began to suspect that Lin Zhongshuan's death was really caused by some disgruntled disciples ordering servants to kill him, just like what the Shentian sect claimed. After all, everyone understood that Lin Zhongshuan was riding on their heads, and sect master Wu was definitely pretending to be a grandson. Who would benefit the most from Lin Zhongshuan's death? That person was the biggest suspect. Fortunately, Lin Zhengyuan seemed to remember the kindness of Yang Chen's family and knew what the current situation was. He immediately retreated and gave the scene of the tribulation to Gong Sunling. He flew to Yang Chen's side. "Congratulations, senior." Yang Chen cupped his hands at Lin Zhengyuan and said a word of congratulations without thinking about it. The women around him had also taken care of Lin Zhengyuan before. When they saw this, they all cupped their hands and congratulated Lin Zhengyuan. This was also the reason why one shouldn't intervene when someone was going through a tribulation. Even if an expert wanted to help, it would only make things worse. God wouldn't let people sit and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. At this time, intervening to help was simply killing people, not helping. The mountain river geographical map once again became the clothes on Gong Sunling's body. All the heaven tribulations would be absorbed as soon as they got close to Gong Sunling. The mighty Xian immortal tribulation was actually resolved by Gong Sunling so easily and comfortably. She did it so easily, as if she was not facing the Xian immortal tribulation, but the simplest thunder tribulation during the nascent soul formation. "Thank you." Lin Zhengyuan seemed to have just understood what had happened. His expression had not completely returned to normal, but he didn't forget that Gong Sunling was going through the tribulation. "There's no hurry. If there's anything, we can talk about it after your wife's tribulation." After saying that, he felt embarrassed and added an apology. "Sorry, I implicated your wife this time." Chapter 22-29. After a while, Lin Zhengyuan finally accepted the fact that Gong Sunling had safely passed the heavenly tribulation. Of course, the most important thing was that he recalled everything that had happened over the years, including the memories of Yang Chen's family helping him and the memories of Yang Chen using him to fight. When he thought of this, he wasn't surprised at all that Yang Chen's family was so abnormal. It was normal for Gong Sunling to pass the tribulation so easily. It would be an accident if she couldn't. Where is that place filled with killing intent? Lin Zhengyuan remembered that he was stimulated by the killing intent when he arrived at that place, but he didn't know where it was no matter how hard he tried. At this time, he immediately asked. "The spiritual realm's valley of no return, one of the 3 great danger zones," Yang Chen answered quickly. "It's also the place where the immortal slaying stage discards corpses." Hearing the name Immortal Slaying Stage, even a pure golden immortal like Lin Zhengyuan couldn't help but shiver, but he quickly recovered. How do you know that it's the place where the Immortal Slaying Stage discards corpses? Lin Zhengyuan might be afraid, but he was still very curious. He was considered quite a figure in the immortal realm, but he actually didn't know that the spiritual realm's Valley of No Return was related to the Immortal Slaying Stage. I've embarrassed myself in front of Senior. This junior is the executioner of the Immortal Slaying Stage. Yang Chen wasn't afraid of revealing his identity in the heavenly court to Lin Zhengyuan. Many people already knew anyway, so it didn't matter much to Lin Zhengyuan. As he said that, Yang Chen flashed the merit ring on his finger. Lin Zhengyuan had been in the immortal realm for many years, and his father was an important minister in the heavenly court. How could he not recognize the merit ring? After taking a look, he no longer had any doubts and nodded silently. Senior, this junior has offended you before and used your name in vain. I hope Senior can forgive me. Yang Chen cupped his hands and apologized again. Lin Zhengyuan understood that this was Yang Chen's apology for using his name, but he didn't really mind it. He knew very well what kind of life he had led in the past. He wandered among the aboriginals and was discriminated against. Although no one dared to bully him, that kind of feeling was definitely not good. If it weren't for Yang Chen, he would still be muddle-headed among the natives, living a silly life. After Yang Chen's family found him, they provided him with good food, drinks, and fun. Their lives were completely different. From this point of view, he should thank Yang Chen. Especially after Ao Lai had accompanied him to fight and used the spirit-devouring dragon fire from time to time, he had developed an extremely strong resistance to the spirit-devouring dragon fire. This would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. This did not include the fact that Yang Chen had used his killing intent to stimulate him, and that he had completely recovered with the help of Gong Suanling's tribulation this time. These were all thanks to Yang Chen's family. Although Lin Zhengyuan was an exalted gold immortal from the immortal plane, he knew how to repay kindness. I should be the one thanking your family. Lin Zhengyuan was indeed the son of a big shot in the immortal world. He was well educated and reasonable. Now that he had recovered his senses, he immediately became a handsome young master. He also bowed to the juniors of Yang Chen's family very naturally, and did not feel embarrassed because of his identity and seniority. In fact, when he recalled his days among the aboriginals, he understood a lot of things. He could even accept the humiliation of the aboriginals without batting an eyelid. His state of mind had greatly improved, so it was not difficult for him to bow to Yang Chen. This was also one of the reasons why his father sent him down. On one hand, it was to avoid disaster, and on the other hand, it was to give him this kind of experience. This was an experience that he could not even beg for when he returned to the immortal world. Now it seemed that these two purposes had been achieved. I have gained some benefits from this trip to the Valley of No Return. Yang Chen did not forget to deepen the favor he owed Lin Zhengyi. He took out a heavenly essence pill and said, "This is a heavenly essence pill condensed from the essence of an infinite tribulation true immortal that I killed on the immortal beheading platform. It is very beneficial for cultivation. Senior, please accept it. It is also a token of my appreciation." Hiss. Although Lin Zhengyuan was also the son of a big shot in the immortal world, he could not help but take a deep breath when he heard about the origin of the heavenly essence pill. It should be known that Lin Zhengyuan was only a real gold immortal who had passed the tribulation. His father was an infinite tribulation true immortal, but not an experienced one. He probably knew what kind of person Yang Chen had killed. It was easy to imagine the value of this heavenly essence pill. He wanted to refuse and not owe this huge favor, but the temptation of the heavenly essence pill made him reluctant to make such a decision. When Lin Zhengyuan's gaze landed on Ao Lan, he suddenly understood. He no longer hesitated and reached out to take the heavenly essence pill that Yang Chen handed him. Even the dragon race was on the same side as Yang Chen. It was easy to imagine that Yang Chen owed a huge favor. In any case, Xiao Chen owed a lot of favors in the past. Like Ao Lan, he did not need to worry when there were too many of them. It did not matter if he owed another one. At most, he would stand on Yang Chen's side like Ao Lan and slowly pay his debts. Although he had already thought highly of the heavenly essence pill, Lin Jingyuan only realized that he had underestimated the heavenly essence pill after consuming it and circulating his qi for a full cycle. Lin Jingyuan could not help smiling bitterly. Originally, after he recovered, Lin Jingyuan had planned to ascend to the immortal world. There was no longer any need for him to remain in the spiritual world. He had already completed his experimental training, the immortal world's rebellion was over, and the profound heaven sect controlled the heavenly court. There was no need for him to avoid trouble. It was simply pointless for a bona fide golden immortal expert to play with a bunch of human immortals, earth immortals, and heavenly immortals in the spiritual world. However, Xiao Chen had not expected that the favor he owed Yang Chen was too great. One heavenly essence pill was equivalent to 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. How was Xiao Chen supposed to repay such a huge favor? This was not something that could be repaid just by taking care of Yang Chen after he ascended. Should I stay in the spiritual world and help Yang Chen? Just as Lin Zhengyuan was hesitating, Madame Bai walked over with Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian. When Lin Zhengyuan saw Madame Bai, he felt a familiar aura. However, he could not put his finger on it. However, he recalled that he often saw Madame Bai in the Dragon Palace. She was not a stranger, so he greeted her in a friendly manner. Madame Bai was stunned. She was already used to Lin Zhengyuan being a fool. Suddenly, Lin Zhengyuan became normal and even greeted her. This stunned her. After being stunned for a while, Madame Bai returned a greeting. Then, she went to look for Yang Chen with a suspicious expression. When Madame Bai passed by, Lin Jingyuan suddenly recalled the familiar aura on Madame Bai. Xiao Chen had just recovered not long ago and had not completely digested the vast amount of memories in his mind. His slow reaction was understandable. Madame Bai gave off a heavy immortal world aura. Madame Bai was also someone from the immortal world.